Hello, chatto! It's Sundat, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, we have, in theory, a 99% chance of getting 5 Maltese sides through to the knockouts of various European competitions. In other news, it is January. We have no money to spend, all of our players are worthless, so we get to sit there and watch other teams do things instead. While I ignore this attempt at sabotage, England are somehow through. We're still massively shit. All that and more coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta. Stirrups! Can't get me. I am unflappable, media trained, and whatnot. Can't stop me. Somebody stop me, quite literally. I am the mask. Watch me work. I heard stuff. I was pumped. I got pumped, chap. Like a blow-up doll. And that's what. And we're off. Rap battle with Nana. Yes! If I could do that thing where you make your hand make that clicking noise, I would, but I can't.
What a right smile. I think I reference you more Earl than many others smile. I guess I'm an Erd smile quite the while I've been mainly a Voddy, but today we are live smile and the music is so bright and lively smile.
Yes, it is. Let me catch up, because I actually didn't listen or read any of these because they were interrupting my speech, damn it. Ironic Christian, thank you very much for the 28 months. I hope you're well, man. Maureen as well, thank you very much for the 30 months. And Basil, thank you for the 35 months. Lovely to have you back in chat.
3 years.
Referencing more IRL.
3
How
fucking
so?
years willing spending my free time watching this hairy red-faced man play with his stupid computer footy man.
Hairy red-faced man?
Almost as unentertaining as watching Southgate ball.
That's
Pathetic.
harsh. On
P.S.
Southgate.
Love you less than 3.
How could you? Of the modest. Sometimes I get determined. I just wake up with a new lease of life. Thank you, though, for the... How many months was that? 36 months. That is a wild amount of months. Jesus, Lord. Trade places with anyone for a week. Who would it be and why? Do you know what? And this is going to sound like the most, podcast answer. I don't think I would. As much as I have my foibles and stuff, I actually do quite like being me. And that's something I've sort of come to appreciate over the last few years, is that I actually don't mind being me. And I think that that's a sign of personal growth in a way, is actually being okay with being yourself, I guess. Yeah, I felt like I'd be uncomfortable in anybody else's skin, even if it was for personal gain, but both financially and career-wise. I actually quite like being me. You were expecting some funny answer there. Change of POC. I mean... Tell me the aliens, damn it. Nothing's happened. Fair. You love to see it. Ah, dear. What's the real answer?
Okay, but what's the real answer?
Thank you for the 25. I fucking know. Look at him being sincere. It's too early for sincerity, right? Mr. Beast ring transfer. I know, but as much as, yeah, okay, sure. But I don't know if I'd actually be any happier. It sounds stupid, but I just don't know if I would. I mean, okay, little money would probably help, but
43 months in which Matt has confessed how he shags pasta every night with a Polish cook named Pablo, where he sticks his feet in warm bolognese sauce and gets the mince between his toes. What a weird individual.
I feel like we have half to blame for most of this now, and yet I'm quite happy living in a world where these are the current state of our TTS resubs. Not a world I expected at the start of this game cycle, but here we are. And you know what? It's a world I'm happy living in. I'm okay with that. Oh, dear. Sunday... Foden John suit. Why not, right? Half the to thank. I mean, can it be both? Because it feels like it's both at this point, right? That was a weird start to the stream. So, England. That was, one of the games of all time. That is basically it, really, isn't it? So I only managed to... I couldn't watch extra time. I had to listen to it in the car, which actually, I must admit, was quite an experience.
Dear
Lord
Matthew,
Richard, thank you for the 100 bits.
Can we have a look at player from one of last stream's recruitment focuses, with the most excellent name of Beckham pointing?
Yes. I'm actually going to set myself up a... Oh, that's... Wait. Hang on. Fuck. I was gonna do a look up myself to remember, but I won't. I can't remember. If someone does a look up, I'll refund your points for Beckham pointing, because that is a name I want to look at. But we've got things to discuss while I'm still on big face me version. Shadow moving on the left of the background. Hang on. Stage left or me left? Oh, that's the it's because the window's open and that like not blind, but it is a blind technically, is flapping in the wind a little bit. So that's what it is. If that's what you mean. Over here somewhere. Yeah, so I thought initially we actually looked a bit better. Saka, I thought, was genuinely quite good, well, in the first half. Although I must admit, when I saw the lineup and I saw Saka on the right and Trippier still on the left, I thought, are we actually for real here? Because I was like, we've got all this width and now it's just going to invert every time because they're both going to be trying to cut inside because just naturally they will do. But I actually thought that Saka did quite well going to the byline quite a few times. I thought he had Abisha on ice, like, well, not on ice, but on toast for like a lot of that first half, to be honest. George Army, thank you very much for the follow. How's it going, man? Yeah, it was not a good game. England are not a fun team to watch at the moment for neutrals, England fans, anyone, really. I think the only time that England would be good to watch is if you're beating them. And unfortunately, that hasn't happened very much in the tournament either. So it was, yeah, there's a lack of movement. I noticed Switzerland were doing the same thing, though, at times. There was a lot of periods where Switzerland would get the ball and literally England would and I understand why we were doing that, but I felt like it was two teams both doing the same thing a lot of the time. It was very static, and I feel like in the second half we seemed to get worse. And yeah, I actually missed the Switzerland goal because there was a little bit of lull in play and a few like throw-ins and like they were planning a substitution, and I said to myself, right, now's my chance to go for a piss. Come back and it's 1-0 Switzerland. I'm seeing the replays of the goals and I'm like, for God's sake. So what I'm saying, chat, is I'm never urinating again. Impossible to be done. Yeah, I think it's because they seem to double up on Saka in the second half a little bit, and then we didn't really react to the fact that he was doubled up on. It's like, if they're doing that, you now have an extra man somewhere, find him, you know? It also feels like we quite literally don't wake up in a game until we concede. It's like, oh, you have to like pinch us a little bit, and then we go, oh. And then once we get that equaliser, we go back to being, no, well, we'll see. Well, I mean, I'd have to break my one rule, which is not urinating, wouldn't I? Only catheters. Yeah, I've got a big bucket. Catheters? What do you think I am, made of money? I already said I wouldn't swap with Mr. Beast. Now I've just got a bucket on here. A trough. Yeah, very reactive indeed. Fonseca, thank you for the 5 months. It's the best way, and this is the sort of analogy that I was formulating in the car while listening to it on the radio, because I had to go pick up Pog from work. So I saw normal time, and I was like, right, I'll leave it as long as I can. Game finishes. Right, I'll quickly hop in the car, get it on 5 Live, so I can watch it listen to it on the way into Cambridge. And this is the best analogy I can come up with for what England are right now, right? You know the phrase, never argue with an idiot, because they will drag you down to their level and beat you with experience. That is England, but for football, right? You don't play against us. We will drag you down to our shitty level and beat you with experience by being boring. And that seems to be the way that England are going about things right now. And it's actually working, but it is the most, like... They're playing with a lot of fire at the moment. The best thing was, as well, when it got to penalties, I just pulled up in Cambridge outside this pub that I park in to pick up Pog, and I was watching the penalty shootout through the window of the pub on the big screen. But my radio commentary was like about 5 seconds in front, so I was knowing that we were scoring or not before, and then I just look over to the pub to watch everybody absolutely erupt. That was particularly exciting. True. Firix, yeah, you're right. We're playing with chicken korma. That's what we're doing. Ah, dear. And the thing is, right, I could totally see the exact same game playing out against the Dutch. When I saw them losing to Turkey, I thought, wow, this whole side of the draw truly is just full of teams that don't want to be in the fight. That just don't want to be there, do they? It's crazy. It reminds me of that scene in Eurotrip where they're trying to get into the Vatican, and the guard, when Cooper's eating his ice cream, right? And the guard is like, very special day for a very special little man. That's our side of the draw, basically. I can't believe how stacked the other side was compared to ours. Sounds like my Euros podcast. I know, you're getting it all here. It would be extremely funny if we actually did win the whole thing playing like this. Like, that would be actually... This is going to sound really stupid. In a way more satisfying because of how funny it would be. Yeah, Shaqiri... Do you know what, right? If we were going to go out, I would like it to be to International Tournament Shaqiri. That would have been a nice way to go out. Like, there's nothing quite like International Tournament Jordan Shaqiri, is there? It's just like Greece in 2004, but... Even they scored goals occasionally, right? And not that we do. Then again, I know that you're right about the France thing, though. Like, what isn't the stat that France have scored 3 goals in this tournament, 2 own goals and a penalty? They haven't actually scored an open play goal themselves in the entire tournament yet. Not that we've scored loads ourselves either, but that is... And Portugal hadn't scored a goal in 3 games, and obviously they've gone out now anyway. Teams just don't want to win, do they? Other than Spain, who are just kind of like... I mean, Spain are surely got to be the favourites at this point, right? Capybara behind Gideon. It is actually one of Pog's, like, are they called Squishmallows or something? It's actually a corgi squishmallow. Oh, yeah, so they don't score, but they also don't concede. Well, yeah, I watched qualifying yesterday as well, which was I still think Max will win. Like, the floor damage, I don't know how much actual time that took off of him. I was surprised that McLaren weren't as fast as I thought they were going to be as well. Yeah, I could totally see why you'd think that, but you can see the white bit down the middle. That's like the line you get in the middle one. Spain do have one bad game in them, but I feel like Spain have... At times, they've not even played super well in certain games and still won really comfortably. And I feel like their bad games are ones where they've still won. It's sort of fished by the Vatican. I love that that's the 2 Vatican references today that we've had. Eurotrip and that. And I'm totally on board. I don't think they were amazing. Although what I will say is, you may or may not agree with this, Marino's header for the Spanish winner is the most headed header I think I've ever seen. Do you know, like in movies where they show like the cinematic slow motion shots of a player scoring a header? Marino's header reminded me of the ones you see in films. There was so much neck going into that header. It was absolutely unbelievable. I could watch the replay of that header over and over again. His entire body went into that. That was really nice. Yeah, his legs as well. Oh man, it was so like he was climbing a lot. It was so good. He just sort of hung in the air. So I didn't see obviously the penalties because I mean I could sort of see it, but it was still, I was watching through a pub window, and I've heard that Tony's penalty was like staring the goalkeeper down the entire time type of shit. Like proper like in your head kind of stuff. And that's why I'm very glad he was on the pitch. I hope Kane's not too severely hurt. I don't think he had a very good game though. Parker's got to Burley. That's funny as fuck. I love that that's actually been confirmed. Burnley, I'm so sorry. I really am so sorry, Burnley. Us or France? I feel like it's us. Actually, is it though? Because were Greece ever like coming from behind in those games, or were they just scraping through them? Whereas England have had to sort of battle a little bit to get those results, which sort of almost implies a bit of gumption occasionally. Bet on himself to go, hey, you know what? Fuck it. I wouldn't even blame him. No, I love that he takes his penalties that way. I love how England were just like seemingly unfazed in the penalty shootout. It was just like, yeah, we got this. I felt very confident about a penalty shootout in that. There was something about those players. I just thought, yeah, they're going to score. And I felt like Pickford was bound to save one because he is such a shithouse. He was going to put someone off. And the fact that it was the first one, for me, I think that was the game changer. That and us getting the first penalty, because isn't it like 60-40 or something to the team that takes the first penalty usually wins the penalty shootout or something, just because there's so much pressure on being the team coming from behind. I thought Saka was really, really excellent. And the fact that he scored the penalty too, which is dope too. However, we were genuinely shit in extra time from what I heard. From what I could hear on the radio anyway. It sounded to me like Switzerland had so many chances to score in extra time in that game. They actually looked like they tried to score in extra time. Basically, it's mad that we're playing for pens against... I mean, Switzerland are a good side. And what I would say is, right, this Switzerland side made Italy look like, San Marino, basically. And we have still beaten them. Albeit, like... So there is something to be said for that, I suppose, but it's... I just don't think England are capable of looking good at the moment. It's actually crazy how all of our goals don't seem to come from chances, if you see what I mean, in the sense that other than maybe the Jude Bellingham one in the very first game, where it's, okay, the cross deflects, but it's still a good piece of play that's well created and good movement from Bellingham. But it feels like almost all of the goals we've scored since then, though I haven't actually seen the Kane one still, admittedly, because I was on a plane during that. But the... it feels like most of our goals come from like pieces of individual brilliance rather than good tactical setups and systems and formations that actually create chances. I can think of one chance that we created in that entire game, and that was that one where Saka pulled it back to Mainu, who, if it wasn't for that brilliant block from Granit Xhaka, I think Mainu probably scores there. That was a really nice piece of play.
Who will just defend until penalties, and France, who don't score goals.
We could be in for the nil-nillest of nil-nilliest finals, to be honest, even if us or the Netherlands get there, honestly. Sometimes you need that. Actually, I believe we had 0. Oh, the chance of that. Well, we had 0.68 for the entire game, according to the stats I saw. And Switzerland had like 1.35 or something like that. Second phase goal. Oh, really? Okay, yeah, I still didn't get a chance to actually watch the highlights of that game. Let's get off on my big face now. We've been stalling way too long. Yeah, it was probably our best performance, and that says a lot, doesn't it? In a way. We were horrendous. Yeah, and yet we're in the semi-final. I mean, at the end of the day, you've still got to acknowledge that, I suppose, right? I do think in places we looked better in that system, in that game, particularly in the first half. I actually thought, but we're in the England are one of those teams that they seem to have this nice build-up and then just pass it back. It's like watching a team of old-style Tom Cleverleys back in the day. Yeah. It definitely felt better, but it was still... I was kind of like hyped after the first sort of half an hour. I thought, okay, this actually looks like we might have something to do this. And then it just kind of went dead again. Presumably that's because Switzerland made changes to nullify us, right? I don't see Klopp taking a national team job. And if he was, I don't think it'd be England, right? He's probably going to take some time off, right? Oh, we've only just literally got onto the big screen, Carrigan. We've been chatting about the England game yesterday for the last, 20 minutes. Better than Euros before. I never pay much attention to Olympics football just because it feels like a lot of nations don't always enter serious teams, although Brazil normally do, don't they? So I'm going to look up Beckham pointing in the meantime, which just sounds like a mid-journey prompt. Holy shit. And the fact that he's at Forest too, which means there's a chance he's actually... I mean, he's not good, but he isn't horrendous either. That is a great name. Watch after stream. Yes, so I actually chat. Look at me go. I've put a video out today. The rest of Europe video has dropped. If you notice the thumbnail changing randomly, that's not me. YouTube has this new A/B split testing thing for thumbnails, which is kind of cool. So you can actually put 3 in, and it will like randomly use each one. Recap of Sirens. No. It's an actual video. Like a proper non-Sirens related video. Basically under 23. Yeah, aren't they allowed like a certain number of overage players or something? Kind of like the Checkatrade Trophy or whatever it's called now. So yeah, Beckham pointing. Where was he born? Probably Nottingham, right? Be boring. Okay, Bicester. I actually don't know where Bicester is. Probably, well, he's too much for a meme signing at the moment. In a normal season, he'd be a fine meme signing because his name's brilliant, but because we have no value in our players, we can't afford to make money back from player sales. Do you remember how much Pius was worth last stream? Was it 170 million? He's worth 3 now. I mean, Oxfordshire, oh really? Okay, so yeah, that... To be fair, with a name like Beckham pointing, how could you not be from Oxfordshire and whatnot? Still, cool name. Yeah, because I looked at this, and you'll notice that Vieira still has value because he's had some bids on him. But annoyingly, where even is he? He's in here. There we go. Mateus Paez. He was worth 160 million last stream. He's now worth 3.9 to 5.2. Now, so basically, it's not another value drop. It's because of the fact that we hit another transfer window. So when the values drop, they creep back up again over the course of the transfer window and then the following time after that. But then the moment the new window hits, they all drop back down to the floor again. It's very, very annoying, basically. What I think is going to happen is when we hit the summer and we get the tick over into the next season, we'll get a value bump on them again, and it should come back quicker. That's my hope anyway. Because it's not only us that this is going to affect, it's also going to mean that other Maltese clubs can get there surely. Oh yeah, it's a bug, but there's nothing we can do about it. They drop because the game is badly made. There is simply no... That is, unfortunately, the most... Like I said, at this point, it is just because it is badly made. This happens across vanilla and extended databases, and it's basically because I'm not playing with Manchester City or any major team, and this stuff is actually crazy. But there you go. Chris K 25, thank you for the 15 months. One day, or hopefully I'll get to say Chris K 25 months. Why did my hype button not work? Oh, there it is. That was weirdly delayed. Yeah, I do wonder if there is actually something to that, Adrian, about how it's to keep the smaller leagues from becoming overpriced for players playing in those bigger leagues when the smaller leagues bubble towards the top a little bit sometimes. It is mad. 150 million we turned down last window, and now he's worth 3. It's so silly. Oh, no, you're right, Maureen, and that's why I'm worried about F25 a little bit, because I'm worried that it's going to go more towards that. Love letter to the series and all that. Well, love letter to you playing 2 seasons as Man City. No, oh no, he's a world-class, literally a world-class centre-back. One of many. You'll note here on the left-hand side, sorry, the right-hand side, these are all centre-backs. They're in the Maltese League. So in this case, the Maltese Premier Division. I mean, you think he's good? Look at £5.8 million Ilan Jozanovic. Yeah, that sounds about right. I can see him being worth £5.8 million. No problems at all. He's definitely not a world-class centre-back at all. I mean, Vieira actually is worth money. What country is Malta in? Malta. Malta is in Malta. as in the island in the Mediterranean just off the coast of Africa. It kind of is like, what, 70 miles away from Libya or something? Oh yeah, they're playing internationally. They're all starts for the national teams. It's just because FM's broken, unfortunately. So we noticed in 2032 and then 2042, you just get all your values decimated. We had decent values until 2032. They were like reasonable values. Then they dropped massively. Then they spent over the next 10 years building back up again to where they were. What league is the country in? I'm a bit confused. What league is the country? The country is Malta. So Malta is Malta. Malta is the country. Sirens play in Malta. Sirens is the name of the team. Malta is the country. It is Malta. Malta is its own country. It's a small island in the Mediterranean with a population of about 570,000 people. It's a really beautiful place. The Maltese... it's the BOV League. How dare you? Banco Valletta. Put some respect. No worries, man. I was just a bit confused, that's all. So, one more, of course, is Carlos Vieira. If you're new to Carlos Vieira, now, he does have value, but that is only because someone put a massive bid in at the start of the window. He was worth 2 million as well. And I honestly think he's got potential to be better than the others. Particularly as he's 22. That's the thing I should caveat with. He is 22 years old. It's nice when a plan comes together and you recognise a player and go, he is going to be dope. And he just is. Him, Reynoso... I like that we've got some slightly younger players. Also, we had a lot of players complaining, obviously, as you always do, but there's only, I believe, 2 guys that have kicked up a shitstorm this time that we care about. Pebbles is being a bell end again, but that's not new, actually. I think that's the same as before. And... actually, I think it might just be him and Henry, in fairness. Most of these guys are players we don't care about. Cockass is being a bit of a tit, but that's how it is. Yeah, I flowcharted the shit out of them. Oh, I should look at his pros. Oh my lord. I don't think I've ever seen... I wish he had better dribbling. Like, the completionist in me... Indeed, Steve. The completionist in me wants him to put him on dribbling training. Everton was a bit wimpy, yeah. No, it's in the vanilla game as well. It's been reported on the forums. Their first thing is like, oh, it's because you're using a custom database, even though the person wasn't. And let's be honest, right? Even if it was with our because we're using a custom database, why? Bear in mind, our custom database actually has settings in it that sets the values of the players using the custom database. So it actually should be ignoring the game entirely. So in a way, it's actually more galling on a custom database when you've specifically set the values to certain boundaries. Like, Hadrian actually programmed this perfectly so that when the players were in certain CA ranges, their values would be accordingly. So that way, when we scaled up and got world-class players, they'd actually be worth world-class money. But the game is like fighting against you, saying, no! Tom 21's good. I think Reynoso could possibly get to that level one day. Because remember, he's still only 22 himself. And he's just absolutely obscene. And he at least has... Now, this is the thing to note. We've had a couple of bids on Reynoso, but nothing major yet. And you'll notice that his value is actually creeping up. I mean, it's still worthless. He should be a £100 million player, right? Realistically, it's... Yeah, oh yeah, country. Most of the 5-star stuff is based on form, which is why Bizarma has now, or certainly had. So, you know, Bizarma's now crept up to being 4-star, 4-star. When we signed him, he was like 2-star, 2-star, so he's mostly there on form. Yeah, you know when they're clutching at straws when they're saying must improve stamina when it's 15? It's like they have to always neg him slightly. Wouldn't want him getting too big for his boots. No one knows what to do. Yeah, it's... I hope that this new overdue for FM25 is going to give them a chance to fix stuff like this, but I must admit, I'm thinking a lot more of FM25 is going to be based on re-overhauling the UI, which, fine, provided it's good, which I hope it will be, and the match engine itself. I actually get a feeling that a load of the under-the-hood stuff is not going to change drastically at all. Maybe only things for, like, new features will, particularly with the fact that saves are going to be transferable, which actually is one of the reasons I'm now leaning towards doing Building a Nation next year, because if saves are transferable, it means a lot of the mechanics are going to have to remain very static in that sense, which makes me think that the things we rely on for Building a Nation may still well be possible next year, just with a new skin. So I'm thinking towards... It's now more like 60-40 in favour of Visva Krakow Building a Nation next year, potentially. And also, this is good news, shout out to the Voddies again. Someone in the VODs on the last video mentioned that they actually did a Wisła Building a Nation save this year, and they reached #1 with Poland in 2043, which happens to be the exact year we're in. So I'm just saying, it feels like the sort of thing that would actually be achievable for us, potentially. Just our players. It happens across the whole Maltese league, but it seems to have affected us more, but that's because our players were of a higher value than the runs in the rest of the league. Not going to cheat someone anymore. I don't know how he could possibly know that, based on what we've seen, unless he has inside information, which I don't believe that he does. Although it is Z, so who could tell, right? It was insane. I think it's going to be super fun. Plus, I get to learn Polish names again. Only affect playable leagues. Oh, yeah, no, it won't affect non-playable leagues. Because I think they use an entirely different system. How it's presented visually. Impossible to say, but I think I would agree with him on that topic potentially. But again, we've seen so little, right? Talk to me in September when they release some actual information in theory, right? But provided the tiles and cards or whatever allow you to access data in a different way, as long as the data's still there, I'm not super surprised. They wouldn't have introduced the data hub if they were going to move away from data. That's the way I look at it. If anything, I would think it becomes more data-driven and less purely attributical. Or in Europe, they are. It's amazing. View any leagues can sign players. Yes. Yes, they can. That's actually what I think they can anyway. I believe so. One of the other suggestions I have for setting up databases was to actually use my database setup, but then put those leagues on view only as well. It will slow it down a bit, but you do get a bit more variation in transfers, and it does help them generate more players. Chalkboard to data hub. I'm still not entirely sure exactly what that means, the chalkboard thing, because it was very unclear. Because there's chalkboard stats, which obviously I use for this entire, not this, sorry. Like this entire thing you're seeing here is built off chalkboard stats, and it's probably one of my favorite screens in the entire game that I built, because it just gives us a once over of all the analysis, and I find this way more useful than I do with Data Hub. Imagine though, chat, right? If I was to be able to select this like a literal Excel spreadsheet, so I could say Lahovi, or like I can select some players and then select a certain attribute separately, and then literally right click and then data, and it would produce a graph that's actually relevant to what I want to see. The problem with the graphs is they just show so much shit that you can't filter through. There's no filtering options on the graphs, which to me makes them quite useless. That's the thing I would love to see added to the data hub. Oh, have you got a link, Drew? I'd love to see the Vispo shirt, because particularly as I'd probably be buying one, you know? I'm gutted that I don't have a Siren shirt and was unable to get it. This, if you do exclamation mark analysis, Kolofsky, you can get a download link for this exact view. I believe. I don't think I've changed it at all this year. It might be minorly different, but you should be able to add any columns that I'm missing. I believe, anyway. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, if I was doing next year, which I'm leaning 60-40 towards it, I would be saying Poland. Because I want to sort of, I feel like I have unfinished business there. That'd be a nice way to finish things off in a way. Information of the special dates. 1st of May, 1st of November. Those are your offer players that are on loan for transfer to those clubs. And then 2nd of June is the key date for, obviously, loan extensions. Vilmot's, is he? Hang on. Is he actually? This, I don't know if that link's going to work, because annoyingly Twitch don't like, why don't Twitch like that one? And let me see if I can copy it. It's not even put the full link in. I don't know if this is going to work. Oh, it does. That's really weird. So Twitch breaks the link and yet it still works. So very weird. Anyway, here we go. Okay, that's kind of poggy. I like the really, I like the, what's the word? Like the simplistic badge. I don't always like simplistic badges, but I quite like the sort of geometric shapes that they've gotten it to. Gopping bet logo, but hey, it is what it is. How much is that? So 299 zloty. I actually don't know how much 299 zloty is in pounds. Probably about 50, 60 quid, right, I assume? I'd love to go to Krakow too. Be an excuse to go. Password is immediately making Kit Basher better. 59 quid. That's actually all right. Like, that's reasonable. I forgot the Zloty exchange rate. Oh yeah, if you can make your own data graphs, it would be incredible. Because that's my issue with the data hub. Is I like what it offers, but it feels like it was a step towards the thing. To be fair, Viva, I haven't actually done the Champions League squad, so we may have to put him in now because he's going to complain. Viewer's called. It was put in chat a second ago. It was exclamation mark analysis, I believe. I'm not sure anyone did actually. Hang on, let's see if I can do it for you. I think it was analysis. That one? There we go. As much as it says squad view. Wait, what the hell? Oh, hang on, maybe not. Is that no, that's a YouTube link. Hang on a minute. I swear we have a link for it. And now I can't remember what it's called. What video is that? Maybe I buggered up my Nightbot there. But like, with say, for example, with forwards. Scoring forwards. It's cool and all. unless I know the... It'd be cool if there was a settings here that like allowed you to tick certain teams on and off, for example, because this is just a mess. Also, the game has a habit of, for example, calling wingers strikers and then putting them in the same thing as someone like Pereira, which is just a completely unimportant metric, right? It's a bit like comparing a centre-back's crossing ability with a fullback because they're both defenders, you know? Clamify, thank you very much for the follow. And Danny, thank you very much for the 24 months, my friend. How are you, man? In fairness, if you look in that views folder, it's probably in there. I think it's literally just called analysis or something like that. So one thing I want to check is the thing that you talked about, squad analysis. Oh, right. God, you're right. Valmir is bloody... He has had an excellent season. Yes, West Ham want Tyler Chicken. Oh, sorry, no, not West Ham. Hamron want to sign Tyler Chicken. And I was like, is that a smart idea? But it would get his £10,000 wages off our bill. But I just don't know if I actually want to do that or not. I did accept the Chicken offer, I think, yeah. But I'm unsure as to whether I really want to do that. Because his contract expires at the end of the season. And I'm not sure whether I want to lumber Hamron with a massive contract like that. Because I don't think he's actually that good. Yeah, wingers and... Exactly. I wish that you could group the players in your own custom way. That's the sort of stuff I'd like to see. But last year, if you recall, Valmir actually had a really bad year where he underperformed in many ways. Whereas this year, he's clapping it. Like, he's got 15 goal contributions in 18 appearances. It's brilliant, frankly. He's been utterly fantastic. And superb. So, actually, is he bid from someone else, did you say? Tyler Chicken. Yeah. It's a cheap deal, but my worry is the wages. Raw data available. Exactly. Like, visualization, I think, is dope, but it needs to be... one sec. I'll show Chicken, if you remind me, once we get through the squad selection, because I just want to make sure that there's no one in here that's now no longer needs to be registered, for example. Because unfortunately, there isn't a way of... Another thing you can do where you can, like, remove players that don't need to be registered. The problem is, if they're already in the squad and I need to remove them, it doesn't take them out of the squad, it just hides them. It'd be cool if you could, like, highlight players that don't need to be registered as well. That'd be a nice little thing to sort of give you both sides of the coin. Just make sure there's no under 21s on any of these guys. Underneath the raw data. Yeah. It'd be super sick. Yeah, there is. I mean, we've got like another 3 or 4 guys just like that, Thomas, on our shortlist right now. But obviously, because of our current finances with the low player values, we can't sign them. But there's like 3 more guys I'd love to bring in who are sort of between that 23 to 26 range, all from Brazil, all like 4-star CA. There's just not enough of them get picked up, basically. Right, so the squad is not even close to full right now. Firstly, which means I can dump in a load of players I want to bring in immediately. So Valenhout can come straight in, which is superb. I do need to register... Where is he? Redenciuc, because he's useful backup. And honestly, I might bring in Bamba too. How much wage structure? I don't really know. Leo probably needs to be... Oh, there's a lot of centre-backs though. Fuck. Then again, we probably took some out in order to do that, didn't we? Yeah, Reynoso's not registered, but luckily he doesn't need to be for this season, which is useful. Those guys kind of need to be in there. Daddario doesn't. It's really annoying about Daddario. Wait, was Kokas in? Oh, yeah, we won't need Kokas anymore if I'm registering Redenciuc. Particularly as Kokas is being a wemp. Yeah, it's crazy how Reynoso's still that young. He was 21 at the start of the cycle, the year cycle, or whatever. So technically he didn't have to be registered or something like that. Maybe Bamba? There's Mateus as well. Normally in this situation, if we had excess players, I'd just be able to sell them. But because they're worth so little... It's like actually negative. Bear in mind, his transfer value is 1.4 million. Bearing in mind, we loaned him out last season and received £8 million for a 1-season loan. That's the difference in the player values. But we couldn't even sell him for like a fifth of that this season. We're going to get complaints no matter what, but we've got 2 more spaces. Particularly as Redenciuc doesn't... A few more homegrowns. Birkelon probably does make sense, yeah. There's a lot of squad players that are just going to complain anyway. Fuck. Anyone crazy down... No, we don't want to be dipping down too low down here. Is anyone that's like glaringly left out? You we don't care about. You we don't care about. You're annoyed at me. You are a fringe player, so you won't care. You will care, but we only signed you to flip anyway. You might care, but you're yet another... Actually, wait, are you? Actually, we could do with someone like Mateus, because he is another DM. I think I'd bring someone like Mateus in. Because I feel like we are a little bit light in DM sometimes. I know we can bring some of our centre-backs to cover there, but it'd be nice to have a guy that can maybe play the Segunda role a little bit more. Just as a third choice there. Never fixed. In the sense that the game didn't change and it was never fixed in that sense, no. But the values came back up again over the 10-year period, but now they've dropped again. Exactly, or pretty much to the year. To the day even. They drop back down again. I think I'll go with that. We're going to have some players kick off, but it will be less than last time. Like, all of these guys will... Well, not all of them. Cazorla better than Matthäus. Cazorla's more of a wing-back backup than he is a DM. I don't even know if Cazorla can even play DM. Roofing the match engine so far? Not really, no. But what I would say is that he was unimpressive, very unimpressive with Hamren last season. And that didn't give me a lot of confidence. I'm sure there is just some kind of issue with him. I'm just not entirely sure what it is. But he's looking like a very expensive mistake. Actually, very expensive mistake. An £8 million mistake, which normally wouldn't be an issue, were it not for the fact that now we have no resale value on him because of the player values. In a normal time, we'd be able to shift him for like 6 million probably, with a clause on top to get us back to like level pegging. But sadly, no. For realism mode with the data hubs, no real life manager will go through data. Sure, but the problem is... the scouts would, or the analysts would still at least be providing them good information, which is what the data hub is not doing. The analysts in real life wouldn't be providing them this giant block of information and expecting them to interpret it, would they? That's the problem. You can't really have it both ways, where it's realistic. Basically, they can't play the realism game while allowing you to like hire staff members like directors of football. The manager doesn't hire the director of football in real life, does he? I feel like they back themselves into a corner quite a lot with that kind of stuff. So this is Tyler Chicken. Also, I feel like there's a lot of managers that actually really like data, stuff like that. But I personally believe it's not down to... I mean, they can hide behind the realism thing if they want, but I feel like it's more down to we just didn't know how to implement it, right? So that's Tyler Chicken. I just don't think he's very good. Now, it might just be that Hamren are not offering him a very big contract. It's annoying that we can't even see what he's being offered. So, for example, I don't know if you guys have ever seen things like FMRTE. This is a prime example of that, right? So, when I was doing the agent video with Aaron Walker last year, when the situation is like this for a player, you can actually see in FMRTE what the contract the player is being offered on the other end of the deal is, and that's really useful for stuff like that. Yes, I do. I do have a Discord server. Yeah, !Discord. Spec Wow, thank you for the follow. That's the thing. Realism is one of those things that they use when it suits them. No, he's not Hamren's quality, yeah. I mean, if they give him a cheap deal, and they're only paying 30 grand for the transfer, I'm okay with it. But I'm concerned about how much money they're going to offer him, or how much money he'd want, if anything. So, also, I think there's a world not too distant in the future where actually we move over to a Pereira-Reynoso tandem, where Pereira plays as the pressing forward, because he's had a great year. 15 goals and 7 assists from that role. And Reynoso gets a chance to play more as the out-and-out striker. I do 889, yes. It's actually 110% offer. I have to pay you. But now is probably not the time to mess with that. But I feel like that's definitely coming, because I'm just not sure that... I just think that Reynoso's a better finisher. But for the time being, Bizarma is the man. Padilla, I don't think... Or is he injured? Ah, yes, he has a damaged neck. So he's going to miss the latest 2 ones. Will be better. He should be, of course. But he's also a very good pressing forward. Basically. That's really what it comes down to. So that's why I feel like in the future, potentially that is something we move over to, a Reynoso and Pereira partnership. Maybe something to try next year. Reynoso's just very good. He can pretty much play any role of the striker. Like, complete forward. Honestly, he could, but I just don't like that role. He could even do a job as a deep line forward. Pressing forward is obviously goated at because his work rate's decent. He's not even a bad trek. In fact, the thing is, he could even play as a target forward because he's got 17 jumping reach, which is one of those things. Next Champions League match. Maybe. But remember, it's only a week away, so probably not. He'd most likely have to come back for the knockouts. But on the plus side, it does mean that we could potentially try out playing Perez in behind to give us a bit more oomph there, because Perez, I believe, actually does have quite decent passing. Well, it's 10. I feel like Perez could actually be okay in that role, but he would certainly make those runs, because otherwise I feel like we're sort of not dredging a little bit, but it wouldn't be ideal. Already behind since he crashed out. We're going to finish 19th. You heard it here first. Gillet and Valmir, those two over. Palacio, Krostev, Kadri, Vieira, Jozanovic. And exactly, worst case scenario, we can bring on Alberto if Perez is struggling. This is where Perez turns out to be the ultimate AP, even though he's not good there. I feel like we're missing someone else in this role too. Oh, there's Redenciuc as well. Potentially. Who probably should be in consideration for the bench, at least. Oh, shit. Just because, if you actually look at him... just put him on the bench instead of... Fofana. Redenciuc has very good passing. The one thing about him that he's maybe lacking is a little bit of mobility. Talking about F1. Well, I'm excited for the Grand Prix later. That was a super fun qualifying session. Unideal. That's almost why I kind of want to try him there against a team like Sparta Prague. I feel like there's a lower risk situation here, just to see what he's like. But this is... It could be like a Tex-Mex situation where there's absolutely no reason why he should work in that role, but he just kind of does. We will see. Chance of rain. I don't actually know. I know it rained yesterday, didn't it? Also, chat. Weird thing. I did baking yesterday. Pog was at work, and I was sat in bed and I was thinking to myself, this is one of these days that could super easily get away from me because it's me, and I'm just always in a constant battle with my brain. And I went, no. I literally went up and said, no, you're going to actually do something today, you bastard. So I went for a run, came back, sorted myself out. I had to go to Tesco's anyway to get some stuff for Pog. And I was like, no, I'm going to get a recipe for something, and I'm going to get some ingredient, and I'm going to bake it. So yesterday, chat, I made raspberry and white chocolate blondies. And I'll tell you what, they're fucking delicious. Let me tell you. I was just quite proud of myself for not fucking the day up. They taste fucking amazing. Finished perfectly in time to watch the F1 qualifying. That then finished basically perfect time to watch the England game. It was a good day yesterday. Still got some left as well. Really fucking nice. Blondies, basically they're like brownies, but they are made you don't use like chocolate. Well, you do, it's white chocolate. So they're like made with brown sugar, eggs, obviously flour, vanilla extract. I put like some fresh raspberries and some white chocolate chips in it as well. Ends for England in the Euros. Did you watch a different game? Hate to say that. Yeah, I mean, that's just my brain every day. Basically, is constantly fighting to not let the day get away from me. It's a real issue. You'd love to see. Also, plus 70, plus 81. Win so easily. I mean, they narrowly beat Turkey, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, shall we? Yeah. But Sirens stay up, which is the main thing. Yeah, blondies are pretty sick. Like, they're really, really nice. Right. I love that the Sparta Prague team is just entirely Czech. There's usually like at least like one random Liberian or a Haitian in there, but it's just a full-on Czech team. Okay, let's go. Actually, has players with quality. I mean, now you're just being silly, aren't you? I thought we were actually having an actual discussion there, but no. Now we're just being silly. Victorious pirate noises. Now we move. Yeah, do you reckon their like Champions League registration form is just like 25 homegrown players? It's like, fair enough. Comparisons to Switzerland. I mean, the Switzerland side that knocked out the reigning champions. Again, I think we're being a bit silly here. The idea that Switzerland don't have good players, I just think is a bit silly. I'm not saying it'll play well, but I think that's just a bit of a silly argument. I feel like if England lose to the Netherlands, it'll be like a 1-0 victory in an absolutely shocking game, just like every other game we're involved in. Oh, half our subs, you're right. Maybe they've run out of Czechs. This is all the Czechs they've got left. I feel like every single one of their subs as well might well be Czech too. Their names would suggest so. At least they're not grayed out. They've got a Croat. He snuck through. Another Czech. Another Czech. He sounds Polish. No, he's Czech. I saw Wojciech and I got excited. And he's Czech. And he's Czech. One Croat. Is Spain. Agreed. Which is why I think Spain will win the entire thing. Has he naturalised? That's true, yeah. That's what they're doing. They're playing the long game here. Czechs bounce. Oh, God. I feel like the last couple of games we've started in this save have had these insta kickoff highlights. And it just perturbs me. Bjelanovic is undercover. He's actually a Sirens secret double agent. Now, I think in Europe this season, we've played pretty much as well as we did last year in some ways. We've just had slightly worse results overall. The intake in Malta is March 9th. our intake in Malta is March 9th, and that's because that's the earliest I believe you can have an intake in Malta, and obviously we get the top of the draft picks, so to speak, by virtue of our rating. Oh, this is lovely football. Oh my god, that should have been a goal. That was beautiful play. I actually really liked that. That was a nice link up. We need to win this one for sure to give us any chance at top 8. We then played Milan in the last game, but we are at home, which gives me confidence as well. But, you know, weirder things have happened. Oh, I do feel a bit perturbed sometimes when Gutierrez comes for these. I feel like he's dropped a couple of clangers in those positions, and I may have to call him the Soup Dragon to try and fix him there. But I don't think we're going to get a better goalkeeper anytime soon. That's what I will say. So Perez dropping into that gap. I do like Perez's mobility. That's what I will say. His ability to be fast on the ball and a good dribbler, I think, could really help him in that role. It's just whether he's got the passing ability. But I feel like him bombing forward is going to allow him to get chances anyway. Palacio whips it through, and he was right there. Okay. Good Czech player. I don't think we do, you know. I think the best Czech player that we have is probably Kuchta. The guy that's on... Oh, that's a bit of a silly one from Jozanovic, but is he not getting booked for that? Okay, then. We take it. Strong start, though. This is exactly what I want to see. Just start creating that XG, get the moments, get an early goal, too, if we can. Maybe a penalty. Oh, look at this build-up. Oh! Oh, no! Oh, come on now. Anybody? How have we not scored? This is ridiculous. How is that also only that amount of XG? Lordy Lord. Okay. The pummeling has begun, but somehow no goal has come from it. We just need an early goal. Yeah, it does worry me a little bit. Oh, there we go. After all that, a corner goal from Milan Jozanovic. Phew. Bit of ping-pong in the box there, and then after all that, we just score a set piece. Reynoso with the assist. A lovely header from Jozanovic. Sometimes you just need that. All the good play in the world, but just a nice set piece goal to give us the lead. And that's more cushy. But it's also a good sign to see us be this good from an attacking standpoint. Oh, Christ. This feels like the type of game that potentially we could get a 4 or 5-0. And I feel like we need one. Like, we haven't looked as emphatic in some of our wins in Europe this season, despite getting, generally speaking, the right result every time, other than that Man United game. But that was just pure FM cheese. Oh. But until we get the second goal, I don't feel confident. But what I will say is I've been quite happy with Perez so far in this game. 6.9 rating. He's putting himself about, making runs into good positions. He's on the ball again here nearly. Bizarma. Oh, what a touch. Pull it back. Oh! Oh, no! This is like watching England defend. Lordy Lord. For some reason, it feels like we should have had way more XG in this game so far than we actually have. Oh, I'm getting a sweat on just looking at this game. Oh, well played, Reynoso. That's pressing forward Reynoso in a nutshell. That kind of ability. And then the fact that he can drive us up the pitch is so damn good. You've got to defend the lead. We need more goals. Reynoso, oh, that's a great first touch. Could he square it, perhaps? He probably should have done, honestly. He has to be burying that. Let's make no mistakes. He's got to be scoring those scenarios. His first touch was sublime, but he really just needs to roll that across for a tap-in for Bizarma. Because then it's just basically immediately 2-0. I don't think there's a single player on the pitch for us right now that's having a poor game. Reynoso! Oh, it's beautiful again. 2-0 Sirens. This is just champagne stuff, to be honest. I'm actually amazed at how well we're playing in this game. Like, they're composed on the ball. They're making the right decisions 90% of the time. That's a great cross from Bizarma as well. There's that 17 jumping reach coming into play as well. Why am I so sweaty? Is it that hot in here? 22. It's really not even that warm in here. We've actually second phased them. Wow. Imagine if we scored a free kick. The one time that Padilla's not on the pitch.
My car.
Oh, wait. Chat. Firstly, once upon a time, thank you for the follow. Look what we just did. Look at this. Short free kick. Bizarma drops it around the side for Reynoso. His shot, actually, in fairness, deflects into the path of Gillet, and it's 3-0. We absolutely didn't intend to. This is very clearly a shot from Reynoso that deflects. Oh, for sure. But hey, Goat was in the right place at the right time.
Oh, yes.
Grid season, thank you for the follow.
They are building it now.
Yeah. So the free kick setups I have, I no longer have the short one set up as default because I realized we were sacrificing way too much of the ball doing that. Oh, this is brilliant. Oh, it's 4. Sirens 4. Sparta Prague 0. Okay. Right. We've woken up and chosen violence today. The quality of football on the show here is absolutely wild. This is such a good pass from Gillet, but look at this touch from Palacio. Does the defender. Left foot, bottom corner, bang. 4-0. I like that we're not just destroying them, we're actually scoring good goals in the process too. That's what makes this way more fun. Everybody's contributing. They look really vulnerable on every single one of their own set pieces too. Here we go again. Krastev could just drive here. He's got bodies forward. We're literally outnumbering them. Look at the overlaps. Holy Christ. Palacio now. Driving into the box. Whips it through, and it's banged in by Gonzalo Reynoso for 5-0. Well, I think he's offside on this occasion. No, he's not. It's 5-0. Wait, has that actually happened? Chat, that's continued. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Reynoso assists Jozanovic. He then scores the next one. Bizarma then assists Reynoso. Oh, no, not quite. Because then Bizarma would have had to score the next one. But literally on this one as well. Because Palacio then sets up Reynoso after scoring one himself. So nearly. It was nearly a case of set up a goal, score a goal. Set up a goal, score a goal. But this is just unbelievable. Just slots it through. Beautiful finish from Palacio, from Reynoso. It's 5-0. Anyone else getting Norgeland vibes? I'm getting ever so slight Norgeland vibes off this. It's such a good pass, such a good run. We're stat padding a little bit, but feels wrong. He does have insanely good corner delivery, though. That's the thing. If I recall, he's got like... It's actually only 13. We don't really have a very good corner taker. He is actually our best corner taker at most times. I'll tell you what it is. It's because Padilla's not on the pitch. When Padilla's fit, he's our standard corner taker. Because he's got like 17, and he's also really good on free kicks and long shots too. But without him, it kind of drops off quite quickly. He's kind of he's just our dead ball specialist. He's basically our Peruvian James Ward-Prowse. If there could be such a thing. Oh. Yeah, literally. 15. Oh yeah, I think he's got 17 free kicks actually, not corners, but that's still better than 13. But hey, it's not matter today. Let's play one out all the way from the back, build up all the way through the team, and score an absolute brilliant team goal. That's the next task here, Bizarre. Oh, look at this. Yes, we're doing it. Here we go again. Palacio, bodies forward, goes short. Okay, that's strange. Oh, we're going to concede off this now. There's a lot of space through the middle there. Holy shit! Now it's a chance for well, you know what? They thoroughly deserve that. That was... Oh, is he offside? No, he's not. James Ward-Prowse. It is weird considering they're really quite close together. That was just really bad from us, honestly. Valme gets caught off the pitch, but this... What is this defensive line? What are you doing, Salim? Like, he has to be pushing up there. Just step up, and that's an easy offside. But hey, we do concede. It was their first shot of the game. It is Football Manager 2024, of course. There has been apparently 2 saves. We've just not managed to witness them. I think it might have been those early chances. Then again, 3.35 XG in the first half. When we beat Norgeland 11-0 last season, we had 6.6 XG in the entire game. We're on for that now. Josinho Padillambucano. Never saying it again. Oh, we're going country. Me likey. Cool. Fair. Okay. Anyone playing poorly? Kadri has no right to be on a 7.2 after that defending. Perez, though, ticking over quite nicely. Now, for all we know, of course, with Padilla in that role, we'd be improving even more. Is there any subs I'd make at half-time to give someone an opportunity, perhaps? I'm tempted to give Reddy Inčić a run in the second half because there's really no reason not to. Feels like his type of game. And honestly, with Bizarre playing the way he is, I'm wondering if actually we go Pereira at half-time and try this Pereira-Reynoso lineup. He's aggressive. I think he's just naturally aggressive. I think he always has that because he has 19 aggression. I suspect. The fact that Bizarre doesn't appear to have had a shot concerns me a little bit. It is mad how much chances Reynoso manages to generate and actually get on the end of, considering he's the pressing forward, and that's really not even his role in the team. But he's just always there. And that's why I do wonder if giving him a slightly more... Oh, you're probably right, honestly. He doesn't... I mean, yeah, fuck it. It's not like we've got a shortage of options, is it, really? We've got world-class centre-back Mateus Paez to bring in. This does feel like a 5-1 game, though. I think we'll most likely end up winning it like 6-1 or something. Because you know how these things go. Just glad to boost the goal difference a little bit. It's nice to see us actually hand down a bit of a smacking on someone. Because against Brugge, for example, we didn't... Oh, that's a bit of a mismatch. Good save. Sorry, yes, £5 million centre-back, you know. What a talent. I like that they're giving us the space to play out the back. I feel like that's sometimes where we get into trouble, is where we get pressed in those areas. But then also, when we do get pressed, sometimes it allows us a lot of space. Oh, that's a lovely little ball from Reddy Inčić. I think this is his first ever appearance for Sirens as well. Like, the main squad, Palacio. Just holding the ball, that's fine. That's fine, they've made a tackle. This means we're about to score, I feel like, because he's been tackled and he's kept the ball. Oh, look at the space. Krostev! Oh, what a save! Gert's long shots. They're not even that good, if I recall. Actually, he does have 15, which would explain... That's actually very good. Which would explain why he scores so many absolute bangers for us from time to time. Because Gert is usually good for an absolute banging long shot. Wait. Oh, I thought we had a penalty there. So yeah, Gert got his record high goal scoring for us last season. I think of 7 or 8, which is a lot for a guy that's playing as a DM or as a ball winning midfielder. But he scored some absolute screamers. Oh, surely not. Reynoso, no! How have you missed that? Oh, that should have been the hat trick. He put it on a platter for Reynoso, and he's like, nah, don't feel like it. You've got a stat pad there. You've not scored enough goals this season to not be taking chances like that. You're putting the no in Reynoso in it. I just kind of want a couple more goals. I feel like we've deserved it today. Right, here we go. Krostev, fire that across. Oh. Reynoso, I know he scored a header today, but he actually doesn't score that many headers despite his 17 jumping reach. I feel like situations like this is where they are actually their most vulnerable. One good clearance that we actually follow up on, which unfortunately we haven't on this occasion, and we're in. Oh, go on, get to him. No. That is coolness personified there. Although it can't be, because that clearly can't be deliberate from Jozanovic. Because if it was, that would be a back pass and an indirect free kick. Yeah, he's like, I'm not scoring that. He wants to do it properly. Now, that means he does now have to score a hat-trick in this game. He does very much need that third goal in order to make up for that miss. Oh, there's the pass. Oh, there it is. Beautiful. Krostev drops it across. Ah, it's a really bad effort from Reynoso, honestly. He did a little bit, didn't he? I love that we've actually created like less than a single extra... Well, there we go. We finally got up to it now, but Pereira's actually had a really poor second half. Palacio, well, now it's time for Lahovi. Fuck it. Vida. Imagine, you're 5-1 down. It's 15 minutes to go, and you see us bringing on Uriel Lahovi and Vida Xenia for 15 minutes. That must be a terrifying prospect. Because Lahovi is just a machine in these... Particularly against these types of opponents. I really should have started him in this game, really. Not that Palacio's done poorly, but by any means. He's got a goal and an assist. Oh, was it Redencic? I thought it was Reynoso. I just saw an R and assumed. But yeah, that wasn't the best shot. He's waiting for the perfect moment. Oh, good effort. Sparta have actually... They've still barely had any chances, but they have at least offered stuff in the second half. They've come out and tried to at least... I mean, it's still 0-0. As far as... Or actually, they're winning the second half. They are, aren't they? Which is disappointing. Oh, that's not a penalty. How is that a penalty? I mean, we'll take it, but there's no way in a billion years that that is a penalty. He's just won the ball. Hello, like the moon. I honestly don't know. I think I'll probably just end up going to penalties. It'd be a really bad game. Reynoso from the spot. Of course he's missed it. It's a penalty. He wouldn't want to complete his hat-trick that way. That's just not him. It's not in his DNA. You know? Too easy. I really should have taken him off the penalty, though, with that in mind. Oh, look at this build-up here. Pereira. Oh, for God's sake, score a goal, damn it! We've actually had quite a lot of chances in the second half now. We've had nearly 2 full XG in the whole second half, and still haven't scored another goal. It's actually kind of bad. Yeah, I'm trying to think when they scored their first goal. Yeah, it was first half, wasn't it? So yeah, they've kept us goalless in this second half, which is actually embarrassing when you consider how much we've created still. And now missed a penalty too. Although I feel like that penalty was justice in a way. That was Reynoso giving them justice, because that was never a pen. It was a perfectly clean tackle that he just happened to get a bit of a bad touch on. Pereira through, drops it in, and there you go. Reynoso can't do it, but Facundo Pereira can. Assist for Valmir. It's 6-1 Sirens. You'll love to see it. Have I got any more subs left, actually? Oh, I've used them all, never mind. So no. Yeah, he's trying to go for the Flair Play Award, exactly. He's already got his 10. He doesn't need anything else. He's not a selfish man. Except for when he shot earlier, when he absolutely should have passed. That is a great ball from Valmir, though. Really nice run from Pereira. It's nice to see him coming off the bench and scoring, because, again, it's giving more credence to this style of play I want to eventually move over to, hopefully, with the Pereira-Reynoso tandem. And it's nice to see them generating some chances still. Should be 7-1, but we'll take 6-1. Cool, get us to 6 XG. You know you want to. Referee's taking pity on them there with that extra time. Oh, 5.81 XG, and we only just managed to overperform it. I'm alright with that, though. 6-1 win. We just look really good. 2 goals and 2 assists for Reynoso. That's the sort of game we've been missing from him this year, honestly. Lost in Steam Cloud. Oh, shit. So this is why I don't use Steam Cloud, because I've had this issue before. I use a 3-file rolling save.
For
Maybe use
using
5.
Prime and fading back into the darkness. Thanks for the VODs.
Thank you, Big Juicy Lou, for the 7 months. Thank you for joining us briefly. I'll see you in the VOD. Hello in the VOD. It's me. I'm back. If I've all it's just what we do. We are a machine. 8 key passes, though, for Bizarma. Bizarma may not have had any shots himself in that game, but he did have 8 key passes, and he wasn't taking set pieces, remember? So clearly there's something going on there, and that role is still linking the play up delightfully. This is the type of game that on another day we win this 10-1. Our XG against Norgeland was not that much more than this, and we put 11 goals past him in that game, so that's pretty solid. I think we take a 6-1. I hope that'll give us the confidence going into the Milan game, which we're going to bloody need, because Milan are actually really good at this save. Although, actually, no. I think they've dropped points. Oh, no, we're a day ahead. So they may still win. None of the backups worked either. That's so weird. I've heard other people complaining about this exact thing, and that does make me wonder if there's something to that that's causing that exact sort of scenario to play out, so to speak. Where were Sparta in all this? Still above Benfica. What the hell is going on with Benfica? They were second. No, they weren't. They were top 8 last year. And they've actually played another game and lost. Who did they lose to this year? Oh, they won that game. What? Benfica had lost 6 in a row before this match day. Wait, Cronin? Oh, that's Jake Cronin. Portugal are actually having a really shit year. Sporting and Benfica down there. Where are Porto? At least are they carrying the weight a little bit? Yeah, okay, Porto are still doing Porto things. So that's good. Also, how did that go on the right? FC Copenhagen are 5th. FC Copenhagen are 5th. What the hell? They might legitimately get top 8.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh yes,
which is good.
They are building it now.
And they're only 5th on goal difference, as you say, yeah. I love FC Copenhagen doing bits like that. It's PJ, thank you for the follow. I kind of want to look at their fixtures to see who they've actually beat. Imagine if they had a winnable last. It'd be great to have FC Copenhagen through there, because it would give us a chance at potentially drawing them later in the competition. So Jezanovic is going to miss a game. Oh no, we lose a centre-back. Whatever will we do? I think we did okay in that game. I'd be willing to play Perez there again in the game against Milan and see what he's like against an opposition that isn't as bad as that. Yeah, but look at their fixtures. That's the Conference League map. But if you have missed things, Hibernians did get through to the knockouts of the Conference League on goal difference. No, yeah, it was goal difference, wasn't it? By a single goal. That's already happened, of course. And obviously, Birkirkara came 11th. In the Europa League, which obviously they've got games to play this week, Hammer are already through. Well, as good as through, basically. They've got 10 points. They're not going to get knocked out with 10 points. Sweetie have 9 points, which usually is enough as well. So we should be seeing everybody in the knockouts, pretty much. I would say there's a 99% chance that everybody's going through. Which is good. For us, anyway. League of Ireland is a crazy TV deal. Yeah, that sucks that happened. I've seen that happen a few times this year, though, and that does slightly concern me. Yeah, Chelsea, to be fair, Chelsea have dropped points against Hamron. It's a bit like Newcastle in the Conference League last year, where they dropped points to both Zabar, I think it was, and Birkirkara. 4 world-class... Bold of you to assume we have as little as 4 world-class centre-backs. 6 draw... But really? Oh my god, they've drawn every game. They had a 5... Oh yeah, that was the 5-all against Icor. Fair. What was it? We were looking for Copenhagen, weren't we? Aren't we always? Right. Who have they played? Lost to Bayern, beat Lens, beat Leipzig, drew with Liverpool, beat Celtic, beat Hammarby, beat... Do you know what, chat? If we were given this Champions League draw, I would bite their bastard hand off. Lens, Leipzig... Actually, Leipzig away is not a muggy game. Liverpool at home is pretty strong. I'd still take this set of games, though, particularly when they're playing like Celtic at home, Sporting at home, Lens at home. 5th best centre-back. Do you know what? Let's look at the squad depth screen, shall we? Figure it out. It is technically Julian Palacio. Nope, it's not, because that's not his name. Julian Palacio. Followed by Fofana. I mean, that's the centre-back collection. And bear in mind, the guys that would be just behind that are certainly not mugs by any means. Maybe not quite world-class, but they are very fucking good. 89 more players. But particularly them losing to Bayern as well, because Bayern, of course, was the team that they knocked out of Champions League qualifying like a decade ago.
Mostly only watch the recaps on it. Had my Prime unused, so might as well use it here. Been enjoying the recaps. Love this kind of save by you.
Thank you, friend. Next recap will be out in a little, well, I don't know, actually. Depends on how far we go in the Champions League this season, really. But luckily, I've put a video out today, chat. I'm just going to quickly check on how it's doing. Don't mind me. Probably, this time of the morning, probably not super well. In fact, that's really, really bad. That looks like a 10 out of 10, potentially. 9 out of 10. That's all right. Slow burners, these types of videos, I find. When they're not expected at this time of the day, they tend not to do very well in the first little hour or so. But that's all right. Particularly when I'm streaming at the same time as well, I suppose. What's this? Oh, it's, yeah, these. I'm finding it's easier to do this than it is to stall them these days, because it's just less buttons to press. It sort of has the same effect as stalling them, from what I can tell. Right. Be like, there you go. Wait. Who are they unhappy about? Leo. So I've heard that... So I'm just skipping these now, because they don't actually do anything. Yeah, not forgetting Valenhaupt. That's the thing. I think he could potentially be world-class too. Bayern want Valmir. No. I love that Real Madrid are after Santa Maria for £600,000. Krastev as well. Padilla. It is just sad seeing these bids come in for those kind of prices. Right. Who am I looking for here? SK had already played, didn't they? I guess we just want to get a complete picture of the group going into the final match day. Celtic with a win. Milan win again, over at Inter, in fact. Maribor beat Porto. Portugal are not having a good season at all. So we're in a spot where we do still need to probably beat Milan, but a draw could get us there. Is that enough for Maribor to do anything? Yeah, it is. That actually pulls Maribor into a chance of qualifying. 9 points regularly will actually get you through. And that would be a hell of a team that, well, we wouldn't get a chance to draw them, though, would we? Because they'd probably play Man United or something in the knockouts. And then we'd get Man United is what we do. Yeah, Dejan Volk, who are you, my friend? Just don't let him near a free kick. You'll be fine if you just don't let him near a free kick. He's a reasonable player for that. I mean, 83 and 165. He's a goal every other game striker for them, which is not bad. Oh, Hammarby, though. 7 defeats. Sweden are not cooking this season. In fact, they are burning. They've scored a single goal. They've scored 1 goal in their entire Champions League campaign and have lost 7 games. Doing decent in Europa. Yeah, I think they're having to carry a little bit. Because Portugal have done all right in the last few... I mean, Portugal had a great year last year. They got like 19 points or something, but not this year. Milan's third top scorer. Oh, this guy, sorry. Tommaso Maresca. Of 23-year-old as well, which means we've probably not heard the last of him yet. Is it the best match in any European competition is always some 2 to win the preliminary rounds? I don't know. I think that's entirely broken. I've never really paid much attention to it, to be fair. So, but if I had to guess, it's probably just because that screen's totally broken. Yeah, Gudmundsson. I feel like Gudmundsson's the kind of guy that will eventually... Bear in mind, though, with him being a Birkirkara, he's part of the reason why they're now who they are. Their team is actually very good. With Pronin and Kuchta, Alvarez, Kurtesh, Suma, although this is a slightly rotated side, but that backline with Palacios, Gudmundsson, Mateus and Loppi, that is a bloody good team. Not to mention Anua as well, Erlig, Warner, Bossio, Dudu and Stava. This is a very good team that they've got these days. The last couple of years of loan farming to them has boosted them. They're now definitely in that top conversation, as you can see from their second place in the league this season. First choice for an FM save. Africa. 100% Africa. I loved managing an Africa or an African adventure. Although, given that I've done it before, South America would also be very fun, just because they've got cool league stuff there. Honestly, anywhere that is in Europe, I'd love to, but you just can't. It's just a death sentence to content, sadly. Everyone hasn't actually played yet. They're about to play on the Thursday, and technically it's only the 2 Europa League teams that are going to play there, because, of course, the Europa Conference League's already finished. But yeah, we got our win. 6-1, which is not bad. It's definitely my MLS save, my favoured MLS save. I would like to see SI acquire more African league licenses. I think that would be fun, because at the moment we literally only have, South Africa in the game? And I think maybe more people would be encouraged to play there if they could have more surrounding leagues turned on. In fact, you know when the game says, like, surrounding countries or neighbouring countries when it suggests them? When you click South Africa, what does it suggest? Like what's he going to do at that point? I'm all about that. No, I'd be Colorado Rapids, bruv. You know me. I'm all over that. Did that actually come through? Yes, nice. Okay, Thursday. Let's get some more. What are we up to coefficient-wise now? So 9.8. We've got another game. The others have still got 2 more, plus progression points. Good stuff. Yeah, like Algeria, Nigeria, Egypt, Dr. Congo. That would be sick. What are we missing here? I'd totally be down for that. But I'd like to see like a Senegal or a Nigeria as well in there, because I just really like the, and or even Cote d'Ivoire. I want to play with Async Mimosas, damn it. Just use player base for it, I guess. But I respond with if you build it, they will come. And I'm not sure these licenses would be super expensive to buy. I feel like surely at some point it would behoove them to just go and hoover up a load of cheaper licenses. Dr. Congo are brilliant. Like, there's some cool TP Mazembe, Manima. They're Dr. Congo, aren't they? But I don't know, actually. Europe. Youth League. Where are we? Oh. Wait. Oh, yeah, sorry. That's a sign, though, that we're improving when we're getting to the Youth League. And with basically just Maltese players, a lot of the... literally, the top assist in the whole tournament is this guy. Kyle Cheerkop, who's literally him. Most of the players that are in this team are actually Maltese youth players. So I feel like it shows the strength of our tactical setup now, because we're actually starting to compete against some teams with, you know, actually good youth players. That's a good sign. Yeah, I'd love to... I've only ever managed in South America once, and that was last year when I was playing Chapecoense off stream. That was pretty fun, I must admit. Oh, yeah, get the Tristan da Cunha license. Maybe get a license for Point Nemo for absolutely no reason. Go from there. Regularly changing league. True, yeah. Malakas, I love him. That's why I started that Regen World map thing all those years ago. And I would like to maybe revisit that now that my content's maybe in a place where that sort of thing could actually be, what are we doing here? Place where that sort of thing could be more supported. Happy with that for him, though. Maybe, yeah, they could get the license for that. Oh, by the way, I'm very curious to see what his contract's going to be, but we'll let it go. The one player that hadn't joined us in January when we left off last stream was that centre-back from Korea that we picked up. It's saying 5-star potential, which, for me, is a good sign. I don't like his aggression. He has got good jumping reach, but he's got 16 tackling. For me, he feels like he could potentially get into the same level as some of these guys down here. Obviously, he's dev-listed, but we'll see. He's got a lot of things that I like. I don't like that aggression being so low, nor his bravery. I feel like that's what might potentially hinder him from being a really top-class player. You're right, I think we need some more centre-backs. Agreed. Right. Who wants to guess how much Tyler Chicken is on at Hamron? Bear in mind, he was on £10,500 a week here. And my concern with telling him to Hamron was that they put him on too much money. I reckon he's on like... I'm going to go real cheap, 2.9. If it's anything over 5, I'll be disappointed in them and regret the deal. Hamron, lads, come on. £9,000 a week for him. Oi, oi, oi. I mean, hey, he's technically taking a wage drop. I bet you there's some shit in his contract as well. No, what are you doing? If he plays 15 times for them, he gets 14 grand a week, and he's got a 25% yearly wage rise. Who is his agent? I mean, luckily, you'd like to think that he won't play for them, but this is the AI, and sometimes they be doing that. Have Hamron just got a load of surplus wage budget? I might actually have to buy him back at some point. They do actually have £36,000 a week available in wage budget. We'll have to keep an eye on him. Try and buy him back from them at some point. Anton, you could have just loaned him, bruv. What are you doing? I don't think I'd be able to sign him back immediately. Spurs have signed Mike. That is fucking funny. Don't mind me, chat. Just screenshotting this so I can send this to Mike. Ah, that's brilliant. I feel like Mike would enjoy this. I'm sure you'd all agree, chat, that Mike would very much enjoy this. Where is he? Where is he? Yeah, of course he's an Arsenal. Mike is an Arsenal fan, yeah. So you just signed for Spurs. Enjoy. He's gonna. I feel like that's the kind of thing that's really going to perk him up today. He sold his soul for the big bucks and the bright lights of Tottenham Hotspur. I love that he came through at Luton in this save as well. But now that we know that you can make the Patreon regen type players generator random clubs, that's going to make the Patreon regions really fun, provided we could do it for FM25. Because then people can actually have random clubs if they wanted to, rather than having to specify a club for me. He's getting 200. I'd do it for 100k, you know? Yeah, he clearly is a natural Spurs fan. He was born that way. Hyundai High School again? Oh, was that different? I don't know. I'm trying to remember who we signed the other guy from, but I think it was them, actually. Right, anyone good in here? Ooh. I did clean up the scout report a little bit. Vaughan Torpey. Good name. It's just actually Vaughan. Oh, okay. There's some players that are worth looking at here. In theory. Right. Oh, wait, no. There we go. Now we sort it. Okay, it's not quite as good before. Players over 24. I believe so, but I rarely ever see them. Because the clubs are banned from Europe, and the national team is obviously banned as well. Come through. Yes. Yeah, with the Patreon region, you can choose which clubs you come through. In fact, that you kind of have to at this point. But we've now found a way that I think will work that will randomize the club. Because there's a code you can put in that seems to currently randomize the clubs they come through at. I believe some of the retro database people use them. Someone found it in the Discord, and I was like, that seems really cool. I haven't tested it yet, though. But apparently, you have definitely moved clubs, haven't you? Yeah, he was that guy we really liked that was at PSG, but now he's at Ajax. And they got him for free. That sucks balls. I'll get him off the shortlist now. Axel Halen, very good. The epitome of overpriced Belgium. Average draft from free agency so far. Nabokov, I mean, when I saw, we had a 24th, we had what, 24th pick. And I thought, okay, I don't know who we're likely to get with that. And then when I actually saw the draft, I realized that we'd actually traded that and ended up getting 38th pick. We got Nabokov, who I believe is related to the Nabokov. But he's not going to be coming over anytime soon because, again, KHL. I like Tory Pittner. He was like either 4th or 5th round pick, but he's looked really good in dev camp. The fact is, like, most of the players that we're in a win now situation, so we don't have any good draft picks, and we're unlikely to get anyone decent in the draft. But in terms of dev camp, we've got some players that look really good. Cal Ritchie seems like he's nearly ready for NHL time. Sean Barron's maybe as well. Pittner apparently looked quite good in dev camp too. Oh, the Ducks. I mean, what do you think of them getting Beckett Seneca? Firstly, great name, but like that was a surprise to see him go 3rd, right? As free agency, we got Poulan, I think, yesterday. Tying down Drouin as well, and Mittelstadt was helpful, but we've just not got a lot of cap room to work with. Until such time as we can sort out something with either what's happening with Landy, whether he's actually going to retire or come back, or whether we can somehow move Nichushkin's contract, which I just don't see happening. And we're going to be stuck with, what, $7 million anchor on us until November, where he can come back, but are we going to want him back? Probably not. He's never going to get back into that locker room after what happened. Could become next season. Well, we do. I mean, the thing is, Gorgiev is not it, really. Annunen looks like he might be at some point. So maybe he can come in, play some NHL, go down like AHL, play for the Eagles or something, and see what happens there, but usually contribute. Oh, absolutely not, yeah. It's rare that you're going to get a guy in the draft that's going to go straight into your lineup unless you're getting someone like Bedard or Celebrini or, you know, Crosby or Ovechkin, you know. That's often a tough one. I'd be curious to see if Seneca does get... has he signed his ELC, hasn't he? Apologies for the puck stick chat again, chat. This guy's surely just a random freebie we take, no? Best available player. But clearly they got the player that they wanted. They obviously had a plan there with Seneca, right? I mean, normally you just, you know, go for the guy you want. Go for the best player available, but clearly there was a reason why they went for Seneca over, you know, well, was Levshinov already gone at that point? He was 2nd, wasn't he? Was he injured? To be fair, he is free. He's only a double hernia, it'll be fine. Pop him in the wash, it'll be grand. Still in the same trying to take the first shot. It's true, Jack. But if they stay there long enough, eventually they'll just have to host the semi-final. They're 2. And then the problem will be solved. Let's just add in loan move type of... Put a loan move type beat in there. Slot that up. Bit of that. Only 3 years. Well, 6 years technically, I suppose. I feel like we haven't signed as many like random Brazilian dudes this year. There just wasn't as many good ones. Hamren lost to Cluj. That's actually kind of embarrassing. And completely fair. Come on, lads. You're better than that. I would have expected Hamren to win that. What about Sweetie? Okay. Whoo! Yo! That's a bit more like it. Sweetie 1, PSV Eindhoven 0. Rodrigo Salvador does get injured, but it's another man of the match performance from Como Atinyana. Didn't deserve the win, but got it. Duchesne for 3 million. You mean nuts good or nuts bad? Because, like, I mean, he literally scored the goal that knocked us out of the Stanley Cup this year. Do you know what? My favourite piece of free agency, the whole of so far free agency, for me, there's a couple, but the one that stands out and that I really, really like is Jeff Skinner to the Oilers. Because for 3 million, which is not a huge cap hit for someone like Jeff Skinner, particularly with who he's going to be playing with now, and he's finally going to get to play a playoff game unless the Oilers truly eat shit this season, which would be incredible and very unlikely. So that means Sweetie actually now leapfrog Hamron, right? So yeah, Sweetie go on to 12th, and they are officially qualified. Hamron have got 10 points. They're really not in any real danger. No, I like the Duchesne signing for them as well. Deposit move to PSV? I don't think so. I've been tempted to move to Potter. The issue. Wait, or did I move him to PSV?
Oh yes, very soon.
Oh no, I loaned him to PSV because I wanted to get his wages off the bill for a little bit. As he wasn't going to play, he was cooking up a fuss, but I didn't want to sell him at this stage because we just would get no money for him. I can't wait till the values are at least a reasonable point so I can start getting all this dead wood off them. It'd be bad. Artux, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, no, the Oilers I think have got back because they got Skinner and fuck, who else have they got? There's someone else that I really like the idea of as well. It's another forward. Obviously, they got Corey Perry back for another season. Is he facing the game? Of course he bloody is. Now I'm sad again. Now I'm glad I've loaned him out. And you were rooting for him to play as a goalkeeper for us, chat. Hang your heads in shame. Oh yeah, that's fine. We can just get rid of these. Cool. Right, rest against Godia. Full strength against Milan. A draw would probably be enough. 17 points should get us through, but I'd like to win. I want 19. That's the most we'd ever get. Wow, £5 whole million. Imagine. 2 million for Bizarma. I'm never going to get over how bad these deals are. Pasting go, how dare you, Saj? Just because you're one of them. You're one of the others. If you see him a lot, Fabs, probably. There's just so many of them. It's hard to keep track. I do like that Bizarma's training very well. I think that's... If he can get that composure decisions up to around about the 17 mark, he could be lethal, honestly. He's still only 21 as well. Chile's bright future, with Reynoso and Bizarma up front for them, is actually terrifying. I wouldn't be surprised if Chile go deep at a World Cup at some point in this save. Just with those two alone. Did I actually scout Ferencváros there? Yeah, I did. That reminds me, I need to keep an eye on this. Looks like a £1 million player. Yeah! No problem. Isn't that like 4 in a row now that Corey Perry's lost? I just want to make sure we've got the filter set up again. So we don't miss out on anyone dope. And it is that. I need to make a proper view with a name and everything. Basically, I need to get organised or something. Although I also need to switch that back so it gives us some of the slightly older players. Doesn't always work, but bigger the pool, the better, right? That's what the Olympic Diving Committee wants to tell me. Welcome in, Artux! How's it going, man? How's your Sunday? If it is indeed Sunday where you are. I don't know how it couldn't be. Is there anywhere in the world yet where it's not yet where it's Monday now? It can't be, right? Aussies and Kiwis are the closest. Are they not? I'm trying to think where the international date line is. What have you done to me? We'll have to just do that. There we go. Sick. Free kick goalkeepers. I enjoyed... one of my favourite moments in FM over the years, actually, was my goalkeeper, Martin Galfrascoli, scoring a goal for me from a free kick in the Europa League final for my Wimbledon team. I think it was Wimbledon. It could be Saturday. Oh, true, yeah. Oh, is it Saturday night? We're ahead, not behind, right? I actually forget. Yeah, Kiribati, maybe? Big up the Kiribati. Plus 40. That just feels so strange. Like, logically in my head, I can't comprehend. Penalties and old... I mean, I'd love to sell you to Real Madrid, but I would. Do you know what, actually? Nah, fuck it, right? I am going to... The thing is, we were never going to get a lot of money for him anyway. It is unhinged. I'll sell him for 3.5 million, but I'll put a 50% in next selfie, because when he moves to Real Madrid, his value will absolutely balloon, so it might just allow us to get some more cash in the meantime. Because I don't see him going anywhere. Yeah, the dink in the dateline. Sounds like a really strange crime novel. The only player that's getting any reasonable bids this window is Vieira at the moment. For Philogene. That would be interesting. Like, Philogene to Ipswich, I would be surprised, just because I feel like perhaps he's already good enough to step beyond that. But it'd be a hell of a signing for Ipswich, because I feel like you would make money on the deal, even with such a large fee. Because it feels like Philogene's the type of guy that's going straight to the top. Wasn't he linked with Barcelona as well? I have seen the new Ipswich kits. Yeah, Bill showed me earlier. I like them both, but I just think it's probably not a particularly unique take. Umbro are cooking lately with some of their kits. The Cambridge United ones are absolutely fire. I really, really love the away shirt, and I will be buying the away shirt, because it's about time I got a Cambridge United shirt anyway. And if they're going to produce kits like that, I have no choice. Although, frankly, their third kit and their home kit are both absolute. I think they're all honestly 10s. But for different reasons. I adore them. Oh, think we can find a goalkeeper good penalty? Yeah, fuck it, why not? At some point. It's going to be tough, just because the only chance that we'd really get to see Aribi in the match engine would maybe be once we're knocked out of Europe in a stream where we've got some like league games to go. That's probably, we could definitely do that then, for sure. I don't like the new Fulham one. The reason I don't like the Fulham one, it's annoying because I don't have it actually to hand to show you why I don't like it. I don't like the fact that the Adidas stripe stops where the sponsor logo is on the sleeve and then doesn't continue the other side. I don't like the discontinued nature of the shirt spot, the Adidas stripes. And I love Adidas kits normally, but Umbro for me are killing it at the moment. It's okay, but I'm just not a fan of that particular discontinuation of the stripes, personally. Let's pick youth prospects. Pinares, Paz. Oh, wait, wrong way around. Lahovi, Saushny, Leo, Mork. God, we've got such a great defense. So many good players. I love it. Even when I rotate the defense, I'm just like, yes, this is like our third or fourth string defense in places. And I'm just like, man, this feels completely good enough. They're all star players in this league. I haven't seen the Chelsea one. Fabian Ruhrpottler, thank you very much for the follow. Bit on them. The other day, I think it was during the last stream, in January, we had every single player in the starting 11, and most of the bench had wanted symbols on. Shows where we're at, innit? And the thing is, those Cambridge kits are actually not super expensive. Godia, loan-wise, they've got a few. They've got some good ones. They've got Matthew Side for a start, but they also have Menyavar and Thomas Barron, who are actually quite good. Menyavar playing as a centre-back is a little bit annoying, because he's 5'10", and he's very much a defensive midfielder. He, for me, actually could be the successor to Gert Gillet, potentially. By maths. Is that still the Ed Sheeran sponsorship, right? Contact for Bremen. It looks very much like a Bundesliga kit. That's the best way I can sort of describe it. It just looks Bundesliga. I'm kind of like middle of the road on it. I don't like it, but I don't dislike it at the same time. It just looks like it's not doing anything impressive, I suppose. Oh, by the way, you know when we talk about players that I can't afford that I'd really like to sign? This guy, Fulvio. Tell me you wouldn't want to try and pick this guy up. 19 years old, resolute personality, has a £13 million release clause though. Lovely attributes, good on both feet, 5'10", reasonably quick as well in places, solid physicals, solid mentals, solid. These are the kind of guys that I'm annoyed that we can't sign at the moment, really. Although in the summer I might be tempted anyway. Potentially anyway. Waffates, thank you for the follow. Let's have a look for these goalkeepers before I get. Actually, no, let me just get through this Godia game. That way I don't get confused as to what we're doing and accidentally click team selection advice or something and accidentally play a first team squad in this game. Cool. Like a funny face. Met as a render. Oh, yeah, I think this looks better than that for me. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm looking for out of kits a lot of the time, because I feel like some of them try too hard to be fashionable and then some of them look effortlessly beautiful. I feel like Venezia sometimes, for me, went way too far into the trying too hard to look fashionable kits, whereas I feel like these Cambridge ones straddle the line nicely. Oh my god! Okay. Just casually getting absolutely walloped by Godia. A red card for our striker. This better not be a serious injury. Foot injury. Oh god. Please don't be an injury to Saushnig. More time practice. I know. You're damn right there, Inferno. She scored some fucking goals. Oh, God. Vida's never going to get to rest, is he? He is never going to get a chance to lay his career to rest. He's going to be playing forever. Yeah, what was with the red card? We got to see. I bet you it's just going to be one of those glorious, randomly goes up and 2 foots a guy. If I had to guess. Or maybe an errant elbow. But to me, it's going to be one of the default FM24 hilarity of just goes up randomly and 2 foots a dude. Where is he? There he is. No, it's him there, isn't it? I like where the highlight shows us lots of stuff we didn't need. It's like those dashcam videos you see on YouTube where you get like a 30 seconds of build-up when nothing happens and then there's an accident and it's just like, can we play the fuck? Why are we still playing? Now, chat, think back. From the top rope. That was so much better than I was hoping for. That was well worth the wait. I take it back. Just think, when I did Premier League years, I had to deal with individual highlights for every single goal, red card, tackle, and shot for various things, and I had to sit through these half the time. I want to see that again. Look how far he's leaping there. He's like a good 3 or 4 meters away, and he's left the ground there. Oh God! He sees him and he's like, "Nah, I got this, bro." Look at the state of that. Oh my God, that was incredible. And it's the way he's like, "What, bruv? That's insane." I'm clipping that. It's like he was on those stunt ropes. That was quite literally off the top rope as well. I want to see if I can pinpoint the exact second he leaves. So, he's about as close to Etudi, who ironically is also on loan from us, by the way. These two are technically contracted to the same club. He's closer to the halfway line than he is to the player. It's impressive.
Cool
Hard news. Thank you for the 25 months.
Themselves from that far back.
Oh, indeed, yeah. Sanka, you're dead? Yaman. Personality, murderer. As it turns out. His personality is murderer. Oh, wait, no. So it's there. Then he's in the air. I love that he makes contact with the floor a good, like, full meter away as well. And then breaks both of his legs. Yeah, literally, I think Etunde has had extramarital relations with Panaris' missus. Or mister. It's... Because the way he looks at him like, how dare you? Okay. What is Panaris' personality, actually? If it isn't mercenary, I don't want him. Perfection. Well, you sure perfected the art of whatever the hell that was. He even gets the perfect red card. Bounces off the floor. It's like Mario Kart. Oh, dear. I mean, who hurt you, Jose Pablo? Wonder Kid. Nope, doesn't even have a competitive streak, which means that's the best thing. It means he's not even got dirtiness. Or rather, it's below 10. Fairly poor in the air. Yeah, it's fine as long as the ball isn't in the air. It's just him. Oh, that was great. That was like bloody Shaolin soccer. Superb. Right, now I can look up the goalkeeper. I'm so glad we did that. Dashcam footage and FM story. Scenes. Oh, God. Right. Should we look at goalkeepers now? We wanted memes and we're getting them. That feels like one of those things that's like, yeah, he's going to be escorted off the pitch. Give him a 10-match ban. I wish you could actually get... Because there's technically you can get a 12-match ban in FM, but it's not actually programmed into the game. Only the text is. So you can get like a push, like assaulting an official. In some of the league rules, it will say like 12-match ban or something. But the game doesn't even have the functionality for that to exist in the game. It just has it in the text, which is really sad. I want to see referees beaten up. Damn it. One for Matt out of context there. Struggling to score. Do you have any suggestions? I suspect that that's not likely due to the scouting views. When you say struggling to score, as in, are you creating chances, they're just missing them, or are you not creating chances in the first place? Because those two things are very different. Nate from Ted Lasso after take us all the credit. Oh, God. I'm distracting myself way too much here. I thought I set this filter up only for us to now go and immediately clear it again, but that's fine. 2 additional matches or something worse. I get... Oh, there's a video in there. Oh, no, we kind of already did, didn't we? With the season-long ban video. Real player beat up the ref. Why not? I understand why not, but yeah. Right, so what we're doing here, goalkeeper position, penalties 15 or higher. Let's find who has the best penalties. Now, obviously, we may not know every goalkeeper, so that is a factor. There we go. Got them in. Yeah, I want him straight in there. And penalty taking. There we go. 5 of them. There are 5 goalkeepers with... Wait, one of them actually plays in Malta. So there's this guy. Wait, where do we see their penalty taking? How do we see that attribute? Is it just there and I'm missing it? Or is there like another screen that shows it? Like the full attribute screen? Maybe I'm just missing it? Because they showed up, which means it's there. I know, I can't believe I don't know every goalie. Advanced playmaker and an advanced forward. So you've got a single striker who's an advanced forward. Change the view. Which view? Ah, so Saskin doesn't show us. Nah, key attributes never highlight penalties. Let's make our own custom view. Then we can just add in technical. There we go. So the best one is actually the guy I believe at Slima. Oh no, it's this guy Patani. So he's the one. He's got minimum 12, maximum 16. There's a few with minimum 50. There's a few minimum 12 guys. So there's Neil Merritt, who plays for Forest, who's actually not a bad goalkeeper. Get him on pens. So there's free kicks as well, which makes me wonder if we can find some goalkeepers with good free kicks. That's technical, isn't it? No! Not one goalkeeper. Camu scores, strikers a regular 6.4 rating. So that would probably imply that if you're still scoring goals, but it's not your striker getting the goals, then presumably that means that the wingers and inside forwards are getting into the positions and getting the chances ahead of the striker. So I'm not really entirely sure what to suggest, but maybe try different striker roles in there until you fit. Or it could be the player. Maybe they have a PPM that's kind of affecting them as well. Are there any goalkeepers that can take a free? Ah, there we go. Wait. It's literally this dude here is the best one. Harvey Timmer, a guy we actually looked at one point, but we didn't sign because he was too expensive. Useless. Yeah, he's a Bahraini. Bahraini Dutchman, I believe, from Herenveen. Actually, this is just more of these to cancel. Brother Tim. Yeah, it's good old Timmy Broadbent. Tad definitely. Oh, Henry. Can mould him. Can't really mould him into much. And I'm not going to drop £4 million on a player that's not actually that good because we just simply can't afford to. Particularly the fact that we've already lost, what, £18 million this year. We need to get that back up a little bit. Because otherwise, if we don't get the values of the players back immediately, which I suspect that we won't do, FFP could be a genuine problem for us. Because we're not going to have no real way of recouping any of that money. So we need to be really frugal if we can. Probably just don't sign anyone else for this season. I'm just going to decline these guys. I'm simply not asked if they kick off a fuss about it. It's better than us wasting our time in those conversations. All right, Sweetie are nearly back in the European conversation. It would be catastrophic if they didn't qualify for it. Free kick taken. Oh, he should be. I did ignore Delgado. He's just simply not good enough anymore. And I would get rid of him if I could. But we just simply can't afford to sell it. It sounds strange saying we can't afford to sell anyone, but we can't. It would just be so... The amount of money we'd get would be so bad for players that we'd get like at best £1 million. Maybe not even that, when he's probably worth like 10. Right. Let's find a crap Maltese youth intake goalkeeper and go from there. Just have him on that his entire career. We could just do it with someone that comes through this year. See if we got. There's really keepers in here. Here we go. Let's have a look at Daniel Vassallo. Can I even put him on it? Oh, he's on loan. Shit. Okay, here we go. Oh, John Galea. Wait, no, let's get the good guy. In theory. Jean-Pierre Vela. Has 6 under-21 caps. This is our guy. Right. Oh. Would be funny if I was actually able to play him in a different position there. Here we go. There he is. Right. Oh, there we can see it in this screen then. Yes, she has 7 free. So we can see it in this screen. And he actually already has 7, which makes this even better because it's not even that bad. That's nearly as good as Harvey Timmer. We've just lucked out and this guy's actually quite good at it. Out of interest, what are the other guys? Wait, what? Ah, for... Did I say... Oh, we could put it... That was... hang on. I think I've accidentally delegated something I didn't... Sorry, undelegated something I didn't want to. Feck. One sec. I think I accidentally took over all the training rather than just his. There we go. Now I'll go back in and reset it on him because it will just take it off him again, won't it? That's better. Yeah, I don't want to have to do it because you otherwise just end with weird stuff. Penalty merchant now. We're telling him to do a free kick merchant. Oh, it kept it. I might just like turn it off. And then turn it back on again. That way, it actually sets it. There we go. Yeah, I don't want to be in charge of that just because it means that... Oh, God. Arifi's going to be Arifi leaving, isn't he? Oh, good point. Yeah, we can nickname him...
Very late to this conversation.
Jason! Thank you
but
for
I was
bits.
listening earlier. All I keep hearing are English people complaining about their national team advancing deep into a major international tournament. We have a manager who is said to be being evaluated over the next week. He should have been fired 5 minutes after the Uruguay loss the other night. The World Cup is less than 2 years away and Usment is in shambles. Trust me when I tell you things could be worse than looking bad and advancing.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's all sort of all relative, right? I'm still happy that we're through at the end of the day. In a way, I actually kind of find it funnier that we've got through by being so bad. There's something to that in a way that's just extra memeable, right? So this is Jean-Pierre Vela. What do we call him? Best answer gets the nickname for our Mr. Free Kicker. And I've got nothing. My mind is completely blank, which is not that different to normal, right? Something... You're going to win. Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's like, would you rather play well and lose or play really poorly and win, you know? I'd take a European Championship. I'll tell you what you need in the US men's national team. You need a tandem managerial pairing of Raymond Domenech and Gareth Southgate. You will never score a goal again. We might as well just call him Rogerio Ceni. Just literally just straight up call him that. Or I've spelt it wrong, so that's now law. Fuck it, it's Fogerio Ceni. Because I can't spell. And sometimes the best memes come when I can't spell. The wobble kick wonder. Yeah, you can maybe get Scott Parker in there too. Albi Arifi will decline. Altir, we will decline. Much easier. A Scott Parker, yep. The suits and waistcoat game would be off the charts. It's just, the football would be dreadful. Like, extremely dreadful. I think we've gone past the point of, like... I do want Real Madrid to come back in for him, because I think I could sell Santamir to Real Madrid. We wouldn't get a lot of cash in the short term, but we would get it long term, which is okay. It does seem... I mean, yeah, you can still get Parker. This is the thing, though. I don't think Parker is someone you will be able to get, because I think Parker will end up doing Burnley for the whole season, and he probably will get them promoted, or at least on the cusp of that, but it will be incredibly painful to watch for Burnley fans who are expecting to watch football, not whatever the hell Scott Parker makes teams do. So this is the fee. If they accept it, 50% of next sale, fuck it, we're doing it. Although, I probably could have asked more money, but you know what, this pay... I said I was going to get rid of him. Match it, Madrid. Okay, 16 million for Reynoso. The bids are finally starting to come up a little bit higher. Yeah, this is the thing. He will probably get them promoted. Or, honestly, if he doesn't, things could get really bad. But it's going to be horrendous to watch. Southgate, I don't think he is. I think he actually ended up... Wasn't he Man United manager in one of my saves? Good old Tony Southgate. Where the fuck is he? I assume you meant Tony Southgate, right? This is clearly the guy. Wait, who signed a new contract? Fulvio. Wait, where did you see that? Shit, that might be a really large release clause. Wait, that might actually be cheaper for us. Because he's no longer got a release clause. That might actually mean we can get him even cheaper. I love that he's got an £89 million release clause for domestic clubs. Those clauses in Brazilian contracts are insane. I love it. I think in the summer, depending on the situation financially, he might actually... Wait, really? Oh, okay. There might actually be something there. Oh, it's Man City. I got excited there when I saw a Duncan Munro, guy from Amiens. Ooh, Kevin Munoz. But yeah, his release clause is non-existent now for us. So we might actually be able to... We could structure a deal in the summer if we really do like him, potentially. From short free kicks. Honestly, no. I rarely ever do. I find that the worst thing in FM still is the second phases of like set pieces and free kicks where they put a ball in and it's cleared and then you can see because everyone stays in the shape as if they're defending. Was it still 13.5 for foreign clubs? Was it? I didn't see that in there. I could have sworn it only had the domestic clause. No, there's no foreign clubs. It's just the old scout report from before. 1 year extension. Yeah, the only release clause in there is I love that you guys let me know that I can go past those now and not have to worry about anything actually changing, where it seems to do more damage more than anything else. And they're about to be super annoyed when I do it again. Can't stop me. We may have to move some of those guys on in the summer, even if the stuff hasn't got a lot better in terms of the money, just to avoid having huge squad issues. Okay, Reynoso's slowly creeping up in value now. Still not much, but... Oh, you wanted him, did you? Oh, well, we'll get 3.5 million plus the clause that I want. Okay. God, they're just going to kick off about everybody, aren't they? I love that all these players that are complaining about these other guys... Oh, go away. Pebbles has been a proper weapon this season. Legitimately, every time a team comes in for him, no matter who they are, he's like, I'm off. This is the reason he's not playing. Basically. And why Valmir has been put in front of him. Because he's just been such a dickhead all year. Right. Southgate are 100 points for that. Scott Parker 100 points for that as well. Did we check the coefficients after those games? We didn't, did we? Scotland are ahead of us again. They can't leave us alone, can they? Scotland are back in front of us on the year. On the plus side, though, we are having a better year than France and also absolutely dwarfing the Netherlands. So we're clearing off. Now, getting anywhere near that 18-point season is going to be tough, but I feel like we're capable of... Like, next year, we're losing a 12, which is a great chance. Scottish team's doing... Well, Celtic are in the Champions League, so that's definitely something. And I know Rangers are in the Europa League, too. And I think they're doing reasonably well in there as well, which has to be the only reason, right? Because... Yeah, Celtic are 21st here. Then we've got... Rangers are doing reasonably well in the Europa. Trying to see if there's anyone else knocking about. Like a random, like Aberdeen or something. And fewer squads, so yeah, less dilution. If I had to guess, there's probably a Conference League team as well. Oh, St. Mirren. Don't worry, chat. St. Mirren are here. More qualification rounds. Yeah, exactly. Remember, we got that 18 points with 4 teams, which of course meant way less dilution, like 20% less, and more qualifying rounds. Losing a 12. So basically, next year, this 12-point year will be erased because it's a 5-year rolling count. So this year, we're going to be losing the 18.5, which means it's going to be a tougher year for us. We have to try and match it as much as we can. Next year, though, we lose a 12-point year, which is the lowest of any of these 5. So it's a great chance for us to actually start catching the likes of France. Because if you look next year, we're going to gain 8 points on France. Do you know what? We're actually going to start next year ahead of France. I didn't even see that. Next year, we're going to be right in the conversation with those teams almost immediately. And if we can actually start putting down some really solid years, we're suddenly in that top 4 conversation just like that. Yeah, I kind of don't know how St. Mirren even got to that point. Unless they... No, they wouldn't have got a bye. There is no buys, is there? Beat Rheindal... Wow, really? They come from 2-0 down to beat Rheindal. And then they beat Harjuk. They beat Genk as well. Yeah, there could be some cheaty points for France. True. Which they always do. Then again, PSG have been kind of mid for a while. Janos Toth traits. My traits are a bit of a mess. I should move to the left because I believe I'll hide them otherwise. Yeah, they're all down here. So these are my traits. Leading teams to title wins. That's a great trait to have, isn't it? Playing attacking football. Preferring a possession-based style of play. Playing entertaining football. Wanting a high-tempo pressing game. Signing players of a high reputation. Is that true? Signing under 23 players for the first team squad. Signing under 21 players for the first team squad. Signing younger players for the first team squad. Signing under 23 players for the future to develop. Basically, signing young players. Avoiding players approaching the second half of their careers. True. Not wanting to sign players who are arguably past their best. Why would you want to sign players who are arguably past their best? Preferring not to sign players approaching the end of their careers. That actually makes sense. It's basically saying you sign young players, you don't sign old players. Yeah. It's that bit when you get to the end of your essay, but you need 3,000 words and you've only got 2,800, so you just like extend the sentences unnecessary and add the longer versions of each word. Would have? No, would have. Yeah, maybe tenders to use loan market. Maybe it doesn't work when you're the daddy of the loan market. Perhaps. Janos is a bit alright, isn't he? He's a bit alright. He's won some stuff. He's seen some shit. And our goal difference is nearly 2,000. Things you'd love to see. Right, Milan. What could possibly go wrong here? I'm thinking the exact same lineup as last time. Pretty much. Except with Paez instead of Juzanovic, obviously. Wait, why is their morale so bad? Oh, shit. Actually, I'm not sure that did work. Then again, would it have made any difference? That's a bit of a concern of mine, actually. We may have to start just... Because that actually... Morale is quite a bad problem we've got here. Because if you look... These guys want to stay, and their morale is in the toilet. That could really cost us in the latter stages of the Champions League if we don't do something about that. But it's such an issue, because we can't afford to sell these players. Does take your morale. Right. Which, to me, is probably worse. Bib wanted to go... Well, yeah, the problem is... That's super annoying. I also love that they complain about these players not being registered, where they're the very ones that would have to be deregistered in order for those players to be registered, which they would then complain about. Also, I don't know why these players care that much about that stuff anyway. They're in the squad. It seems weird that they would be that bothered about some random guy they've never met before who's only just joined the club as a backup player not being registered. The interactions are still super broken. I'm worried that we're going to lose this game now. I think you're right, Connor. I think we get rid of all those guys in this window just to get the morale back up again. It'd be funny as fuck if you had an option to do that, wouldn't it? You just ask them, okay, which one of you is going to let yourself be deregistered? Yeah, look, it's literally even affecting their... Oh, that's great. It's actually affecting their in-match morale too. Yeah, I think after this, we just literally intermediary those guys out the door. Just to get rid of... It's like, no, you can by talking to them, but the problem is that all those different meetings that you can do there are all designed to basically trip you up and make the morale worse and almost never give you the benefit. So that's why it's worth just not doing them a lot of the time. Difficult. Well, I find it's not difficult to keep morale under control when they're worth more money, because when they're worth more money, we get less bids on them. But the problem is because they're worth nothing. Are we getting another immediate highlight? We're getting all these bids from clubs that you would never normally see coming in for them. Like some of the Qatari sides, and then they still just want to go, basically. Personal talks. Oh, I've never seen that work for me. I've always, whenever I try to talk in the personal sense, they just... Usually it just makes it worse a lot of the time still. Oh, that's actually a really bad pass. That's actually so bad. That was such a good chance for a breakaway, and we've just utterly ballsed it up. I could see us losing this game. I think we're going to get top 8 anyway, but us losing this game... It just feels like it's randomly going to happen. Yeah, look at this sort of stuff. This is the kind of stuff you do when you're going to lose a game. When all of a sudden your good players just forget... Look at that. Oh, never mind. Oh, well, never mind. So, 16 points is probably going to have to do. The moment you see your players just not walking towards the ball, waiting for the tackle to emerge, and look at that for the goal to concede as well. Like Palacio, any normal game, he just picks that ball up without a problem. I mean, how does this get all the way through as well? Like, why does Vieira control that instead of just clearing it? Yeah, never mind. We might still have a chance of getting it, but I'm not sure we will. That is a shame. It's really annoying as well, though, because it's just like the fact that some random dude that they don't care about is unregistered for the squad is the reason we're probably going to lose this game, because the morale. And morale does matter, for sure. But we're not done yet. But unfortunately, there's enough teams on 7 points down here that could probably leapfrog us. That's the problem. I think bold of you to assume that that's going to be better in FN25, but we will see. You know what? Screw it. Positive vibes. I think we can get back into this, but I have a horrible feeling we'll also just keep missing our chances too. Yeah. You can usually tell pretty quickly whether you're going to be FM'd in a game when you start seeing the random tackles and that kind of stuff that just doesn't happen in a normal game for us most of the time. I thought that was going to be given as a penalty there, actually. Shit like that, just the random misplaced passes, constant misplaced passes. It's like, we get it, Milan are good, but, you know. Oh, man, he's insane. Who did he... Well, he actually came through there as well. Dope. Yeah, it's... Once the morale dropped, I knew this is what we were going to end up with, basically. All the passes are suddenly misplaced. Because, you know, when your morale is a little bit low because you're unhappy that a player wasn't registered for the squad even though you don't care about that player, that naturally makes you mispass the ball. They then just sort of stand there and wait for tackles to come in. The usual sort of stuff. But, you know what? I feel like we're actually good enough that we could still... As if the man with 17 jumping reach and great heading just chested that down instead of trying to score. Okay, do you know what? Sometimes the good Lord giveth and the good Lord taketh away. Sirens won. But look, Reynoso. Why is he not heading there? He's like actively trying not to score, but fair enough. How many players does that hit? Oh my god. Krupa kicks that against Valmir. It then bounces back, hits Krupa and goes in. To me, that should be Valmir's goal, because that's already going on target before it hits Krupa. I think Valmir has been... Yeah, it feels weird. We haven't had a shot on target yet and we're at 1-1. It hit Valmir's ass, yeah. His Badonkadonk just scored that. I think everybody's getting screwed in this game, it would appear. Although we are actually growing back into the game a little bit now. Imagine if... Do you know what, right? If we overcome this result and actually get a win here, I'd be like, okay, maybe we're just at a level now where we can actually not get that stuff affecting us as much anymore. But what I suspect is going to happen, unfortunately, is that they'll score like a corner goal with their second shot on target of the game. It'll be like the Man United game, except we're actually playing really badly here, whereas at least Man United we were quite good against. And you can't win them all, but this one would suck to lose. 17 points, though, would be decent. Stupid penalty? Yeah, it could be, actually. Right, I feel like we need a bit of freshness here, because Perez has not done the job here, sadly. Jordan Millie! Millie!
Goal has me like Rishi Sunak announcing a general election. I'm absolutely drenched.
With your 43 months, my friend. How's it going, man? Lovely to see you. We got Alberto, right? He hasn't got the sharpness, but it's Alberto. If anyone can make a change, it's Big Bertie. I'm also thinking we switch these two over again, because it feels like Bizarma's been a bit anonymous again, and maybe the old Pereira-Reynoso tandem could work for us. Let's go. Lahovic. Oh, could be Lahovic. Yeah, shit, I should have brought him as well. Yeah, Palacios been really poor. That's a great shout. Krustev's been better today. Gilet's not been great, and he's a bit tired, but... This is one of these days where I wish we had Jozanovic, because he'd be the perfect man for this exact moment. Do you know what? This is one of these situations where I'm actually... If we only end up drawing this game and we get through the nonsense with a draw, I'm actually okay with that, rather than me trying to make too many attacking substitutions and risk randomly giving the game the chance to lose this game for us, because the draw would qualify us, most likely. So, yeah. We're doing well. We're doing well. Still trying... Oh, and now Gilet's hurt himself. And I regret not taking him off. Now we're going to have to bring Pebbles on. Okay. I think I'd end up having to settle for a 1-1 draw, given the way this game's gone. I mean, Valmir can do the job. He's just nowhere near as good. Birkeland could do a job as well, but I just don't trust him. And no, here we go. 90. What do you reckon? Set piece goal, 91st minute? Feels about FN24, doesn't it? Really long highlight too. Goalkeeper's given an enormous gap. Oh. So naturally go the... was Birkeland not on the bench? Naturally go the other side. Or is it so it can set up a corner goal for them? potentially. That might be it. I don't know if I did. I think that guy had low match shot. Oh, no, it was Pebbles. You're right. No, he did, didn't he? Oh, my God. I'm just expecting a goal any minute now. Oh, my. Wait a minute. Oh, that's cheeky as all hell. Great bit of, like, hell of a tactical foul there. This has been a really bad game. Oh, please. Not 94th minute. I beg of you. Don't do this to me, FM. Come on, tackle. Who had penalty in the 94th minute? Hands up who had penalty in the 94th minute. It actually did it. I can't believe it actually did it. Yeah, fair enough. You can tell very early, like I said, when these games are not going to go your way. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's F24. What do you expect, right? Yeah. Enjoy the extra round. Indeed. Cool. We knew from the second that game begun it was going to be one of those matches, unfortunately. It sucks that you can tell when it's going to do that, though. That's the real sad things. Yeah, we'll do those meetings going forward and sell all those players. I don't care how much we end up flipping them for in the end. Most of them were freebies anyway, so it's still money. It's just not what we could have got. But we need to get them out of this club because that sort of shit is really irritating. Luckily, Gert's not out for very long. So, who are these dickheads that were causing all these problems? I'll just go to Vieira's page, right? Because it will show us who these dickheads that have cost us that game. And we know that that's what it was as well. And it's the worst thing about it. It's just like, really? It's like, how weak-minded are players in this game supposed to be if a player that they don't know, who's only just joined the club, that they don't care about, that doesn't even have high squad status, not being registered for the Champions League is enough for them to suddenly play badly? It's like, why would you care about that as a footballer? It's like, are you not capable of doing your job? It's so silly. Right, so Delgado has no value, but that's okay. We should go with the highest value one here, which is... Actually, not the highest, but it's the... Actually, this guy's probably right. It's quite a high intermediary fee, though, but who cares? We just want him gone. It's annoying, though. Kokas. It's a shame, actually, because I quite liked Kokas, and I thought he could actually have a really good future here, but he's been nothing but trouble. Wow. I'll just take whichever one's quick. They're all much of a muchness, anyway. Altier. Again, Altier I thought could have been a really fun player for us. But he's on 53 grand a week as well. Like, we'll save ourselves a lot of money by getting him out the way. Get rid of you. And we get rid of Leighton Bill. Again, Leighton Bill would have been so much fun as well. He's on 42k a week too. Wow, we're going to be on so much, saving so much cash doing this. Yeah, we want transfer, not transfer loan. There you go. I love how half the time as well, with the ones that say transfer and not transfer loan, half the time you still get a transfer loan bid. It's like, you've lied to me. Okay, we'll get them out of the way. That should help the morale a shitload anyway. Just that alone, because then they can't be upset about you not registering players that don't currently play for you. You'd hope. Extra transfer, well, barely. It's the wage budget that's really going to help. That's probably going to give us like 100k. Wait, really? Espino? Sure. I'll take £4 million for free. I didn't even know we had that clause. Is there any non-Maltese clubs in here? Nah, we're all right. Friendly, maybe. It won't get us any money. I've noticed with our friendlies that they barely break even most of the time. That old glitch, wait, really? Doesn't seem to work anywhere as well as it used to anyway. It would be funny if they were pissed at me after for morale. There's simply no time, I don't think, is there? Actually, we'll have some gaps, but not immediately. We'll put a... Do you know what? Actually, I don't think it'll matter too much because there'll be a big enough gap. We'll see what happens, whether we actually get through or not. Because obviously we'll have rounds further soon. But I think we'll just get our morale back through the league as well. They didn't, did they? Where's the... You are correct. I actually just bid £2.8 million on our star world-class right wing-back and want us to pay some of his wages as well. Yeah, I think with the playoff round, we'll just get these guys gone first. Oh, good lord. Oh, go away! Actually, all I'll do is I'll say that, because then when he leaves, it will solve the problem. Here we go. So Galatasaray, I want Kokas. 400 grand is insane, but at least they're not asking for any wage capital. It's a shame, because I think he would have been... He could have legitimately been a really useful player for us. And this is why the value drop thing is so irritating, because he could have been a very useful player for us, or at least allowing us a financial chip. But because of that, we now end up not losing money on him, but essentially losing money. And it's a real shame. Anyway, rule that he did not have valid grounds for... Wow, he didn't have... Do you think jumping in from 10 feet away probably wasn't the best plan? Yeah, that's the thing. He would have been like easy like £20 million player without a problem. And that's where it really screws you. Leighton Bidwell, 400k. It's annoying that they want us to pay. I hate that that's locked in as well, but you know what? Fuck it. It gets him gone. And it's only 9 grand. 1.2 million for Altia and no maintenance of wages. Lovely. Get you gone as well. That'll cheer them up a little bit. Right, the question is, do we get 6th place? Or, so Copenhagen still have to play. PSG, who can overtake us? No, fucking everybody, right? Porto can overtake us, Barcelona, PSG, and Copenhagen. So we just need 2 of them to not overtake us. Basically. So Barca are playing Dinamo Zagreb, so Barca will win and they will overtake us. Porto have got a lot of goals to get and are playing Leipzig, so Porto will not... We are in the top 8. We are in the top 8, yeah, but we're not guaranteed top 8. Presumably, right? Because PSG are playing Man City... What about FC Copenhagen as well? Because that could drop us down another spot. They're playing away at Man United. I think we might scrape through in 8th place. Like you say. Sorry, I just... Because PSG would have to beat Manchester City. Porto would need to win by a huge margin. Barcelona will probably win that. I think we'll be okay. Okay, Copenhagen got... Oh my... 6-3 to Ajax. Porto actually did win 4-0. I think we're okay. Yeah, we actually come 7th in the end. Hot damn. I feel so sorry for FC Copenhagen, who literally lost out and top 8 in the Champions League because of that Porto victory. And, as you say, Maribor through to the next round. Annoyingly, we don't get the chance to play them, potentially. Good for Maribor, though. Anyone crazy knocked out? Sevilla... Leipzig, Benfica being out here is mad. Celtic getting through is dope. Okay. Oh, it sucks for FC Copenhagen. It would have been so lovely to have them as a top 8 team. Just on the off chance that they get a really plum draw, get through and then we could play them. Yeah, no France teams with Lens and Monaco going out. That's good news for us. That's going to help us catch them. Sensational scenes. We'll go do the Thursday matches first. And then... Okay, a little bit more cash. It's a very uncertain future. So uncertain, we'll be leaving in a moment. That way we can check the coefficient once everything's like wrapped up after the group stages. Yeah, PSG have been a bit dodgy in... I nearly accepted that, not realising who that was. From where Benfica were to where they are, that's surprising. They came 8th last season, and now here they are. Hold on. It is very annoying, Zanko. Yeah, I mean, it's made worse... currently due to the player values because we're getting more offers, which means there's more opportunities for the players to get pissed at me. But such is life. We're just gonna have to... It's just another challenge. That's the way I'm looking at it. Like, look at this. Oh, Napoli want Dario. It hurts my soul, but we may as well get rid of him as well because he's just... They're just weighing us down at this point. Ooh. Go on, lads. Nice. Okay, we're going to drive up Roberto Santa Maria. I want to make sure I cancel the other one on him. What? Where the hell is bro gone? Transfer... I'm confused. I'm sure he was there. I just didn't see him. Oh, there he is, Santa Maria. Sorry, my bad. I think I just confused myself with his name. There we go. I would offer him out again. The problem is then we'll only get non-negotiable offers a lot of the time. So, in theory, I just have to hope that they come back in again. Henry doesn't play anymore. Here we go. I'd rather sell him to Saudi. Because then there's no chance that he comes back to bite us. I might sell Henry as well because he doesn't play anymore, and I think we just need to clear the squad out a little bit because we've got too many players in the squad that aren't playing and have high squad statuses that cause these problems. And right now we need every bit of potential morale as possible. So, Hamren away at Ferencváros, Sweetie hosting away at Gladbach. They should be through. I mean, Hamren have 10 points. You don't go through with I don't think there's any way they get knocked out with 10 points, right? In fact, it'd be nice if these two could pull off some lovely results to actually... Santa Maria. Oh, Barca are in now. Okay, how about 5 million? I'd like to sell him to Barca, truthfully. Because they have the highest rep of these guys. And therefore, shows the squad status. The damage is done. Because the players are already pissed at me for not registering them. So the damage is already done. And then the way I treated them after them. So even if I change their squad statuses now, I don't think it would make any difference. Right now I cancel the Atletico pick. If we got 5 million for Santa Maria, I'd be okay with that. Sweet, you've got 12 points on the board. Which is better than I thought, considering the draw they had. I expected them to do worse than Hamren, and they just haven't. So, yeah, Santa Maria's gone to Barca for £5 million, plus a 50% at next sale. Now, depending on how it gets on there, the fact is, it should probably net us another 5 million minimum. In addition, if he does do well there and his value does start to grow, we could get big money out of that. So I'm all right with that. Particularly as it helps the finances a little bit in the meantime. Gets us a little bit under control. We're down to 9 million there. Plus, if we get rid of the other guys in the meantime... Oh, that's not good. I mean, I actually forget who we even play for. Oh, wow. Okay. Send you home. Pebbles is complaining. Auto-reject transfer bid. You can, but the reason I don't is because it would then accidentally upset the wrong player in the wrong order at the start of the window, and then everybody's pissed off at me. That's the reason I don't touch that sort of stuff. Don't touch his name. Cock Monster. I need to see the information page. Because that is possible. Because Monster is a Dutch surname that's in the game database. Because we had Jockey Monster on the last save. And as we know, Cock is obviously a common first name. We've got a guy called Cock Van Os, so that's totally possible. Oh yeah, the shirt name. You're right. Yeah. That's a good point. Although obviously the editor is switched on, but like, hey, either way, dope. Stalling is good. Yeah, true. Some offers on purpose. Yes, but only... I reject offers once I've got an offer for a player that I know I want to upset. That way I can then have them come around, so I can then use the fact that they came around to then not upset other players. So what I do at the start of the window is I wait until someone upsets someone like Padilla or Vieira, because they are always usually like quite happy to stay once I talk to them. And then because they're influential players, when the next player that I know is a bit of a dick does get upset, I then say, hey, but look, Padilla's willing to stay. And then usually they are as well. That's the way I tend to do it. So it's, thank you very much for the 7 months. How's your son that, my friend? Who's this one now? New contract for Lahovi. 45. Oh, no. Although what I will do is extend your contract. Pro tip. Offer Padilla out. Offer Padilla out? Why would we offer Padilla out? He's literally our best player. That would be suicide for us. Have I been doing these reports? I hope I have. Just get back. Well, in theory, yeah. Xfinity race. I didn't. Although, of course, you've got Chicago Street Race tonight as well. It's a good day for sport. But I saw that SVG one again, which is dope. So we... oh, yeah, he's on the shortlist there. Should we reject an offer? No, because by offering him out, he'd get pissed at me for offering him out. It sounds... There's also no reason to. I can just wait for an offer to come in and then just reject it. It's sort of... There's no need for me to dick about with the mechanics that exist there because it works just fine without doing that. Are they all... Oh, no, they're not. Oh, hello. Who's that Belgian dude? Brent Waynand. Oh, of course he's a fucking centre back. Oh, what are you doing to me, Football Manager? Brent Waynand. 14 tackling. No fixie if no brokey. True, very true. Oh, he's annoyingly good as well. Oh, I'll tell you, when we get money, chat. When we get money back again. Mwah. Oh, you just got from some Pats. He was definitely from the... I think that's a lie, but we'll see. Also, why is every good player a centre-back? Just every player we find that's even slightly good is just a centre-back. That's a lot of money for Pex Waller. I mean, I sure as shit wouldn't pay it, right? Oh, that van is getting loaded with children, let me tell you. Luis Pineda. He's actually really fucking good. But again, £8 million. Just simply not something we can afford to do right now. I hope that when the summer comes around, we get just a little bit of cash. Oh, sorry, a little bit more value to feel like we're a bit safer. Okay, we've still got one guy who's been a bit of a dick. But I do need to do these talks because some of them are all right with it. Not everyone is, but I kind of played myself into a corner there because some of those players were happy when you just talked to them about it, which is, I believe, the reason that the Italian dude wasn't complaining. How many elite centre-backs? Yes. We can get all of them. That's the theory. We take that. It's annoying because I suspect that this is a... no, absolutely fair. Gladbach were way better. Also, Weingartman. Great name. Player value so low because the game is broken.
Dash dot.
Captain Zeep. Thank you for the 36 months. Aye. My captain. Oh, captain, my captain. That's very kind. That's 3 years. You'll have to see it. And Bente. Thank you for the 100 bits. How was Park Run yesterday? Did you say you were doing tail walking? Talked on that a few times, I think. Hey, Suka. Yeah, that was just a bad performance. Hopefully Hammer didn't get screwed. A little bit, but like it is what it is, right? Ponce does a good jobby. But please tell me they're both through. Oh, wow. Yeah, they were comfortably through. I just realised it was Sweetie the ones that were already through, weren't it? They are, unfortunately... Oh, no, they're either side of the draw as well. Whole game. No, so basically what happens is the values are normal, and then they improve steadily as you get there. Then you hit 2032, and then they drop through the floor, back to way below where they should be. Then, over the next 10 years, they slowly creep back up to the point where in about season 7 of that 10-year spell, so season 17, they then... are back to where they should be, like really, really high. You can get £100 million for a player that is worth £100 million. However, we then hit 2042, so a 10-year difference, and then they just plummeted. So now even our best players at the start of a transfer window were worth like £3 million. A guy that was worth like 170 million, basically. It's super annoying because it means that they get loads of bids on them because they're so cheap. They then get pissed and want to leave because they're so cheap. And then it just creates this whole cycle of nonsense, basically. And it also means that we then are in a massively problematic financial position because we've got no way of generating money through player sales. So yeah, there's a lot of issues. Ah, dear. Financial crisis in game. Then I would... Yeah. I would be most upset. They explain it by saying that they can't replicate it, despite everyone else being able to replicate it. But they said a lot of the time, to be fair, on a lot of issues. So, that's not unusual. Okay. Plus, we get Dead on Day for ourselves in a minute as well. Look at it. £1.1 million from Michel Bazama. This guy here, £1.1 million, apparently. I mean, are you out of your tiny mind, FM? New stadium. No, we still apparently have quite a lot of expansion capacity, and as a result, they've showed no signs. Yeah, no, people with like vanilla databases have pointed it out to them, and it's just the same old nonsense. That does irk me somewhat. So Delgado's going to Damac. That's one knobhead off the books. It's a shame, but works. The worst thing about the Delgado deal, actually, is that I think we've actually lost money on him, despite him being, he was a bargain when we signed him for 1.6 million, and somehow we've lost money because of this, where in actuality, he should have been a £15 million player, but it is what it is. Stefanos as well. This guy we may have signed for free, but he, Galatasaray is worth £9 million. We had to sell him to them for 400,000. Bear in mind, he probably should be worth about 20 to 30 million pounds with us, but we've had to sell him for 400k because of this bug. But hey, it's done now. He's off the bill. But think of the wages savings we're getting as well. So might say, yeah, no, exactly. And also remember, the custom database we're using actually has specifically hard-coded player values for certain for certain CA values. So CA ranges. The whole point was to prevent something like this happening, and it still ignores it. Come with an update. Nope, it's been in the game all year. As far as I'm aware, anyway. Oh, I thought that was some of the players that we were actually trying to get rid of. I'm happy with the treatment of Leo. That'll boost the morale up again. For those players. Like Krustev's morale is in the floor. The bug, basically your player values drop to the point of ridiculousness by like, not even 10x, like 30x. Or rather, they go from like 150 million to 3 million. It's a joke. So, take part. Let's get some loans out. That'll make us feel better. Yes, it was an FM22, but it manifested itself slightly differently in FM22, if I recall. Wait, are you actually wanted by... Oh, it's Dortmund. Godia, nice. And... Oh, that's dope. Karalic to Hamren would be filth. I'm not even going to think about trying to do the just offering him straight out. I'm literally just going to go straight in and part exchange him to them. No, like, singing about, you know? Brain broken or like, well, I mean, yeah, I suppose, but it is technically still a bug. But yeah, I see what you mean. Players to exchange. Filip Karalic. And we can get a nice 2 yellow in there too. Boom. 1 done. Part that C, yes! The Kokas one is really annoying because the thing is, he was either going to be a £30 million sale, or he was going to, or maybe 20, let's be honest, more like 20, if 10 Coney's anything to go by. Or he was going to be a guy that could actually become a permanent part of our team. But because we had all these guys that we then couldn't flip, there was then no room to register him in the squads, and it just completely created this, like, chain effect of all the nonsense. But that was the problem, because we got those flips sorted prior. That's why I don't like doing flips and stuff until July 1st, because that way you know what situation you're in financially. A lot of those guys we signed up like in March and April, and we didn't know about the financial changes. So that's why I think in future we'll only ever do flips in the actual summer itself. I think he goes to Godia. I don't think Sweetie need the help with him, frankly. More for those new talents. True. Yeah, but Tenkoni was a stupid amount of money. Not Rob! Thank you for the follow, but who are you then? Welcome aboard. Yeah, I saw that Maidenhead got that kind of money. I thought it was going to be closer to 8. But either way, £6 million for a club like Maidenhead United is bloody amazing. Off the good, play the good cap clause, you can offer like £200 a week on a 6-month. Oh, okay. Okay. So we'll take a Goodyear guy. That's the thing. Yeah, Goodyear would start the guy, and that means he's actually having an impact. Peter Petrus is a fun name. I hope he's useless. Yeah, we have Peter Petrus. He picked a pickle pepper. I also love how sometimes randomly, when you go to the like suggested players, it will have like another guy in there that there's no mention of. It's super useful sometimes. Yeah, Alberto has not even turned out to be a flip as well. Alberto may end up leaving by the time the values come back up, but I haven't offered him new contracts multiple times. Doesn't happen in English League. No, it doesn't, of course, no. It only happens in clubs, I would say, outside of the top 12 to 15 in the rankings, and there's still a lot of vanilla databases that are there. Look at, like, you know, Latvia's in the game, etc. Right, now what I'll do is I'll offer out the rest of the guys that we need to get loans for. Whether we get them or not is a different matter, but we will see. Even if we got 1 or 2, I'd be happy. I just want to make sure that I'm not going to be offering out people who are already involved in stuff here. Like you, for example. All right, cool. Get the blocks in order. Ah, fuck. Which one is it? Oh, hang on. I know what it is. I'll have to do it again. I forgot that there's some 40... You can't offer out for loan the 43 expiry date people for obvious reasons. You can in the summer for like the first half of the summer, but then randomly it's like, no. No, how dare you want to loan them for half a season? I kind of hope we don't get a bid on Albi Arifi now, because I actually would quite like to try him out later in the season. Alberto, I think he was around 22, 23. He wasn't super old. He was one of the rare... Like Kokas. Honestly, Kokas could have been the next Alberto. It's just... Any other season where this doesn't happen, Kokas is the next Alberto. Hands down, easy. Right, so, youngster, loan, lol. Who am I loaning you to? And the great thing about doing this in January is we can do 5-month contracts. And all I have to do is offer you £235,000 a week. I realise that is a massive risk for the memes. But, you know, I'm willing to do it for the memes. Out on loan now. So we're at 58, which means I think we're at 314. Actually, a cap? I doubt it. Yeah, exactly. You just release them. It just helps get the deal done faster. Yeah, it turns out that there's a Nepo baby, and actually that's his dad that's the manager. And we're all screwed. But it does get them to sign the ting pretty quick when you offer them £235,000 a week. As long as you do it quickly. Now, they can still turn down these loan moves, in fairness. Any new ones? Bizarre. Imagine if there was a Maltese side in that. Not that I'd even want to do that, honestly. Right. Kadri. Sweetie offer more. That's bare funny. Did I only just sign you? I mean, you're good and all. He's actually a Norwegian international. Nah, I'm going to reject that. I don't want to go on a sweetie, even on a permanent deal at this point, because they're not going to... They'll probably just sell him for really bad money. Also, can you guys, like, do the deal, please? Chester United, Bizarma, Birkeland, Ajax for Ouattara, Jesus. Valenhouse, oh, imagine if I could get a loan. Loan to Sweetie. I don't want him to go to Sweetie on loan, though. I've already agreed the deal with Godia. The last thing I want is him going on loan to Sweetie. Wow. Who was that? Was that Morkan? Karalic. Oh, that's annoying. I'll do it again. Don't think I won't. Glenn's lost out on a lot of cash here. The best part about it is now I'm going to offer him a much worse contract. No money for you. Sorry, Glenn. Don't blame me. Blame Filip Karalic. As if they've both said no. Right now, if they come back in for Morkan, I might have to sell him, but that's really annoying that both of them said no. Yeah, if he then demanded it. That's actually irked me. What? Both of them said no. I didn't expect that. Given the clubs that they were being offered to, I thought that was going to go relatively smoothly. I thought at least we'd get Morkan through. He's not that good. Oh, we've got to get... I hate when we have a game on deadline day. It's like, why are you breaking my vibe, man? Oh, it's more now. Just got done by the bloody auto-continue there. Souza. Pereira. We would have looked at that one. And that's just because you're under a bid, innit? You still want it by Harron for loan at least, but I don't see like... Wait. Chat, I'm so confused. Clem's missing out on his 15 million a year. I don't get... What changed?
Long time no see. How are we all doing?
Glenn definitely been around with a hammer. Bleep knows. Thank you very much for the 21 months. You actually feature, or your Patreon reacher, actually features briefly in today's video. As does Danny Lavelle and Thomas Meervang, and there's another Patreon region that features in it too. I forget who it was, though. Oh, poor Glenn. In that case, fuck it. Who was the other one that fell through? Because if that one worked, why not try this one again? Yeah, Petrus. He knew it was a scam. It would be so weird. Wait, loan? No, not loan. Are you under a bid from... Oh, he's under a bid from Lazio. That's fine. Now sign the thing, please. Please sign for Lazio. Okay, so Glenn's in. And then... Would you believe, chat? Glenn's out. Oh, poor Glenn. Right, Petrus. So, I wonder if this worked and I just didn't dick with the contract. Other than that and that. It'd be so weird if this one worked. Because it would actually imply that offering them the stuff that I did somehow helped. Somehow hindered it, in a way. Weirdly. Yeah, everyone wants a bit of Glenn. Race this afternoon. Probably Verstappen. Wait. Hang on. Why have they all of a sudden... Oh, is it because there's no players are wanted for loan? It's just expanded the list. That makes sense. That confused me then. Ah. He still ain't having it. Morkan is not having it one bit. Ferencia, okay. I think we might have exhausted the loan options now. It's annoying that, yeah, I think we've kind of had it. Yeah, he made a little bit of money. Southgate. I've seen a couple of the Southgate ones, yeah. No one wants to have... I didn't realise it... God, I really hope they don't fall through on these deals. There's still 3 of these that have got to go through. Bidwell, Daddario, and Altia. Like, presumably the dynamics is improving. It's actually kind of not. 18 players unhappy. I think a lot of that will change when these guys get out of the way. We'll check in on Vieira the moment these guys leave. Host file bid. Oh. Yes! Get in. Tarsheen, you are welcome, lads. Dingley now. We could do, actually. But let me sort out this one first. This would be the perfect move for a guy like this. Because I feel like there might be something to this chap. And getting a nice early loan. And on a 2-year loan, which is just more security if he doesn't play immediately. Sick. Loaning Cockers helped morale as well. Maybe, but I think it was just easy to get rid. You're right, we probably could have somehow sorted out loans for those guys, but I suspect that because they were still considered players at the club, you'd have still had the residual, like, nonsense involved in them that we may not have been able to avoid. Just quick pick it. No, we're not starting Padilla, though it's good to know that he's nearly back. We'll start Alberto here. And I might actually try out the older that idea, and then, yeah, just do that. Even if they're a bit tired for the time being, we'll be all right. We just need to get a win under our belt to get the morale back up again. So going full strength or as close as we can to full strength here is probably for the best. Win a few matches, get some morale back. That Milan game, though, that might be the most telegraphed... Check the team report. Why? They're just going to go into the same reports as all the other ones. We don't check them individually anymore because it sort of takes a lot of time. There we go! Stat padders unite. That's more like it. Pereira gets 2 goals and 2 assists. That's how we do it. Much more like it from us. Yeah, so what we do is we let all the team reports pile up whilst still acknowledging them and setting up the next one. But then they all go to this scout report thing in the player center now, and it's much, much easier to just kind of have a look at stuff there. Now, but this might not work either. So we're just going to give it a go. Anything new here? Minor injury, that's all right. Pereira's cooking. 18 goals and 9 assists this season. He's only started 10 matches in the system. True, but, you know, the advanced forward's still scoring goals. That's the main thing. Yeah, just a modest goal and assist. I think the problem is with Reynoso plays there. Because he's on his right foot, I find that he's nowhere near as effective as the left-footed players there. Canada Bass. You want to buy Birkikar for transfer? Although you're on loan. I mean... Fuck it. Oh, you're on loan at Dingley. That's annoying. I thought you were on loan at Birkikar and I could offer you to them. It's going okay. On the pitch, it's okay. Although we did have one of the most telegraphed FMings I've seen all year, where you just knew from the first minute of the match that it was going to be pure FM nonsense, and it was. But other than that, all in all, it's actually gone quite well. I think there's an argument to be made, honestly, this season, chat, that we could have had fucking 22 points. We should have beaten Man United. We were the better side in that game. We should have at least got a draw against Milan, so 20 points is probably fairer. Okay, so we managed to get Cho Sung-won out on loan as well. That's good news. So Cho's off too. I think that's a really nice piece of business. Getting those guys out, some really high, in theory, potential loan players. Can't argue with that. And it's a 2-year loan, which means even if they get relegated, he's still there for another year, and he might get more game time there. And then if they get promoted again, which, let's be honest, they would do, we wouldn't have to worry about it. I really wish those guys would get those deals over the line, though. 10-0, good stuff. Also, our goal difference is obscene. Even by our own standards. Like last year, 94 goals, plus 81. 112 for plus 93. We're already at plus 82, and we've still got 8 matches left this season. Maybe one continue. Yeah, I'm a bit worried that these are going to fall through, and I would have no explanation as to why. Now, in fairness, it might just be that their winners are longer than ours. Because this is only for us signing players. My hope, anyway. That they could still go. Maybe theirs end on, like, February instead. Maybe that's why. But I have had this weird thing with FM this year. Where it randomly doesn't show any urgency on the final day. Oh, here we go. It's a lot of... Yeah, there's still bids being placed on the 1st of Feb, so we should be all right. Because Liverpool and co... Okay. Sweetie bought a guy from Incheon. Sweetie do seem to do a bit of shopping in Korea from time to time, actually. He says they've got 2 players, and one of whom is a guy that we gave them. I assume it's this dude here, right? Something happened to him. Yeah, it's super annoying, isn't it? Like, it used to be that on deadline day, it would just force through deals because, like, particularly when they've been sat there for, like, a week as well. Your record in Malta is 122, 95. I think we could get that this season. My record is 112 goals, and we've done that twice. So, yeah, this is the new guy. Yeah, this is their new guy. 75 grand. Ru Dong Hyung. He's not bad. 10 career caps, and he's 22, which I like. That his 22-ness helps a lot because he's a younger player. I hate it when they spend loads of money on older players because you just know that they're just going to get nothing back from it. I might just start rejecting all these bids now. Wow, it's taking you this long to complain. He'll be right with that. Reynoso's actually super easy to work with. Peter. I think he was the Gibraltarian youth player that randomly ended up in the Malta squad, wasn't he? Unfortunately, it does appear that he is just... Oh, no. Wait. That isn't him, but it is another It isn't him, but it is another Pieter, who's a Hungarian at Gula from Budapest Honvéd. Well, I mean, be rude not to, right? Yeah, Reynoso's getting slightly better value at least. That's why I'm just going to reject all these bids now in the hope that we bid them up on the final day and maybe they keep more of that value when the inevitable summer value drop happens. Or maybe in the summer it just goes back to normal. I have been told from people that have had the second value drop that it goes back to normal much quicker, like within 2 seasons. So presumably that means we're going to get halfway there this year. And that would at least give us a bit more wiggle room potentially. A Harold Bishop Ultras. 1 second. I'll do a Harold Bishop Ultras in 1 moment if we get these deals. Well, I'll do it anyway, of course, but... if we can get these deals over the line and get the bad eggs out of the club, that would really set us up nicely. 5 goals a game. I mean, I'm really happy with our current tactic, frankly. And I just don't, I like building our own stuff. Oh God, please, please, please. Where are the fucking transfers? Well, a mandatory future fee of £2.7 million for a world-class centre-back. On your fucking bike. Unbearable. It seemed for us it happened directly 10 years after the first one. So our first one happened in 2032. The second one has just happened last summer in 2031. Juve want Morgan. Good God. 9 points. That's an insane amount of XG. Holy shit. Right, Bidwell's going to Feyenoord. Sick. That's 1 down. Rodrigo's happy to stay. Who is Rodrigo? No, really, who is Rodrigo? I'm glad he's happy to stay. You'll be here for the next 4 months. Right, 1 down. So Leighton Bidwell's gone. I bet. What do you reckon? He's probably worth like 15, 20 million now. Literally. We had to sell him for £400,000. Cheers, Evan. Altier's gone. He'll be worth 20 million at Lazio, probably. He will, obviously. It will take a little while. Those don't always update. So Lazio have signed him. Dario's going to Napoli. Oh. That's so sad seeing that. Because we could have easily got that money. It is such a nonsense thing, isn't it? But hey, it gets them out of the way. Right, with that being said, that's all of those guys gone now, isn't it? All the silly bell ends. Yeah, okay, cool. So that should help the dynamics. Let me just check what Vieira has to say, because he's the one that's complaining the most. Hey, cry about heat. So it should now, his happiness should be a lot better. Yeah. So literally just selling all of those guys that were annoyed has just helped our morale immensely. Deserves a new contract. I don't think you do though, do you, bud? No, not when your current contract has 2 years left and a 3-year extension. You'll be all right. Youth Outtake Preview, the worst we've ever seen. Nandish Kumar, thank you very much for the follow. And now, a Harold Bishop Ultras. Krastev's just being a whiny. He's being a bit of a baby. Where's my Harold button? And a 5. And a 4. And a 3. And you know what to do. This will celebrate against some of these wankers at the club, even though we're losing loads of money. And a 2. And a 1. And Harold. Let's go.
You did. Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I am through Harold and I'm in the house where the coffee's green and the food is grouse. With sandwiches and lasagna too.
Ice cream sundaes for me and you.
I try not to lose my temper with myself.
Oh, goodness sake and shit and balls.
The minute you get uptight, you're dead.
He speaks the true. Oh, it fell through. Oh, no. I was really hoping that transfer would happen. Not. Right, okay. That should just get us done here. God, it'd be nice to just get out the damn window. Oh, God, I just really hope in the summer these guys are at least in, like, the 20 to 30 million pound range, where they should be. Harold the team. No currently any Harolds. Not a lot of footballing Harolds out there, sadly. Right, later stages. This should be at least a little bit easier. A lot less players to upset this time around. Oh, wait, I can't do anything on the screen anyway, can I? Oh, no, I can. I have to take people out, though. Is there anyone that's going to kick off? Leo probably will. Do you know what, actually? Is there anyone I could take out that won't care? Valenhout. We'll take out Valenhout, put Leo in, because I actually do like Leo, but Valenhout won't care about being left out, and he's not going to play anyway. Oscar Lopez is also a bell end. Vida kind of needs to be in there, doesn't he? Any of you guys? Sauerschnig is also injured, isn't he? And in fact, no point having Sauerschnig in there, yeah. So we'll bring Oscar Lopez in just to prevent any unnecessary nonsense, basically. The less players that are going to kick off. So you're going to kick off again, but you're Henry. You'll kick off again. I think that's better. And we're getting rid of 2 injured players anyway, so... leave out Crosstep, can you imagine? Panera's the weapon. I'm afraid that that might actually violate the Geneva Convention if I put him in the squad. He no longer wants to leave the club. Good stuff. Well, that's sort of helping some more of that. We're building bridges, chat. What can I say? Jesus Christ. 23 goals from Marcio Beda. Why? Add a wing-back. Well, we can't add which wing-back? Which wing-back we're going to add? Bear in mind, I was getting rid of Sauerschnig because he was injured, and I had to replace him with someone who needed to be in the squad because of squad status. We don't have any other wing-backs. Because Altier was meant to be the backup wing-back, and obviously he's a bellend, so we had to sell him, and then it's just Vida, really. Yeah, true, he's reasonably fast. It's weird that I managed to get him for free. I don't know why he was available for free from Atletico. Like, bear in mind, that wasn't like a free transfer. Like, he was literally, his value was 0. It was really odd. And he had like a proper contract and everything. Pereira's done very well at Valletta. Yeah, look at these kind of players. It sort of gives you an idea of what kind of players are good in the match engine. Zolt Isai as well. Jesus, 15 goals in 16 games. In the top flight as well. This is probably why Godia have been much better this year. Vida is not an icon. I think he's only favoured personnel because the game's ruined. Yeah, Vida's been here 15 years, is the club captain and has been for about a decade, but he's only favoured personnel. Meanwhile, Ure Melman, who was at the club 10 years admittedly, didn't play anywhere near as much, is somehow a legend, and I don't know why. Is Arifi? Yeah, man. Cazorla. Well, like I said, Cazorla, we had to... Cazorla's already in the squad, I think. Basically, I had to register squad players because they would then kick off. So by me taking out Sauerschnig, if I'd then registered another young wing-back, sure, we would have had another young wing-back who probably wasn't going to play, but we would have had another player complaining at me, and that just seemed a bit pointless to do so. Let's see. So who am I comparing it to? Arifi. Yeah, they're very different types of players. Let me just do that. So, much better dribbling on Islay, which I feel like dribbling is quite important. Very well. He's got 15 and 16. First touch is better. Passing slightly worse. Technique slightly better. He's faster. Although, well, I say faster. He's got better acceleration and worse pace. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Arifi's now at the club, so he hasn't been playing this season at all, which is a shame. Lopez is kind of one. We're just sorting out Lopez as well. Although, weirdly, that should have... The problem is, when it says like 13 players unhappy at the club, you've got to realise that's out of like 400 players. You look at a normal team and see 13 unhappy players and you're like, Jesus Christ, what did we do wrong, right? But then, as a percentage, it's actually a very small amount. Hello, Viking. Viking, I'm going to download Wreckfest later. It seems like you lot are all getting it, so I'm going to get it as well. I already have it. I've had it for years, but I've not downloaded it in about 5 years.
I quit.
Yeah.
Open my own
so it's annoying that that has such an effect. I love that the players that are happy have a much smaller effect on the squad than the players that are unhappy, which I guess to a certain extent makes sense, but it feels like 13 players that are unhappy out of 244 that are shouldn't be able to cause your club atmosphere to be this low. You know? Mig F. Morera, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, I don't know how the game chooses that sort of stuff. It's actually crazy. Yeah, I had it as I got it in early access when it was literally next car game. Yeah, I remember seeing it on a fail race video about it might have even been close to 10 years ago now. But, I enjoy Wreckfest because the reason we wanted to get it was to do multiplayer stuff, and BeamNG's damage engine is really fun, though I must admit. But I feel like as a game, I prefer Wreckfest. That's what happens. Yeah, it does. But what you can do, though, and this is the fun I have, is that when you offer them a new deal and they're unhappy, say they want a new contract, right? And you extend their current contract using the trigger thingy, so it then goes to like 5 years. Then they are the only contract they can then ask for is like 1 year beyond that as well. So a lot of the time, they'll actually go for quite good deals at that point. That's what I did with Vieira. I extended it. Then he was only able to ask for a 5-year contract, so they go from a 5 year plus 3 more. So Peter's in. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Peter. Yeah, we need to get going, man. We've still got to get to the youth intake. Nah, you'll be all right. Although I might not be able to... Oh, no. Reynoso. Good lad. There's always one in there. Right. Get Querétaro. Team leader, mate. Oh, what are you upset about now? Oh. That's fine. It is very silly, but generally speaking, that has a... I hate that the players that are happy with the meeting don't gain morale, but the player that's unhappy with the meeting loses morale. We're getting there slowly. We're rebuilding the morale of the squad. Peter Biscuit. There you go. Another one that's happy with his playing time, despite it not changing in any way. Is it because I gave him a game? It must be. See, this is how you improve dynamics, slowly but surely. So it's only 11 unhappy players now. Although, weirdly, I swear that's gone down by 2 as well. Did 4 players just disappear into thin air? Either way, we're getting there slowly.
Do you know if there's a train coming anytime soon?
Oh, yes, very soon.
Hang on, so the number of players that are happy has gone down by 2, but so has the number of players that are unhappy. Heh? Ashlone, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, exactly. I think Reference to me was just more for the pure racing sort of stuff. Probably about time we actually had a look at some of these reports. Because actually, we've not even progressed that far in fairness, but like it's still worth a look. Clear that. Clear that. Go new team report. Do we have any non-contract guys? No, because obviously being a pro team, we can't even offer non-contract contracts. I suppose you know what I mean. We can't offer no contract. I'm an idiot. We can't offer a no contract. Do you think, Matt? Oh, this is that really expensive guy that I really like, but 18 million quid. How are we doing in Europe this year? Good, but bad, if that makes sense. So top 8 again, which is great. Expired contracts. We don't have expired contracts, no. If a player expires their contracts, I just release them, because otherwise you end up paying their expired contract while they're still at the club. Yeah, we do have some youth guys. I just forget about them, I suppose. But I tend to try to release them the moment their contract expires, just so they go back into the pool. You're going to make a hell of a telenova. It'd be superb. Don't give me video ideas, damn it. I've got enough video ideas to work on. This week it's the second tier Champions League video. Yeah, I must admit, it wasn't great, but we won, Viking. That's the main thing, right? We scored some fucking goal. Singular. Right, yeah. But yeah, as for Europe this year, we've had 2 defeats that I thought were extremely frustrating. The Man United one, we actually lost 2 home games in Europe. We lost to Man United at home in a game where we were the better side, and it was just one of those games. We conceded to a long throw. And then against Milan, they scored in the first minute where our defender lost the ball, then collected the ball in his own box and didn't clear it, and it was just a tap in for the Milan player. We then equalised very fortuitously through an own goal, and then they got given a 94th minute penalty because it's Football Manager. So, frustrating. We definitely could have had more points. But you know what? I'm happy going into these groups going, you know what? We could have had more points. We're still doing well and feeling like we could have done even better. That's a good place to be. Exactly what's the coefficient now? So, oh yeah, we didn't check, did we? So, on the year, as if they've given England 18 points. Where did all the cheat points? Yeah, so that's what happens when the cheat points come in. We've got 12.2 on the year so far. It's going to take a mammoth effort. Wait, how did France catch up with us so much? Look at the amount of points that France catched up on. They were like 4 points behind. Oh, was that Netherlands? No, it was Netherlands, wasn't it? We've actually still lost a bit of ground in the Netherlands as well. But yeah, England's cheat points. England have already got as many points this year as they got in the whole of last season. Alexi Dip, I think he's been on loan a lot, right? Yeah, because we're then behind Viking, and therefore we'll actually wake up a little bit. Yeah, true. So hopefully we can start to overtake them a little bit. It's weird that we've fallen so far down on the year, considering that I guess we did lose that game, and so did Sweetie and Hamron on the final day. Oh, no, Hamron got a point in there. There hasn't been a lot of points going around lately, in fairness. But we do actually have 5 teams in the knockouts, and none of them are in the top 8, which means we're going to get extra points in a way, extra rounds potentially for them to play through. So I think there's still a good chance. This year I still want to be hitting like 15 points minimum. Yeah, Lip is... There he is. Yeah, he's had a couple of, like, he did one season at Luton, didn't play. One season at Floriana, sort of played. And then he's done a various little spells at Dingley and is never quite, despite being a Estonian. He's only 23, actually. So he's not washed yet. He's not finished yet. He's Estonian. Sweet you win again. They're getting closer. I think they will eventually overhaul Zabar. It's a battle for second, though. Like, I like that as a group. We're ignoring Zabar this time around and getting Sweetie in that group. That 5 would be really kind of poggy in Europe, I'd say. Quick pick. Switches. I want to persist with that for a little bit, just to sort of... So, yeah, you can see the morale's looking much better now. And to give Padilla some game time to get him back and firing a little bit. Dodgy Cup winners. Actually, true, yeah. The Cup is a bit weird, isn't it? Because didn't we get knocked out? Or... Oh, no, we've got Godia. Hammer against Marsa. Valletta play Nashar. So, basically, we just need to make sure that this tie doesn't result in anyone putting anyone there. Birkikara should get through. Then it's us and Hammer, hopefully, as well. Yeah, this is where Figura United with bloody Marcio Beda and his 25 goals. I think it's okay. Most of those teams I'd be happy with winning it and doing something, except for probably, well, as long as the bigger sides win those ties, and then whoever the Nashar Figura winner is, doesn't matter, right? Compared to what it looks like before in recent years, where we've had things like Hamron losing to Zuri on penalties in the earlier rounds after Zuri had no shots on target the entire game. 5-0, okay. That's a bit more well-rounded. Although Pereira, so that time Pereira struggled, and he was the pressing forward. So it's not always as clear-cut, but Padilla, goal and an assist again. 18 goals, 7 assists this season. It's just insane, isn't he? Last year it was, 21 goals and 17 assists. This year, 18 goals and 7 assists. He's actually got even more goals. What was his goal contributions last year? 38. And this year he's got 25. I see no reason why he's not got another 20 in him for the rest of the year. Although tougher opponents, I suppose, will probably do that. But when you think of the amount of games he's missed as well, he's missed a lot of games against easy opponents that he definitely could have played in. Toto has broken his arm. He's trying to hold the line a little bit too tight there. What about the draws happen? Why is the Mountain on international duty for 2 days? Or was he already on international duty before then? Goal bonus for Padilla. He gets that every year these days. And I don't blame him. Wait. All right. More money. Porto owed us a little bit. It's the fact that I was able to sell him for £12 million, but couldn't even sell like a nearly world-class player for like more than $1 million. Finances now... Oh, we're now minus 12. I think just a couple of bits of round progression will help us with that, in fairness. Birkikara dropping a few points, and Gudmundsson sent off as well. Lads, you're going to bottle that second place. Yeah, I want to see the rounds. Have they been drawn yet? They have. Who did FC Copenhagen get? Celtic. Oh, I'll tell you what. I'd love that. That's annoying. Maribor get Man United. Sporting Dortmund. We take the winners of that. Bayern Juventus is good, because it means one of them's out. Roma Inter is good. Nice versus Ajax is good, because I'd love to play the winner of that. I'd very much love the winner of Celtic Maribor. Celtic FC Copenhagen. That's basically just bang on quarterfinals at that point. However, we will get Man United. We are going to get Man United. Pretty much. ECL drawn. Birkikara away at Wait. Hang on. Wait. Hibernians have been drawn against Birkikara. So we will have a Maltese side in the next round. But... so that's guaranteed as coefficient points. But fuck me, man. I actually didn't think that could happen. I thought you weren't allowed to be drawn against a team from the same country in that round. Yeah, we lose and gain at the same time. But, put it this way. They could both have gone out in this round and then we'd have gained no coefficient points. Whereas at least this guarantees us a team in the next round. And I hope it's Birkikara because they're much better. So there we go. That's something. What about the ECL? Well, they've presumably both been drawn against each other as well. Hammer will play Shakhtar. That's quite tough. And Sweetie will play Besiktas. Do you know what? They're not easy ties, but I feel like they're both capable of winning those ties. This is where we lose. Well, we can't lose all 4 of them because one of them's bound to get through. We do okay against Turkey. That feels doable. Where did Besiktas come? So it's Besiktas and Shakhtar. So Besiktas were 18th. And Shakhtar were ninth. Shakhtar were quite good. Beat Spurs away from home. Drew with Rangers and Molde. Lost to Wolfsburg and Galatasaray. So, I mean, there's just some really good teams in the Europa League these days. Those feel like winnable ties. They have managed to avoid Spurs, which is the main thing. It's not great. Oh, what now? New contract. No, you silly man. There we go. I'm waiting to be... Bruv, when we get within like another year, I'm going to be able to extend your contract another 3 years without even paying you more, bro. And I can't wait for that day. And then maybe I'll consider offering you an extension. Because then I can get it even longer, if possible. Right, Brera. I probably should actually pay attention to these. Fuck it. I'll actually have a look at this one, just in case there's any incredible amateurs. What I might do, actually, with these two, right, is just let my DOF sign them. And just not pay too much attention to the actual contracts. Because they're amateur deals anyway. And it's just more players to basically add into the pot. Lucas going to... I assume they must have done, right? Pretty much. Ah, you've seen my other website. Under 23 squad. Yeah, I think... Wait, hang on. Are Newcastle not here? Oh, no, they're there, yeah. But they did... Oh, they didn't lose any games, but they did draw some games. I wasn't planning on it, in fairness. Any newbies? No. Oh, actually, yes, there is. Oh, Johnson David at Leyton Orient, but he's going to be on loan from someone really good, and it's Norwich. Oh, damn, he's... Why is it always centre-backs that I find? I beg of you, just find me a player that isn't a centre-back. Where have all the midfielders or wing-backs gone? Or even just, like, right-backs or left-back? Ooh. Overpriced Frenchman, anybody? Leyton Orient mentioned. 40 people. I'm surprised there's as few as that, honestly. They're missing out. Frank Valle. Wait. Wasn't there already a guy in this database called Frank Valle who dribbled around us for days that time against Monaco a few years ago? A guy from Osijek as well. Vice surname. Low jumping reach on him. Oh yeah, of course the 2 draws that Newcastle got were against our lot, weren't they? So they've had a literal regen. Frankie Valle, that's what I was thinking. Oh, we don't know yet, do we? They definitely had another guy years ago called Valle. I say years ago. It wasn't even that long ago, was it? It feels like probably less than 5 years ago that they did that horrible mugging job on us where they beat us like, what was it, 6-1 or something? Where we had more XG than them. Yeah, true. We'll just look at Monaco squad. Monaco. Ah, yes, that's how you spell it. But luckily the game knows that I'm apparently dyslexic. Oh, it was Edouard Valle. The guy with, like, what was it, like 12 dribbling or something that just dribbled through our entire team. I think it was the agility and balance what really did it for him. So there. He is there too. Advanced 8 days. Yep, that'll happen. It's because it was deadline day. We had to do with deadline stuff to try, in theory, to get a load of those players that were being a pains in the tits off the bot. Sorry. What? I fail to understand. Reason, already have a player joining in the near future. Yeah, but... Hang on, who does? We do? Why is he making that decision? It's like, I'm aware that we have players joining in the near future. That's why I asked you to sign him. I didn't ask you to make a decision for me. I said, would you sign this guy, please? Like, why would they not make... That's why DOFs are so useless in FM. Like, I told you to sign him. It's not your decision whether we sign him. I simply asked you to sign him. So you have to do it manually anyway. So is he going to do that in every position then? Oh, that's so annoying, man. Player wants to join us. We give him no money. And my DOF's like, yeah, but we've got this world-class player. Not the right song. No worries. I'll refund your points. Which is weird because you've literally given the song. So it should have put the right song in. Unless that's an album, perhaps. I don't know. He's like, yeah, maybe we don't need one more. Classic Doffy. Be cool if Eintracht Frankfurt could go and do... Oh, please. Okay, so Valletta are through. Gotta keep an eye on them. Oh. Bad Smith. I've experimented with cautious mentalities a little bit, but honestly, I quite like building a tactic where I don't have to change the mentality, and I find that balance is okay. Oh no, yeah, defensive. I've never used defensive this year. They didn't want him anyway. It's like, the transfer didn't fail. You're the one that cancelled it. Like, I've tried absolutely nothing and I'm all out of ideas. Is essentially what's happened there. Yeah, I've tried playing it in counter-attacking systems with Beaconsfield actually at one point, and then also in another test I was... Oh, shut up. I'm this close to just sacking Carlton Krask on the spot here. Was in fact not Peppa Pig. I mean, clearly. Cool. I don't know if I can even be bothered to sign the rest of these guys this way. I thought that allocating them to my DOF would be an easier way of doing it, because it just saves us having to do lots of clicky buttons. But apparently my assistant or my DOF is just like, no, don't you dare make me click buttons. What do you think you're paying me for? Monegasque nationality. I don't think I've ever seen a Monegasque player in FM before. Or I've just never paid attention to it, but... Swap those two back over. And... Pebbles is still being a weapon, isn't he? Yeah, he's one of the few players... Oh, pardon me. That are still being dickheads. Juzanovic, I forget why he's being a dick. Yeah. He's the one guy that I couldn't manage to turn around at the very start of the window. It was him and Krustev, I think, who wanted to join Al Ittihad, because, you know, the footballing heartland there. Lucy's not doing... Yeah, no, it's actually actively gotten worse. Yeah, our DOF is as good as you can get, because we might as well have a good one if we're going to have one at all. But, yeah. It's just, yeah. In fact, let's have a look. See if he is any good. This is where he's got, like, one negotiating, where he couldn't negotiate his way out of a paper bag. There he is. Carlton. I feel like you should be able to at least, like, sign a player with an offer. Maybe it's because he's out of contract. But at this rate, I don't blame me. You'd think a lot of players that come through the Monaco system would have Monegasque as a nationality, but I guess not always, right? Do your opponent is the game's minor? Oh, I guess so, yeah. His personality is bone fucking idle. Right, okay, here we go again, I guess. We've spread the goals around quite nicely in this team this year, which is kind of good. No, we didn't win the Champions League yet. We've only reached one final, and there's only been one other Maltese team in a European final, and that was Sweetie, the same year that we reached the final ourselves, actually. Set pieces, I'm using Zim's ones, because the ones we originally made simply weren't efficient enough, and Zim's ones do seem to get us enough set pieces for it to be okay, to the point where they're not like... To the point where they're not, like, overpowered. I played that was a full-strength team. I just played a fucking hell. I just played a full-strength team against Godia in the cup here, and we've just lost it. Reynoso's put an absolute clanger down there. Well, this is the cup, which is actually worse. I could take a league defeat. It's the cup that's annoyed me, because now we don't have a say in it. Right, so who's left in the cup then? So Godia are through, Valletta are through. Hamren and Birkirkara had better get through. Ay. Nice beating Ajax. Okay. Yeah, if Figura win, we end up with them in Europe next. We may as well just start on the Poland save now. Just get ahead of the curve. Hello, Dan. What do you make of the new kit, Dan? Also, what do you make of Bobby Reed leaving? Also, Leicester fans, you've got a good one in Bobby Reed. He will work fucking hard for you, and you can play him in any position. He's basically, except for maybe in goal. He's not quite Mateus de Potter, but he's not far off of it, basically. It's going okay, Dan. The usual sort of nonsense. Playing well, not quite getting the results we deserve, but at least we've got 5 teams through to the knockout, so I guess it could be worse. Although, we may be about to lose a couple here. Hamren versus Shakhtar, Sweetie versus Besiktas. Come on. And also the sleeve sponsor. Thank you. Yeah. Do you also... Because I also hate the fact that the Adidas stripes don't continue the other side of the sleeve sponsor. It looks really weird and, like, disconnected to me, personally. I was not a fan. Okay. And then we've obviously got Hibernians versus Birkirkara. So we're going to get one team through, if nothing else. Homemade pork pasties. Or pork pastries. Shout out trousers. Shout out those trousers. Big fan of pajamas. Straight to the pajamas. Well, you might have missed it earlier, Stuart, but I did baking yesterday. I made raspberry and white chocolate blondies. It's better have just a ball across the back. Pork-based trouser, well, indeed, yeah. Top quality trouser game there. Right. Okay. Just give us a... Oh, record attendance. Wow. Yeah, it's... I just don't like the sleeve sponsor. Target Feli. Yeah, I can't be arsed with my doff if he's doing that silly bollocks. That's absolutely asinine. She's just a fun word to say. Wait. Oh, that's the one I tried to negotiate with, wasn't it? Yeah, I'm just not going to buy it because I don't like buying shirts with betting sponsors on. I wish I could buy... I might get the training kit, though. The Visit Mongolia thing is kind of sick. No, I didn't buy any armors on this time. What I should have done is I had some leftover white chocolate chips because the recipe only called for 150 grams. Oh, my God. I should have melted that white chocolate and then drizzled it over the top afterwards. Kids one doesn't have sponsors. Yeah, I thought about getting a really large kids one. I checked the sizing on it. There's no way in a world that is going to fit me. New stadium. No point in asking for a new stadium because they might actually build it. And if we lose 170 million... Sorry, if we lose like 50 million on a new stadium, we're fucked on FFP. So... Because we would have no way of recuperating that money right now because we can't sell any players. Roy Fleming with the goal. I'd say they've just about edged that. Get in, Roy. GCC and food tech for 20. I was talking to my mum about this yesterday, about how useless I found food tech to be because we never did any actual bloody cooking. We spent all of the lessons basically not cooking and not actually learning to cook. It's so ridiculous. Can't we sell? Basically, all the player values have gone back down to being basically zero. So it means that if we sell players, we don't get any money for them, so we can't recuperate losses. We can't recuperate any money. Got lucky, fair play. I don't see Hammer getting anything in the away game because Shakhtar are really good. Why is it not meaningful? Exactly. I remember one time my food tech thing was to make a milkshake. I totally understand that teaching them about food hygiene and teaching them about nutrition, 98% I would say of the stuff was to do with that and not actually teaching the kids to fucking cook. So why would you not impart that skill on kids? It was so stupid. I think in my entire time of doing food tech, which was 3 years up until GCSEs, I maybe cooked about 6 things over 3 years. Second value drop, yes. We got the second value drop of 2042. Yeah, it was so dumb. I've learned more, since then. I probably learned more about baking, just literally baking with my mum yesterday, than I did in the entire time when I was at school, right? Make cheese on toast. Yep, cheese on toast was one of the things I had to make in food tech as well. It's kind of poggy, but at the end of the day, it's cheese on toast. Okay, Big Ikara is the one I would want through out of this. And you had to carry them. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, you had or even worse in a way, when you had food tech first period and then had finished food that you... baking for... I don't know what we have, everything to cook. Honestly, chef pasta. Although, Pog and I have been doing a lot of burgers. We call them burgers because we're weird like that. Lately, but yeah, I like cooking chef pasta because it's so fun and easy to make and it just tastes really nice. Michael Oven. Yeah, that's all right, actually. It's more coefficient points. Actually, it's moved us up quite nicely. So we've gone up to 13.2 already. I reckon if we can get to 15 this season, I'll be happy. Cheeseburger, yeah. Robin Van Persis. Robin Pam Persis. Decoration's just straight. That's not to do with baking, though, right? You're not baking rice. I suppose you could do. What's chef pasta? It's called Sorry, we call it chef pasta just because saying the actual Italian name of it is really annoying to say. It's like pasta aglio e olio or something like that. It's basically just we do tagliatelle. Tagliatelle, then you put some oil in the pan, toast some garlic, chopped up garlic cloves in there, then add in some salt and pepper and some chili flakes. Aglio olio, yeah, that one. Whack in your pasta, parsley, some lemon juice, some butter, etc., etc., and obviously Parmesan cheese on top if you like that, but I don't because I think it tastes like feet with vomit on them. But yeah, bit of garlic ciabatta flatbread with it. Sensational scenes. Flat Dyke. But I've really been enjoying baking lately to the point, like I said yesterday, I was baking, I say baking by myself, but Pog wasn't here. I should make the playlist. I don't know. What was the song request? Because there's nothing on the request list. I don't know what the request was. But I can check. I don't know. I can look at most recent played things, I think. I should be able to anyway. Who? Colo Pante? Didn't like garlic. Oh my god. I don't know how we'd get on in real life. Garlic's like my jam. I'd actually use it instead of jam, now that I think about it. Oh, dear. Let's see. Has the songbot broken? Because I swear I don't recognise any of the stuff that's playing. Panettone Gotti. Haha, good. Vigicho? Garlic? I bet there is. Come on. Some fancy ass restaurant. Garlic paste on toast. But that's just garlic bread at that point, isn't it, Basil? And you know what? Yes, I agree. I would definitely eat that. That sounds peng. I mean, I feel like garlic bread is just... It's just the ideal food. It's all your food groups. Garlic and bread. You know? Covers them all. Deadly allergic. Deadly allergic? Really? Christ. That's... Wow, I didn't know you could be allergic. I guess you could be allergic to anything, right? I'm weirdly... I think there's something that they pump into cinemas that I'm allergic to. Super weird, but either it's something to do with the air conditioning systems they use or something in the way that they recirculate the air. But I notice whenever I go to the cinema, my throat gets really tight and my asthma starts playing up. Super weird. I'm also slightly intolerant to like citrus, to particularly raw like lemon juice. But like, it's fine in chef pasta, but if I was to drink like, I find that lemon juice related drinks make my throat get quite tight as well. Bap Stam, good. Zolt continues to be a banger. I like that there's a legit battle now for the title. Well, not the title. Second place is literally separated by 3 points. Someone says, I mean, yeah, the garlic bread is the future of everything good. That's not good. That might be what kills Hibernians' chance of getting through anyway. Good result for us then. Victor Ia Sponge Raw apple skin. That's so strange. Fryan and Wemo. He was it a vampire? Good point. Does he make you only work the night shift with him? These are the real questions. Boss is a vampire. Ah, sensational. The title of runner-ups. Hey, sometimes you got to be first runner-up. It's like a beauty pageant. Sweetie, I don't think Sweetie are in the cup though, are they? No, they're actually not. Valletta are through. Godia are through. Hamron or Birkikara. So the Sweetie have got problems. Because I think they'd sack their manager and we might lose a lot of loans if they don't qualify for Europe. So we really need them to get into Europe. Oh. Or we get second in the coefficients to grab an extra Champions League spot, which I don't think is likely to happen. Just keep persisting with this. Do you know what? My assistant wants to try this. I'm going to let him do it. Why not? Baked Goodison Park. Wait, surely that's just the word baked in front of a stadium. I'm trying to... Yeah, I got nothing. For Sweetie. Oh, yeah, good shout, actually. No, we don't rotate. We rotate. Like baked good. Oh, I see. I was just like, that just sounds like a baked Craven Cottage Inferno. Thoughts? Yeah, we'll rotate heavily. What I'll do is I'll do pick youth prospects, and then I'll put players in the wrong positions. Where's the Potter when you need him? Redincic, you're in goal, bud. Enjoy. Lightly salted Molyneux. Now we're talking. You look too much like a striker for my money. You are too competent. You're a goalkeeper. Okay. Now, forewarning, chap. Oh, hang on. You're in the squad. Can't have that. Oh, no, you're actually a centre-back. Who fancies it? Napuri? In you come, bud. Right, okay, cool. Everyone's horribly out of position. I'm also going to clear the bench just in case they bring anyone on. Wouldn't want them to get competent. Cool. We just need to lose the Sweetie here. Now imagine if we don't lose the Sweetie here. That is the next question. If this team somehow doesn't lose this game heavily, yeah, we're throwing a game to help Sweetie get back into the European race, because if they don't get into Europe, we could lose a shitload of loans, which could be costly. Thank fuck. Oh, 2 red cards. Okay, that'll boost the confidence a little bit. Fofana and Lakaba both sent off. Who needs Octotrack when we can just do this? Who was the best performance out of interest? Pinares, Kwaku, Osei? Yeah, I put Arlasut and goalkeeper up front. Roy with a Hattie. Juarez gets one. And Kobo. Hubanov as well. Yeah, if only Potter wasn't on loan. Yeah, we'll check the Reds in case there's any absolute wild stuff. Roy kind of needed those goals. He's been a bit quiet this season as far as goal scoring goes. Yeah, see, was the violence... Oh, hang on, we've got to go off of it, don't we? And then come into it like that. That is unfortunately going to harm the goal difference thing, but it's okay. Hopefully we don't have to sit through 9 hours to see it. Oh, yeah, he's just kind of murked him. Let me just skip straight to the next one. I find if you're skipping oh, no. No. Oh, wait, gone too far. There we go. Yeah, it'll give them some confidence going into the next game. Forgerio said he played a little bit. Don't know if he took a free kick or anything. Now we've got to wait for the ball to go over the other side of the pitch. So who's this one about to get sent off? Is this Lacaba? He was already on a yellow as well. Yeah, that was the scene of the previous crime too. Maybe there's just something dodgy about that spot. It's like the Bermuda Triangle, but for bullshit. As for Hubanov, I think he's developing lovely. 3 caps for Bulgaria, model citizen. He's actually playing a little bit more for Sweetie this season, but I still think there's a chance that we could get him back, because I think, honestly, long-term, he could be the perfect Segunda Volante. That stuff will improve with time. I think there's something here. I think he's absolutely goated, potentially. Cool. So that's okay. Oh, now the players are going to complain about me playing in the wrong positions, aren't they? I love that Padilla's still the league's top goal scorer, despite the fact that he has missed a load of games all of a sudden. So, Sweet are now back in it, and their goal difference is helping too. They've got to do this. They need to overtake Zabar. Right. Also, hilariously, that could have cost us £15,000 a week. Oh dear. Yeah, I think he could come back. Unimpressed with how you've been playing him out of position recently. I mean, you say been playing him out of position recently. You mean the one game? I'll just say I won't do it again. Or, what a pointless match. As much as I don't mind those ones, because it means you don't have to actually go into the meeting and have a meaningless discussion. To me, if it's going to do that the moment you even talk to the player, just don't have the meeting. This could have been an email, you know? Right, and now we get a little bit of time off too. Which is lovely, because now we can put a friendly in against a foreign side on the Saturday. Similar, small reputation foreign. We'll go up against... who do I fancy? Real Syracusa. And we will genuinely... I should have thought about playing against Enema as well, potentially. We could have cleaned out their bum, but, like, at the end of the day, we're going to put 19 goals past them anyway, probably. Roughly 19 to 20 goals, it seems. But Thursday's what matters. Hopefully, Sweet, you don't have any more games in the meantime. Gets a nice little bump up in terms of their morale. Roy's gone on a bang. You know, Roy scored a hat-trick. He'll be buzzing after that. That's what you want. Pablo Eggsgaba. What type of restaurant is that? I need to know. Because that could be anything, right? Tiramisu is very good. He's unhappy. Oh, doesn't like the playing position. Well, if he comes back, he comes back. Wait, there was a guy in the recruit. Ooh. Let's have a look. Oh, Vetter, yeah. FC Emmen. Oh, what a spot. Hang on. Ah, it's only a virus. Be fine for international... That's a... Why are you so... I mean, I'll do it anyway for the memes, but that's extremely expensive. Given we have filmed... filmed. We filtered off a lot of money. Oh, shit. Okay, well, that's happened now. I was so used to signing the other guys that I was just used to clicking through that. Oopsie. I don't think he's likely to get those somehow. There goes all that money. European draws. They're doing okay. So, wow. So, Ajax through. Bayern through. Lazio and PSG 2-all. Okay. Change the contract offer. I'll be fine. I genuinely am looking forward to the F1. And the best thing is it starts at 3 today, not 2. So it means that I'm not like rushing off at the end of stream to get it all sorted. Oh. Random Wednesday game in the Europa League, anybody? Right, Bikikara, please don't fuck this up. Here's Maribor. The Maribor is against Man United. I just want Birkirkara to win because they're a much better team. Oh, God, what are we talking about now? Improved contract. You've got 2 years left. Oh, yeah. So the reason his is one of the ones with the short term left on it is because when I tried to offer him a contract before, they didn't. They did get each other, yeah. I'll just say yes. Because I was going to offer him a new contract anyway, but he wouldn't accept it before, but now he will. That's fine. I mean, we'll get rid of that nonsense there. But what's he on at the moment? 32. We do use ball-playing defenders, don't we? So that's fine. That's not happening. Are you out of your fucking mind? There we go. We do use ball-playing defenders anyway, so that should be alright. Reminders in game. So if you go... Hang on, one second. Let me just sort this contract out. That's kind of just... That would put him... Do you know what? That's actually just fine. I'll just accept that. So yeah, the way I do reminders in game is you go to home, or however you get to your profile is the easiest way to do it, basically. Or, yeah, this page, basically. The notebook. And then in here, you can just create a new note in general. Now, you can do it on specific people as well, but I like to do it from here. That way, so you'll see that some of these are on, like, random players. But, like, the new stuff for things like making a save file, offering players to loanees, for stuff like that, that's all done from here. And then you can create a note like that, set a title for it, and then you can set a reminder date and how often it occurs as well. Kind of give country 5 years. I don't actually know, but that simply wasn't an option, which is odd. But that'll take him through to his 32, and that's probably all right with me. Because I feel like at that point, we might have some other guys. I feel like Val and Halp should be stepping up by that point. Maribor just drew with Man United. Okay, Birkirkara are through. Not that it matters, because a draw doesn't help either way, because you get the same amount of points for Malta from a draw as you would do from one of them winning against each other. Short-term does. Oh, it could be, yeah. But never put a note on an agent called Jackson Mill, chat. I've learnt my lesson. Do as I say, not as I do. Oh. Right. Cool. So that's them through. It's frustrating that it had to happen like that, but it is what it is. Let's actually have a look at the... Malta won. Wow, they did not play very well, and Kieran Warner's injured himself. Oh my... What happened? Half of Birkirkara's team is missing, it seems. But, nevertheless, it's more coefficient points. 13.6. I think 15 is doable this season. Atletico beat Eintracht Frankfurt. Inter are through. Okay. No, it's not good for him being injured. Right, okay. Big one now. This is the one that really matters. Because if we get 2 sides through in the Europa, then it's game time. Because then all of a sudden, we've got a lot of teams to root for. But this could easily get rid of both of them right here. And I think that's exactly what's going to happen. And then suddenly we're stuck with just Birkirkara and us. It takes from what I think could be like a 16, 17 point season down to being like a 14 and a half points type of thing. So this matters hugely. Come on. Just give me something, FM. Do you see FC Copenhagen drew? Fuck yeah. Sean, welcome aboard, my friends. You come at an important time, actually. It's Champions League knockout. Well, it's European knockout time. How a stream? Actually, for the time being, I'll just whack these guys around again. Because we've still got to get to Youth Intake Day. Which means probably the first leg of some kind of Champions League shenaniganery. Hopefully it's not against Man United. There we go. That was kind of weird there. Right, come on. I have thoughts. What in the actual all hell is going on here? So, Hamron lose 5-4 in extra time, and Sweetie wins... Sweetie wins 7-4 over Bashik. What on earth? At least it's... Hopefully it's fair. Oh my god! How the hell did Hamron keep it as close as... 5 XG against. Do you know what? Deserved. Completely deserved. Imagine if they'd got through there. The best part, though, is that means that Hamron drew and it's more points for the coefficient. So they do go out. Pedraza, Kamaji, and Mamadov have killed it. You don't get the points for extra time, but we will get extra points because this will count as a draw because it counts as the full-time result, not the overall result. So Hamron will get essentially draw points for this game. So... How lucky was Sweetie then, do you reckon? 7 goals off of 1.7 XG. If this had happened to us, I'd be throwing things out the window. Now then, what I will say is this for me is justice from that game against Siska a few years ago where Sweetie lost 7-0 with Siska having an XG of like 2.1 or something. Juarez gets a hat-trick, Fleming with 2, 1 for Nkoba, 1 for Ferre, and Sweetie are through to the next round. How do you even score 7 times off of 1.7 XG? And the worst thing is, right, they weren't even that good defensively. Besiktas also overperformed. This game should have had at most 4 goals in it. Maybe 5. Yeah, 5 goals. And yet they got 11. That might be the biggest XG overperformance I've ever seen. And I can see why their goalkeeper got such a shit rating, right? Yeah, what the hell did Ossiden do to get a 6.6 with 2 key passes? They must have all been absolute monster goals. Point being, it's more coefficient points for us, and that takes us to 14 points on the dot. And we do get... There's 3 of us left, which is not bad. Now we should lucky draws for the next round, pretty much. What are those? So Lyon are through, Radnički are through, Dnipro are through, Zvezda are through, Fenerbahce, Atalanta, and Rapid Via. Ooh. There's some ones you'd want to avoid in there, I'd say. But we'll see. Yeah, exactly. If only Perez could do that. We'd be in dreamland. I guess so, but not in like proportion, right? Like it is, but at least against Nordsjælland, we created 6.7 XG and we scored 11 times. So yes, while the overall difference between the two is about the same, we had like 40 shots in that game. They only created 1.77, which just means that they were just so clinical. To me, that's so much more overperformance-wise.
Almost 3 years of me watching this stream since first watching part of African Adventure. Saw the infamous shite draw in one of my saves too. Many others' memories in this stream. The birth of Harold Bishop. The disappearance of our butterfly friend Admiral Musk. The legendary ED7. The intake of Janus. Harvin Pasta. Many memories. I wouldn't change it for anything. Love, Leaf. Moo.
You love it, Leaf. Moo. And Birkirkara are playing Standard Liège. That's not easy. That's really not easy. Right, what about Sweetie? Yeah, fuck me, I guess. Mante de Gocha, thank you very much for the follow. Well, it's been fun. This is going to be like a 15.5 point season, and most of those points are going to have to come from us now as Sweetie draw Chelsea, who are in the Europa League, because of course they are. But they got there, right? That's the main thing. But there is progress being made. There's old Roy the boy. What a guy. He seems to have picked it up a little bit. Do you reckon, right, that win that Sweetie got over us boosted their morale so much that they were able to get a result like that? I mean, what I will say is Chelsea did drop points at home to Hamren. So, it's doable. And that's actually not the first time that Hamren have taken points off Chelsea. But not only is that result going to help the morale, but so is the fact that they've then beaten Besiktas 7-4. That's going to do them a world of good too. They're going to be in beautiful morale state for the time being anyway. Yeah, very rarely do we ever get the chance to do stuff like that. But we probably should pay attention a little bit to... Wow, only 9-0. Pereira scores 4 though, which is good. To who we're actually playing against and whether there is an opportunity to throw for morale. Provided it doesn't like cost us the title or anything. Wait, is that... Wait, Malaga make Galan offer? 42,000. Oh, this should be funny. No, in fairness, they signed him for free. But I bet you he was worth like £2 million at the start of the summer or something. Ah, dear. God, summer can't come around soon enough at this rate. Oh, CF Monterrey. I might actually have a look at this report, just in case. Jesus. Oh, because they're first team in it. Would have got the reports on them later anyway, but I want to kind of head start those ones. There's another gap there. But that's where the Champions League game will slot in, right? So we should be able to get the first leg in today. Like we always do. That seems to be the new process with the youth intake stream. There we go. Is to do the first leg. That way it leaves us something for the next one. No one knew. No, we're good. Plus, that means if we do go out the Champions League next stream, we could try and see what Arifi's up to. Have to have under requirement. I don't believe so, no. It depends on what league you're in, to be fair. It can change heavily. depending on league and country and all that kind of jazz.
Where I parked my car.
Now then. Imagine if Maribor did the ultimate homie favour here. Enzacho, thank you for the follow. They'll lose like 5-1 or something, but... Oh, Valenhout, you can't stay fit, bud, can you? That's a shame. I thought that was the final results again, then. FC Copenhagen are through, though. They do beat Celtic. Narrowly in the end, only 2-1 on aggregate. Man United, sadly, do knock out Maribor, and you know for a fact that we will be playing Man United in the next round. We got far too lucky with drawing Nordsjælland last time around. The game is going to punish us this year for even daring to have a chance. Again, bud, we've discussed this. You have 3 years left. It's all good. Vieira's a lovely lad. So are you. Now get on with it. FC Copenhagen is the draw. Yeah. Unless like someone like Lazio knocks out PSG. Or Sporting goes through. Because Sporting scraped into the knockouts themselves. I wouldn't mind taking on a Dortmund either, honestly. They're not that strong. Oh, this is a crucial day as well. We need Birkirkara and Hamren to win these ties. Annoyingly, yeah. They made hard work of that, didn't they? Hot damn. Usually over the whole save. We've only ever been to the final once. It feels like this year it's just so much harder to win things because it feels like when you do get FM'd, it's so much more pronounced and you can't go long enough without it happening. So PSG are through. Dortmund are through on penalties. So they only narrowly beat Sporting. I wouldn't mind Dortmund either. We will get Man United, but I wouldn't mind a bit of Dortmund. That could have gone worse. 2 days till Birkirkara as well. Now then. Do I be a silly again? And boost Birkirkara up? I did watch it. Well, I saw the normal time. I had to listen to the rest of it on the radio when I went to get Pog up. But I do love listening to football on the radio. It's one of my favourite things ever. Oh, here's the draw. Right. So. Is it just me? Or is this just hilariously wrong? It always says that we're the unseeded team, when we are literally not the unseeded team. We are a seeded team. Like, it's a basic thing that needs fixing, and it hasn't been fixed since they introduced this license. So, Ajax I'd take. Dortmund I'd take. FC Copenhagen I'd take. Best play yesterday, for me, Saka. Not just because he scored the goal, but because he, yeah, it is fit, but it's like, why is it like that? Yeah, we might need the morale too. True. Yeah, maybe don't want to overdo it. Yeah, which random person is going to do the draw? 6 points for Mike Carlin. That's ridiculous. I watched the penalty shootout through the window of a pub because I was waiting for Pog to be sat in Cambridge waiting to pick up Pog on the side of the road. I was listening to it on the radio and I was watching it through the pub. Yeah, I'd take Ajax, Dortmund, FC Copenhagen. I feel like we could take Atletico over 2 legs as well. But it is going to be Man United. Let's just get that correct. It will be Man United. Or PSG. I haven't ruled out the idea of it being PSG either, but I think Man United is what we're going to get. We were far too lucky last time. Like, the odds are still good for us to get a reasonable draw, but... So, no Liverpool. Oh, Liverpool Bayern is actually a good one. Inter. I'd have a go at Inter. Okay, Real Madrid Inter. There's some good ties coming out here, you know. Which is bad for us in a way. Atletico. Give me Atletico. I'll take it, right? It's not the end of the world. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, imagine. FC Copenhagen. Go on, give me. Oh, although FC Copenhagen Porto would be a fun matchup for the next round. Dortmund. I'll take Dortmund. Give me Dortmund. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. I feel like we're better than Dortmund over 2 legs. PSG. Give them Man City. Go on, give them Man City. That's not too bad either. Who do I want here then? It doesn't really matter what comes out from those. Ajax versus Arsenal. Go on. Sucks. I would have rather seen Ajax Arsenal. Although, Man United versus Manchester City. Oh no, Man United versus Yeah, Man United Arsenal is good. This is helpful. I quite like this set of draws. Like, Bayern Liverpool is great because it means one of those is gone. Inter Real Madrid is great. Atletico Barca is great. FC Copenhagen Porto is brilliant because it means Porto are going to be in the next round as well. Most likely. And we'd love Porto in the quarters. A Porto final, as it were. PSG Milan. Man United Arsenal. There's a lot of ways to get... I feel like if we get the Copenhagen Porto winner, that would be the dream. Obviously, we don't get the double draw for this round. That's the next one. But wait, Bagoa is a multi... Oh, imagine if he declares for Malta. Imagine if Alejandro Bagoa declares for Malta. Let me just check. Awaiting paperwork. Well, we all know how that goes. It's pretty stacked now, yeah. Oh, Yeah, lowers England a little bit. I feel like, where did Dortmund actually come? I feel like our record against Dortmund is pretty good over the years. I feel like we haven't played them in a while, but yeah, we've not lost to them since... We've not lost to Dortmund in 12 years. The last time we played them was in the Club World Cup. We beat them 3-2. But that was 6 years ago. Time before that was in the knockout round of the Champions League, and we beat them 4-1 aggregate. So I feel like that should be... And Dortmund came 13th. They beat Maribor, AEK Athens, Juve at home, and Benfica at home. Draws against Inter and Eintracht Frankfurt. And then they lost to Monaco at home. And they lost 6-0 to Real Madrid. We should be beating Dortmund. Really. That feels like a draw that I'm totally happy with. They're one of those teams that I never feel that threatened by in FM for some reason. Very rarely do I ever see Dortmund and go, oh, God, you know? It feels like one of those guys where we look at it and go, ooh. Actually, we're going to have to rotate for Birkirkara anyway because of Dortmund. But in actuality, we probably should be capable of winning both legs. 2 teams from one nation play each other. So basically, points are awarded for wins and draws, right? So in our current state, we get 0.4 of a point for a win in terms of the overall once you account for the dilution, and 0.2 of a point for a draw. But if the teams are playing each other, so the maximum amount of points on offer is 0.8, right? In that tie, because a win in both legs. But if Team A wins, it's 0.4, and if Team B wins, it's 0.4, so it doesn't matter. And if they draw, they get 2.2 each, so they're still getting essentially 0.4. So if you get 2 teams from your nation drawn against each other, you're essentially guaranteed the equivalent of one of them winning both legs. Yeah, we're not going to throw. We're just going to rotate like normal rotation, essentially, to make sure the big boys don't play. Dortmund Stadium, I think it is. I guess we can find out easily enough. Yep, they're still in... Well, no, technically it's BVB Stadion Dortmund in here, but I think that's more of a... It's weird that it doesn't say Signal Iduna Park. FC 24 or Football Manager 25. It depends on what type of games you like, Space to Go. So, like... Ooh, what's that cool little badge? Oh, it's TwitchCon Long Beach. Cool. What sort of other games do you like playing? Because I think that will heavily depend on what you'd enjoy more. Because FC 24 and Football Manager are very different games, and I have a very different target audience and market, right? Getting drawn against each other is good if you feel like they wouldn't have had a chance to progress otherwise. But remember, if you felt like it was a round that they were easily able to progress out of, and they'd probably be both able to get wins, then it's better to not have them draw each other, because then you've got the chance to get essentially 1.6 points and have them both progress. So in the latter stages, if you feel like you just want a team to qualify, then yes, having them draw each other is brilliant. But in the early stages, and you feel like they're going to qualify, probably not. Same as Liga NOS and Eredivisie. We're above Eredivisie at the moment, even provisionally at the moment. We are a good 11 points above Eredivisie, and Liga NOS have actually been quite good lately. So we're actually closing in on League slightly closer. Mix it yourself. Yeah, you're guaranteed, because obviously with them drawing each other, you're guaranteed essentially as if one of them's going to win both legs, points-wise, right? But if they don't draw each other, then you could have them both go through and you get 1.6 points. Or, on the other side of that, they could both go out and you could get no points. So, it's kind of like a middle ground. Ligue 1, brother. Exactly. We're going to catch the French, damn it. Godia lose. Hibernians win. What we really need is Zabar to stop winning. How can I make that happen? I guess at some point we'll have to play Zabar again, right? So we can just clap them. Hopefully it's not in a game where we have to rotate. So this one, I need to pick youth prospects and actually pick a team. I might give Pebbles a go in this one since he's not going to play otherwise. Sousa, Mateus, Cazorla, Lahovi, Leo, Morkan. Yeah, that'll be all right. I would start Fogirio Seni. Carlisle, mademoiselle. Godia looking back. Yeah, the thing that's helped Godia this year is we gave them this really good attribute-wise Hungarian striker. Pretty much. Game crashes. Oh, I don't know. I've never tried to play an international game. And, basically, I don't really do international management for the most part. Oh, Juzanovic is playing. You're right, so I didn't see that. No, we'll bring Zaggy. We'll get Saggy Vassal in. Oh, no, I won't. That Vassal is very much... he's sagged a little too hard. Yeah, he's basically carrying Godia at the moment. Yeah, he's got like 16 goals this season in like 17 games. He's been brilliant. Oh, did I miss what Space Goat said? My apologies. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. But yeah, FM is more if you're into games that have more like tactical strategy sort of stuff. Like, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm trying to think of it. Like Paradox type games. Right. Yeah, this will be fine. Pebbles can shut up because he's going to get some football. I can't believe how much my tastes have changed as far as Pebbles this season. And were it not for the value drop, I don't think we'd have had any issues with Pebble this year. But he's the one guy that's been really had his head turned by all the extra money. Moaning the most players. Technically, it's Dingley because they've got like 80 of them, but they don't really count. I think Sweetie have got a decent amount. Okay, we get the win. And only narrowly, so it shouldn't affect... Oh, also Kieran Warner played, which means presumably Warner wasn't that severely injured, right? Lahovi scores a pen. Perez comes off the bench and scores, as does Pinares, who must be back from his suspension. Which surprises me, because that should have been a prison sentence, if I'm honest. Right, so we got Dortmund first leg, youth intake, scenes. Perfectly timed as always. That's why I'm such a good chef, innit? They want to be truly happy in it. It could have been like a gashed head or something, or just like a bruised foot or something. Babysitting simulator, yeah, but there's a lot of good things about FM too. Like, as much as like I'm complaining about those certain things, there's so many other good things that you just don't get with other football games. Like, I was considering actually downloading FHM 10 yesterday and playing a bit of that because I feel like I'm at a point with my competence of knowledge of hockey is now enough that I would actually be able to enjoy that game. But then I decided to bake cookies instead, pretty much. And I'm glad I did. I had more fun. Yeah, I mean, Pinares getting that kind of lore. That's what we need, right? I'm actually tempted in a minute before the Dortmund game to go grab a Beppis and a Blondie. Hamron beat Sweetie. Fuck me. And Zabar win. Jesus Christ, man. They're 7 points away. They're not getting in Europe this year. We could be in a real problem if they've got a load of players that are looking for extensions this summer. My hope is that all the... Oh, wow, as well. That just makes it even worse. Please don't tell me your contract is up this summer. Fuck, it is. Torres is going to be back. There's no way they extend his contract because he's going to have a broken ankle. Unless he's... I'll send it to the specialist. He might be able to get fit enough to be orange injured, and so they might extend him. Maybe. But the question is whether he'd want to go back. That's the problem. Yeah, we just need Sweetie to win the Europa League. Easy as pie. I'll go get a Blondie in a minute. I would put a picture of it on Instagram, but I'm not really that kind of person, you know. I was this close to being like, should I just put a picture of the Blondies on Instagram? Maybe on the story. The specialist could well save us here, but what's the betting? The specialist saves us and they actually do want him back, but then he just doesn't want to go back because they're not in Europe anymore. Although, on the plus side, we'd get probably quite a good player back, but it would definitely harm them. Right, Dortmund. Away first, which is actually okay, provided it doesn't throw any nonsense. They can buy and all that, true, yeah. Linktree, SecondYellowCard Linktree. Cooking section of the Discord. If not, there should be. I think there is, actually. I swear there is. You're right, post whatever you want. You're right. I think it's just because I didn't think they actually looked that good, and I was just like, is this really even worth posting? But it wasn't really about because I thought they looked, it was because I'd done a thing that I was kind of pleased with, you know? I don't really do much stuff like that. I just decided, no, I'm going to do baking today. And for someone with the anxiety of me, I was like, oh, I'm going to go to Tesco tomorrow, I'm going to get all that stuff, I'm going to do baking, which is absolutely, like, pathetic, I suppose, for a 34-year-old man or whatever. But you know what? I was fine with that. Let's see. Where's Valmir? There he is. Yeah, cool. I feel like Vieira's getting a lot more football this year, simply because my assistant keeps putting Jezanovic in the team and I keep taking him out. It is what's on the inside that matters, exactly. Sometimes I feel like I am an expiry dates matters man living in a it'll be fine world, you know? I do follow on Instagram, Dan. I do. I follow some of you on Instagram. If Hadrian had an Instagram, I'd follow him. This is where it's like, I do, Matt. You bellend. Right, I'm going to go grab a Blondie and a Beppis. Back in a second. You get a little cheeky whiz quiz 15 minutes before the end of the stream. Send me a link. I'll follow you too, Inferno. Mods privilege. Right, back in a sec, friends. After all that time, it's actually fucking Muzzy, is it? I hope Stewie was here to see that. I did that just for him. This morning I was sat there thinking, who am I going to do? Yeah, let's make today the day I do Muzzy, is it? Also, Blondie. So, they just look like brownies, but they're lighter. And I don't know if you can see, but there's like bits of raspberry in them, basically. They're very delicious. If audio goes out of sync, just refresh the stream. It's not bad for like the first time I've baked anything like this anyway. Like Pog and I did that Victoria sponge the other day, but because the kitchen's so tiny, she ended up doing a lot of it. Tutor. Oh. Sorry. I'm so sorry, Voddies. I realised that would have been absolutely gopping. It's the problem with these, they're very chewy. Right. Dortmund time. If we actually get the game going, maybe I will, It was gopping to us all. Yeah, misophonia. That's what Pog kind of suffers from. She hates it when I eat crisps near her. So I'm seriously sorry, Voddies. I know that can be annoying. Let him bake. Everyone's suddenly rewinding the VOD to hear that again. Oh. Honestly, if you're watching the VOD, probably just skip ahead like 45 seconds. For your own safety. The match won't start, you'll be fine. So yeah, Muzzy is it? How's that? This might be the best one, you know. Yeah, food tech and a recipe I got off the internet on Friday night. Okay. I love that the music is also... Sorry. Rude to talk with your mouth full. There we go. Right. I love that the music also died out on the stream side of things too. What the hell have we got? Oh, it's because we're listening to a song called Outro. Your food tech... Viking, I love the way you say your food tech teacher as if we didn't have the same food tech teacher. In one food tech class that Viking are in... I think this was a class that both Viking and I were in. Someone poured so much oil in the pan. They poured the entire bottle of oil in the pan, then lit it, and it burned the ceiling. I've just deprived you of Pepsi ASMR. I'm so sorry. You had her lessons. I had. Okay, then. Good to know. Does the dank know? I'm just going to put Muzzy as it every single time. Yeah, I can drop the secret announcement. Did you not remember me saying I was on a plane randomly earlier? That's something you didn't know about. Because it was. There's nothing to do with FM, but like... Tell you what, no, unfortunately I will. I'll track it down. I know where she lives. Right. Dortmund, FM, Dortmund, don't do bad things to me. Just give us something good. Padilla's back. He will help. Plane down to London. Oh, yeah. We're from Stansted to London City Airport, mate. I fly in style. First class only for your boy. Okay. Anything basically except a... genuinely, any good result here that isn't a defeat by more than one goal would be fine. I mean, I'd rather not lose at all. I feel like, really, we shouldn't be losing this game. But even if we lost by a single goal, some bullshit, I'd still feel confident. I don't know why he's still taking corners, because Padilla is on the pitch now. Who has 16... Why is he taking corners? Hang on, now I'm confused. Set piece takers list. How do you change this? It could be because it's lefty. Yeah, but I feel like we just... Can you even change this now? Oh. Man stares at screen, wondering why he can't change the taker on defensive corners. It's the Blondie chat. It's gone straight to my head. I've had a Blondie moment. Ah, Jesus. I do it just to edge you. You know me. So where are they? Corner taker, Padilla. Wait. Hang on. Bro is literally our corner taker. For both corners. Ah. But I can't add Padilla in here, can I? Because he's not... Oh, there we go. Wait, can I actually maybe just delegate that and then go back in here and then set it like that? Because that might be costing us, potentially. Oh, it actually does default across both of them, in fairness. Cool. Right, okay, that's fine. That's the mystery of the Zero Champions League. How dare you? I'm not used to the new corner package or something. Okay, we're starting well, though. Chances are happening. My voice has gone weird. You cancel the changes, accidentally sell Evtim Krastev. You know, normal people stuff. This was like the type of game that's got like one goal in it. Kind of like when we beat Benfica in the Champions League knockouts, I think it was last year. Yeah, we'll have to do it after the match. Oh, that's a great pass. Come on, bring it down. Oh, wait. Oh, wow. That was oddly composed. But yeah, just getting Padilla on those corners. Because what was it? He had 17 corners or something. Was it 16? Either way, it was a lot. And also giving Reynoso an opportunity to be in the box from corners too just makes way more sense. Because one, he's a striker, so it would be good for second phase moments. And, you know, he's got 17 jumping reach. So his ability to reach stuff from there will be huge, literally. Oh, go on. Nicely done, Gert. And now he's making the run. Can he find the pass too? Oh, that's actually quite nice. Oh, that's a great pass. Pereira must finish here. Also, I'm an idiot. I've just realised I started Pereira there and Reynoso there when I should have been starting Bizarma instead of Pereira, but we had Reynoso on the wrong side. Pereira is not a going straight forward, advance forward type of striker. Go on, get back on side, please. Krastev. Oh, cuts inside. Tries again. Oh, no! Off the bar. Padilla knocks it down. Oh, my God. Come on, ball across. Oh. Want to get absolutely jam, yeah. Hopefully I'll actually see it, because this is getting interesting now. Right, come on. Get back in place. Nice. Okay. So chances are there for us so far. We look good. We look like the better team. We carry on playing like this, I feel like we'll get like 2.5 XG over the course of the 90, and that should be enough to get the chances required to win the match. What's my camera? It is just TV. TV and then just zoomed out on both height and zoom on other directions like that. Maybe the switch. Oh, you mean the match plans are coming back? That was a bit aggressive. Oh, go on, get in there. This is a very long highlight, though, which does mean Dortmund are about to score with their first chance of the game. Come on, big clearance. Nice. Unfortunately, things continue. So we will... This does feel like, unfortunately, a goal coming. Okay. That's okay. We managed to get away with that one. Fair play. Pereira's had a poor day so far. This might be the type of day where Perez actually does come on in the second half. Oh. Don't foul him. Oh, Christ. All right, do foul him. Oh, we haven't had the youth intake yet. It's actually just after this match. But it will not have anyone good in it, I can assure you. It's probably the worst preview I've ever seen. And I say that every year, but this one's genuinely the worst. It had 3 F-rated players in it this time. The most I've ever seen is 2. Okay, better side, but still kind of mid. Pereira's... Do you know what? I might actually yoink Pereira off at half-time here. And just go back to Reynoso playing in that role with Bizarma through the middle. Because he's just not it. He's had a poor time. Skip the first legs. What do you mean skip the first legs? Please get across to it. Oh. Right. Sim. Yeah. Well, we're not in charge of those teams, so yeah. But technically, by definition, it's always simming. we've just looked a bit... You know what, if we get a 0-0 draw here, while it's bad for us for coefficient, I'd be more than comfortable with it because I feel like we'd have enough at home. The bonus to winning, obviously, is 1, you've won, but 2, it just gives you the opportunity to have a bit of a shitty game at home in this stream. Depends on when they are, but they should be fine because they're like the day after us, aren't they? So we've still got to do the youth intakes. Please don't foul him. Of course. FM, man. I swear to God. Krostev's had an absolutely shocking day as well. It's Dortmund 1, Sirens 0. I genuinely do wonder if we're ever actually going to win a Champions League, because I just don't know if it's possible if this stuff just keeps happening. Great run from him, in fairness. But it's another game that's very even. That's their first shot on target of the game. Not been here in this match. Well, I mean, but neither are they. But as usual, when that's the case, you tend not to come out of it on top. It's a bit too early to make any changes, really. Why is the fucking... I hate that this takes up so much space. Oh, my lord. Wait, what am I doing? There we go. Kadri's been appalling. Krastev has been shocking. In fact, our entire sort of, like, middle line here has been very bad. Even Padilla. Fuck it. I'm dice rolling. Tweak stuff. Well, these are the tactics. If you want to download them, then !tactics. Bit too early for subs. I mean, you know, each their own, right? Fact is, we're losing 1-0. We've got to do something. Got to roll the dice a little bit here, because at the moment, this is not happening. Watch us now score off this highlight. Oh. I mean, he's got to be doing better than that. Still no Paris. Well, I don't know who I'd bring on in that position, really. Like, Reynoso's actually playing okay, and Bizarma's only just come on, so the only other player I could bring Perez on for would be Padilla, and I just don't really think that experiment worked that well. I am at a loss, mate. This game, man. Every fucking year. Same shit, man. Just back post. Heads it easily in. Was that 2 shots on target, 2 goals? Yeah. Don't be silly. Why would we score goals at all? Or save a shot 1 time? We need to get a goal back, basically. Yeah. Always press you. You want to see Detlef? All I can think of is Detlef Schrempf. I might even go attack. No, hang on. The last thing we want is a 3rd goal conceded. 2-0 down, I can still feel us getting that back. All we're missing is like a random red card. This is mental. Right, come on, get across to him. No. Look at the way they're running. I'm uninstalling this piece of shit. This is actually fucking stupid now. Do you just see both of our players try to tackle him there and just miss it? What is this shit? Look at this. Look, intercepts it, and then somehow he just... And then straight at the goalkeeper, straight in the back of the net. What are you supposed to fucking do? They've had 3 shots on target. Like... Oh. And the thing is, we'll probably play really well in the second leg, and it just simply will not matter. Oh, I'm just... And you can see the same shit happens every time. It's like, nah, you're not going to win this game. 3 shots on target, 3 goals. I mean... get fucked. It's just... What happens in the next leg as well is we go 3-0 up and then lose a random goal in the 90th minute or something. The fact that this shit happens every year now is actually starting to get to the point where I don't actually I wonder why I bother with this game at this point. I understand what Harv was talking about before, about how something feels different this year, where it just feels like this is the shit that just every fucking year. It feels impossible to actually just do anything. Yeah, actually, just buy FIFA. Space Goat, just buy FIFA. To lose that 3-0 is a fucking ridiculous. But so rarely do we get results like that. That's the thing that irks me the most, right? As in us ourselves. Not other multi-sides, although that seems to be evening itself out a little bit now. It's us ourselves. Why always is it against us does that happen? We never get results like this. I'm trying to think of the last time we got a result like that. maybe the Man City game. That was 5 years ago. Was it 5 years? Yeah, it was literally 5 years ago to the day, to the year, because it's the 18-point season, wasn't it? And it's no longer a case of our players aren't good. They're all world-class players. They've got the right mentalities. They like big matches. They're highly consistent. At that point, there's nothing more you can do, right? Our tactic clearly creates chances, and yeah. Trevor, realistic outcomes. Yeah, but the realistic outcome would be that the better team is going to win more often than not. Like, not always, obviously, but statistically, that's generally what happens. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the better team, right? Yeah. Oh, well. Ben's Ball, thank you very much for the follow. It's... Like, I could have stomached a 1-0 defeat there to an unlucky goal. Yeah. An intermatch. No, the intermatch we lost. Let's actually have a little look. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see the stats for those games. But I mean, to be fair, last season we got clapped 5-0 by Manchester City off of 2xG after winning the first leg 3-0. Obviously, we had those games there, lol. Yeah. Verse Uno. Well, as we know, that doesn't reverse Uno it because that was the issue before. Because we didn't have that stuff, and now we do. It doesn't make any difference. Yeah. To be fair, if they wanted realism, you wouldn't be able to... we'd still be playing in, like, the Conference League at best, if it was truly realistic, right? But... That's the problem. It's the fact that it's clearly trying to balance certain things, and it frustrates me because it does it at your expense in places that just don't look really... Why didn't they just score some good goals? It's never good goals, is it? It's just shit like that, always. And it's because it basically seems to turn up your, like, mistake generator. The problem is the players we've got shouldn't be making that level of mistake anymore. Because they're just as good as their opposition. In fact, they're a lot better than their opposition. Very few of those Dortmund players would get in our squad. And when you look at our starting 11, let's actually have a look through our starting 11 to see their consistency and their big game mentality. Because at this stage, big game mentality actually does quite matter. So Pereira, although technically he wasn't even on the pitch for most of that. But let's just have a look anyway. He's obviously younger, so he's more likely to be worse. So he likes big matches and is consistent. Never mind. Reynoso. Consistent and loves big matches. Padilla. Loves big matches, consistent. Do you see a pattern emerging here, right? The things you're supposed to have. Now, he doesn't like big matches, in fairness, but he is consistent. Although I think a lot of the nonsense happened actually after I substituted him, in fairness. Let's see. Big matches, consistent. So that's what, 4 out of the 5 so far? Krastev. Big matches, consistent. Palacio. Consistent, big matches. Kadri. Consistent, big matches. I think the only one that doesn't, that we're about to find, is Gutierrez, which definitely is a problem, but it shouldn't be that much of a big matches. You see the point, right? You're basically doing everything you can, and it still just happens. Professional football, we don't like him. Well, I feel like it's to do with, like, pressure in it, right? That's the way I look at it. It's to do with the way that the players handle the pressure. No, big matches is actually not useless. Max did some tests on it, and we thought that it was useless and it only applied to finals, but it turns out that it doesn't. It manages... Basically, the reputation of the tournament is what plays the factor, and then the round of the tournament. So say it's the Champions League, big matches is more important in Champions League matches, and then it gets more important the longer you go into the tournament. Dortmund team that good? Not really, no. Like, they came... Well, we can actually look at their result. Oh, no, you can't because they're not turned on, but we can sort of look at their results. They've been fine. Let's check, actually. We can see their, like, previous results. So, like, Dortmund came... What was it? 13th this year? 13th. They love a good 13th. Weren't even in it that year. Weren't even in it. 7th that year, in fairness, behind us. 10th. Do you see what I mean? they're very mid at best. That's why we were happy to draw them. And that's why, yeah. But hey, the second leg is still... There's another day and a new dawn, but winning by more than... We will win by 2 goals in the second leg. Mark my words. On Tuesday, we will win by 2 goals. Big match is, could it just be finals? I just explained what it was. I literally just explained the entire way big matches is calculated. But yeah. So no, it isn't just finals. I mean, it's more important in finals, of course. Ajax beat City. Okay. FC Copenhagen. Okay. FC Copenhagen 4, Porto 1. The annoying thing is, hello, Pog, I'm seeing you. The annoying thing is we're going to be deprived of probably a chance to play in these goddamn ties now. Because what's the betting that Dortmund get Copenhagen in the next round? Although more likely Porto when they inevitably win 4-0 in the second leg. Oh, dear. Okay, then. Birkirkara 2, Standard Liège 1. Get in. Maybe they're massive. Maybe they're massive after all. Sorry if I got a bit complainy there, chat, but I'm sure you can understand. We've all been there. I just for once would like to not be in a position where I feel like I need to complain about it. Sometimes it would just be nice to be like, oh, they were just better than us. Or we've actually played well for once. Well, I mean, I thought they were, but I mean, 4-1's a bit lucky, but hey. Yeah, I know it's fair, but I'm always reticent about, hamming it up too much on that because I know it can get annoying. Sweetie Chelsea, I mean, I can actually see Sweetie randomly winning this game now. Just, do you know what I mean? Just because of the way that today's gone for us, I could totally see that happening. I think next year, though, we really do need to start the clicker for when things go wrong. Came up Muzzy, and you got it. Nah, only 1-0. To be fair, they stood no chance in hell there, right? Let's see. So 14.4. God, at this rate, we're going to end with like 14.5 points. And a really disappointing season. We've had more unlucky results this year, sadly. Like, we should have beaten Milan. Or, no, actually, a draw would have been fair against Milan. We should have beaten Man United. So it's weird, because last year, I thought we got unlucky against Marseille, and we were very unlucky against Manchester City, and didn't get any luck our side. So all the rest of the points were the ones we deserved. We just got a bit less. This year, we've actually, I would say, arguably played better, and just got even more unlucky. Sign future first team players, or do you use the guys that became good whilst on loan? I'm not sure what you mean, because bear in mind, we're signing players for the first team at all times, really. Actually, that's not true. I sign players for the loan farm, but I'll sign first team players, guys future of the first team that can then go into the loan farm too. That's the beauty of the loan farm, that it becomes a development farm as well as its original purpose. And then whether they play for us or not depends heavily on whether they come back from their loans. There are some guys out on loan that would probably get into our team nearly, but because they're on loan, they're doing far more good there than they ever will for us at the moment, in theory. Betsy, we're actually, yeah, exactly. I think it's just I used to sort of hide it a lot more back in the day, because back when I was doing YouTube originally and making content, Township Rollers, I believe they're Jamaican. Have I lost them? There they are. I think they're Jamaican. No, they're Botswanan. I don't know. I think there's a team in Botswana, in Jamaica that has a very similar name. Yeah, so basically it was back when I used to do like Portsmouth and Wimbledon saves. I would just be inundated on every video with like comments about like shut up, stop complaining on like even the most obviously nonsense things. The youth intake is the next day, so we're going to go to that now. I'm going to say 2.5-star best player. Botswana, yes! It's not technically a set day. It's a set range of days, but because it has a start date and an end date, essentially, because we're the number one draft pick, so to speak, it's always going to be the 9th of March for us, unless somehow manages to get a higher pick. At least we don't have a game in between. Hey, Forgerio Seni, he's eligible. And I will be giving him one. Wait, actually, why would I do that? He'd be able to stay on a youth contract until he's fucking 25. Oh no, I don't want to devlist him, do I? Right. I reckon 2.5. Should be today. Ignore that for the time being. That third goal is really what's... I think it's the third goal that really irked me there, because it was the epitome of that kind of crap. The second goal was just a good cross in and Vida getting out-jumped, or was it Lahovi getting out-jumped to the back post? It's like, it happens. But that third one... Okay, a couple of 3 stars. Which is... I mean, it's still absolute crap. But it's better than nothing. We got Rodney Ferrugia, also Ivan Saliba. Terrible personality still, despite us doing everything we can to improve that. It's a goalkeeper again. Low determination. It also feels like this year, mercenary. Sorry, what is the point of having a good head of youth development with a good personality and all the coaches having good personalities if none of the players get any kind of high professionalism? Some cool nationalities in there, though. What you missed, Dan, was us getting ripped off by the game yet again in the Champions League knockouts. Losing a game 3-0 to fucking Dortmund, where they had 3 shots on target. You know how it is. It's an absolute abomination of an youth intake, as always, right? But that's what we come to expect from us at this point. Now, naturally, they're the favourites for the second leg. I don't understand this stuff. I'm not convinced. I also, go into one game, I think it was the Sparta Prague game, when I was preparing stream for today, we were 71% favourites for the Sparta Prague tie. 71%. I've never seen it be as high as that. 71! So, yeah. We've got a Frenchman, a Spaniard, and a Belgian. Gabin Robin. Most impact on? No, but at the end of the day, the idea is that by having a head of youth development with, he's only fairly determined. Actually, to be fair, I take that back. We probably do need a new head of youth development. Good vibes. Yeah, I mean, I think we could probably do with getting a new head of youth development because look, I know we should probably get going, but why not? I'm going to look for a new head of youth development because I think we got him before we really had the money to get exactly who we want. Yeah, I'm going to have a look. Hey, Thomas. See if there's any new guys that might have what we're looking for this time. Because if I could find a guy with a really good personality... Is that because they're not... Hang on, that'll get the personalities in there. Wait, what the hell? Is it because they're still playing? Wait, why don't I know your personality? Oh, it's because you're a player / that. Okay, I see. Professional, determined, temperamental, absolutely not. Balanced. Let me just see. Unambitious. I probably could just search. Probably be easy to just search here. For ones I want. Let's see. We'll go to the obvious one first, just in case. Oh, there is actually some. Luka Modric! Oh, you... If we can get Luka Modric as our head of youth development, I'm all over that shit. That's perfect. Doesn't even play the right system as us, but I couldn't care less at this point. We're not going to bring good players through anyway. We might as well bring players with good personalities through. Yeah, exactly. He can rig it. Yes, Luca. Huge wage. That's okay. I'd rather spend it on you than those other guys. Lovely news. We take that. Oh, yeah, no, he would be unflappable because he's a model citizen. It means his professionalism is really high. So that's why we like it. So he'll be perfect. Means we might start getting some youth players with decent personalities at least, which means that even if they're not amazing, they've got a chance at reaching that. So that's something. Okay. Jesus, Tuesday streaming is going to start with an absolute bang. Because if we can pull that back from Dortmund and get that win, which I still feel we're capable of doing, but I have a horrible feeling we're going to win that game by 2 goals. That feels where it's at the moment. Now, coefficient-wise, there was a little bit more at the end there, wasn't there? 14.4. That'd be really disappointing considering where it was. Okay. Good. I mean, as always with these things, I feel like we've kind of done all we could. We didn't play super well in that Dortmund game, and there was really no explanation as to why this time. It wasn't even like we had the morale issues. It was just a case of game-sided no. That being said, from a stats perspective, it was probably a draw or a 1-0 defeat at most was probably fair. So to us lose 3-0 there with the way those goals went in is just classic FM and a disappointing one, especially that third one. That's the one that's really pissed me off because I feel like that's the one that's actually going to knock us out of Europe. And I'm concerned again because the board are going to get pissed at me for this. But such is life. I just felt we were actually kind of onto something, you know? I felt like we were building to something really cool this season. I still think we are, but things like that will happen. What the fuck? Why is it not ordering by the right... Oh, that was weird. Also, fucking hell, there's 400 of you here. What the hell happened today? I'm not used to this. That's quite a lot for me lately. Bloody hell. Oh, if you are here, though, I have made a new video, which I'm going to post in chat now because I'm being a good YouTuber. Let's see. Get a shareable link. There you go. This is the latest video. Check it out. It's if we get a... What's the one I'm looking for? I'm going to find a raid while I try to explain this. Yeah, I basically made a rest of Europe team from all the nations, or players from all the nations that hadn't qualified for this summer's Euros, and then tried to see if I could win, or rather, if they would be able to win at the European Championship. It was a fun video, some crazy stuff, and also next week, I've in theory got this fun video coming up where we make a second-tier Champions League, which is literally a Champions League that's only allowed in with second-tier teams, which is going to be dope. So yeah, and if you're lurking and you have enjoyed today, drop a follow, join us again on Tuesday to see if we can somehow overcome that Dortmund deficit. If we do, I'm going to be jumping, baby. And then we will probably get knocked out in the next round by Man United. But it's fine. Anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Thank you so much for joining me today. This has been fun, even when it hasn't been. And I'll see you guys in a bit. Hold your gun, Capybara, Carlisle, honey.